Hello, everybody. Welcome. It's kind of weird me saying that, but very happy to be here. It's.
Why are we so small? Shouldn't we be
Are
full?
we big?
We should be full screen.
We're full screen. There we are.
Yeah.
We'll start again. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Chess 24. I'm Lawrence Trent with Grandmaster Peter Svidler. It's been a long time since I've been here, but I'm absolutely delighted to be back with Peter on the mic, covering round 3 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And God, I just feel so alien that I'm going to be talking about chess and not
We know.
being
We
there
know,
and watching.
Lawrence. Yeah, we
I
feel
still
the same.
can't play very well, so apologies for that. But that's why Peter's here, so he can recommend some good stuff. Obviously, for all of you who don't know, Tata Steel Chess, if this is the first time you're tuning in, one of the biggest tournaments of the year, formerly known as Vaikansé, Chorus, and various other...
Still known as Vaikansé. I mean.
Right, it's still in Vaikansé, but was it ever
Yeah.
called Vaikansé Chess? Might have been for 1 or 2 years. Or so. In any case, in Vaikansé.
It was sponsored by various companies,
Right.
but the Tata has been sponsoring it for a while now, so it is.
Over 75 years. No, sorry, Tata.
Yeah.
I mean, the tournament's been in
No,
existence.
the tournament is the longest standing traditional tournament in the world for sure.
Yeah, great tournament. And today, obviously, we've got 7 games in the Masters and 7 games in the Challengers. Lots of interesting matchups. What I like about this year, Peter, is that the Masters tournament is made up of some not totally unknown faces, but perhaps a bit more unknown to absolute elite level.
No, but
chess.
that always, I think, has been, and perhaps we should start talking about the
Yeah.
specific game. So
Let's do that. Yeah.
that always has been the thing that was the most interesting about VAG, because it's so long and because the field is so big compared to other elite tournaments. The organizers have the option of inviting some of the up and coming players, and this year we see some names which, I mean, everybody knows they're strong players. Someone like Mitja Andrejkin, for instance, who is white against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
He was the World Cup finalist at one point, and he is a known quantity to most chess lovers. But he doesn't really get chances to play in elite tournaments very often, and
Right.
it's very nice to see him get an opportunity. And there will be more more stories like that. And but that is as usual. Whenever Magnus is playing in a tournament, his game is I think the main focus of the day.
Sure. Well, he's playing. They've got an equal score actually, +1. So they've exchanged 1 win each and 1 draw. So lifetime, Dimitri's got a good score against him. And with White today, very solid player.
Yeah, he is an extremely solid player when he doesn't feel obliged to go,
Right.
all out for a win. Yeah. So, I was expecting to be sat on the right there, and I even prepared a speech about how whoever is in control of the mouse and is sitting on the right in the studio has the right to bully his co-host into doing various unpleasant things. But I will do it anyway.
That's fine.
Predictions. I am not doing predictions today. You are doing
Okay,
predictions.
I'll do predictions. So let's start with this game. Andrejkin, Carlsen, draw.
Okay.
We like to see some characters, and we like to see some... Now, there's no greater character in this tournament, in some senses, than Richard Rapport, who is playing perhaps the most in-form player at the moment in chess, Mr. Wesley So. Their score, actually, they've only ever played 1 game, and Wesley has got a win there. And Richard Rapport, what can we say about him?
Well, consistently off.
Inconsistent.
No,
Consistent, inconsistent. No?
That's not what I was going with. Although he is perhaps maybe the swingiest player in the top, I don't know, 30 in terms of rating. His rating going in both directions, frankly.
Right.
No, he is very, very consistent in his approach to chess, and in particular to how he treats openings. And so far, in his 2 games today against Pavel Elyanov, he had a pawn on g5 with black by move 4,
Right.
and was actually doing very well. Mm-hmm. And yesterday he played the 1b3, which, frankly, considering some of the other stuff he does, 1b3 is just mainline theory for him. And we expect more of the same from Richard, I think. But one theme also that is a bit of a recurrent idea we were discussing. He has, for instance, a very poor score against Pavel Elyanov, and that was once again reinforced in round 1 here when he lost from that very decent position he got out of the opening. And that, as someone put it on my Facebook feed, that is a case of order beating chaos. Because Pavel is a very correct, very
Right.
orderly player
Sure.
who puts pieces on proper squares and
Right.
goes from there. And Wesley is very much in the same mold.
Yes.
So it will be interesting to see if the same trend continues, so to speak.
I'm going to predict 1-0 in this. I
Okay.
think Richard is very swinging. I think Wesley is in form, so I think Wesley's big favourite. Okay, let's move on to another game and another very interesting young character. He's been around the block for a long, long time now, yet somehow still hasn't broken through in the... Can we divide the elite into two halves? I always felt like, you know, if we're 2700 is known as the Super Grandmaster Elite, but for me, there is a small segment of that elite group that is just still a bit further
Oh,
detached.
I think, you know, with the inflation being a fairly established fact, I think, in terms of chess rating, I think 2700. I mean, it's still the benchmark, but it's less of a definitive benchmark these days. And what used to be this feeling of 2700 is you've made it to into the world, you know, the company of the world's best. I think it currently is somewhere around 2650, maybe even 2660. And Wei is not there yet.
No.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi is another one of those who, obviously, there was never any doubt about his chess talent. But 2016 was the year when he finally started showing the results we all expected from him at some point. And he is now rated close to 2770, I believe. And will also play the entirety of the Grand Chess Tour this season, which will be very interesting. So
This is the acid test for him, isn't it?
yeah,
this year?
I think this will be a
Whether
very,
he can kick it with the big boys or
very
not,
important,
basically.
very important year for him. I mean, he won the Tal Memorial last year
course,
in a very, very strong field. So I don't think there's really any doubt necessarily that he can kick it with the big boys. But still, playing against them consistently, and I think it's very good for him that now the Grand Chess Tour also comprises of a couple of rapid and blitz events, because he is an absolute monster in short time formats.
Sure. No, so that's going to be a really interesting matchup. They've got a score of... Well, Wei's actually got +1 against him, interesting.
Yeah, but not a lot of games.
No,
and,
2 games. I'm going to go for a draw today with Wei and Nepomniachtchi. More interesting characters is Radoslav Wojtaszek, who I don't know if you saw my tweet yesterday. Peter.
Yeah, you got ribbed by the Norwegian
I got ribbed
contingent. No, yeah, Norwegian contingent is very, very touchy on the subject of people predicting results other than Magnus' victory. Yeah?
Right, and I then ribbed myself by saying, why do I always bet against the Magnus victory?
But still, it was interesting to see people sort of jumping on you somewhat for saying that you think that this position is holdable and that Radek might actually hold it.
I thought it was holdable at some point.
Yeah, but it was also, I think, quite unpleasant.
Right.
I think people, and once again, for some reason, today seems to be the day where I quote random things I've seen on my Facebook wall. But I've seen people, very qualified chess players, expressing the opinion that it was completely equal at some point. I don't think it was ever completely equal, and it was very surprising to me to see people. You didn't claim that, but some people were just claiming that he lost a completely equal position.
I always thought he was worse, but I just thought he was going to hold. But so we got Wojtaszek against Giri. This is the most drawish game, in my opinion, of the round. I think they're both extremely solid.
They both are extremely well prepared. And,
Yeah.
Beating Anish these days. I mean, the storyline we all know of is that Wesley is, I think, at 45 games and counting without losing. But I think Anish is at 30, someone mentioned in chat.
Doesn't surprise me.
So yeah, beating these guys is never really an easy proposition.
Somebody you know very well, Mr. Sergei Karyakin.
Yeah, I played a fair amount of chess against him in the past year or so.
How many games did you play last year?
I didn't. It's
20?
It's too traumatic to me for me to count.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, he's playing white against Luc van Vele, who has got a terrible score. I'm just looking against Sergei. He's actually -5 without even one victory, which is quite
surprising. But I guess
yeah.
they were mainly playing in Vike, and if you get lucky towards the end of Vike, where he gets tired, you might sort of
Right.
try to farm him a little, and this appears to be what has happened. But Luki actually played very decently in the first 2 rounds.
Right.
He was slightly better at one point, I
Right.
felt, against Pavlyaryanov before
Right.
collapsing in mutual
Yeah.
time trouble. And this is the second game in a row for Sergei where he's playing against people who he must feel will give him a chance. He had black against Rapport yesterday, but when you're playing Rapport, it doesn't matter if you're white or black. You know you will get a fight. And today he's playing somebody who, in this field and with black pieces, must be considered, as close to a mark as it gets. With all due respect to Luki,
Of course, yeah.
you have to sort of mark down some games on your calendar and say to yourself, this is the game where I will go extra hard with white trying to win. And Sergei must feel like that about today. But neither. Is 6A3 going to make a reappearance?
I don't think
against Luki Sergei?
What I didn't understand is what happens if you just go G6 there?
Yeah, this is what we were discussing with Jan.
Like for me, we can even just very quickly put it on the board for people.
I think we probably should click some buttons to have moves because I think games have started.
I have the game started because they should come through. Let's try.
Yeah.
Aha. Okay. So we
probably should start discussing positions.
Let's start discussing
positions. We were maybe slightly remiss.
And we don't have a knight off at all. But just to very quickly show people before we go to those positions, this 6A3 trend that we're seeing in Sicilian after a knight off, of course. 5A3.
And it was first played in the 1950s apparently, so it's not a very new idea, but it's a very well forgotten idea. Let's put it like this.
It's quite an interesting idea because. Obviously, we can talk about this at length another time, but it does have some purpose.
Sure, but we have discussed it for 2 days in a row. And games have started. I think
Let's go to the games then. Yeah. Let's go to Karyakin versus Van Velde.
Yeah, for a second, yeah.
And we actually have a...
Luki was so scared of 6A3 that he went for a Pirc, yeah. And Sergei played something I haven't actually seen him play against the Pirc, but maybe...
The Austrian attack.
Yeah, F4 followed by, somewhat surprisingly, Bishop D3 and not Knight F3, maybe a clever move order. Ruling out, maybe Knight F3, C5, I guess, gets ruled out by this. Castles, Castles, Knight F3, Knight C6. I used to play this with black, but not this particular line. I always played things connected with Knight A6 and C5, yeah. But once again, no real reason to spend too much time on opening theory here because we are lagging somewhat behind and there are games we need to be discussing. But this is still theory. It's supposed to be at the very least slightly better for white. This position after Knight C6, C5 takes. But it's not horrible for black as far as I can remember. I stopped really playing Pirc actively a while ago, and that is a long while.
Right.
So we'll keep an eye on that, but for the time being, let's scroll all the way up and see what's happening in the.
Well, Andrejkin Carlsen is going down the kind of.
Yeah, not unexpectedly a very solid opening choice from Dmitry, and Magnus is playing this Bishop B4, Bishop D6 line, which. To my eyes, have become particularly popular somewhere around last year, maybe when Kramnik played a number of games with black. And compared to Bishop E7 in this position, which we have actually seen yesterday, I think in the Van Velde-Ilyanov game, Bishop D6, black is aiming for a more direct equality, I feel, because the plan is to play Knight BD7, take on C4, and play E5 against most moves. And this is what we are already seeing sort of in progress from Magnus. Queen C2, C6 has been played in the meantime, and I think black is aiming very much to just take on C4, play E5, and free himself by doing that. The bishop on C8 becomes, suddenly has room to breathe, and so on and so forth. But still, obviously, a very well-known position, and a position in which equilibrium has not been breached. Obviously, very, very level. We'll see where it progresses from here.
Okay, and now a very interesting game. Now this could be a really great game.
Yeah.
Is Wei Yi versus Nepomniachtchi. It could be a great game because I had the good fortune, Peter, of being in London this year and witnessing two...
Yeah, those two were fantastic, especially back-to-back.
Back-to-back wins of the Najdorf with 6 Bishop G5, a much more critical way, of course, to play against Najdorf than 6A3. The old main line.
Yeah.
So many H3 became almost played by everybody at some point.
Yeah, I think
F3,
every
bishop E3.
single person who plays e4 at some point at least touched 6 h3 and may have given up on it to switch back to the main lines. But yeah, it became insanely popular.
I have
at
to
one
say,
point.
Wei Yi. When I think about Wei Yi, the thing that has impressed me most about him is actually, I think his score against Open Sicilians is just insanely good. He just seems to duff so many people. He feels so comfortable in these Open Sicilian lines. So really interesting that Jan decides to go into this such a sharp line, h6, and this delayed poison pawn, as it's called.
Yeah, I'm once again, I don't know the answer, and I'm not sure if either you know if you know, you're allowed to say. But I'm a bit curious why people stop playing Queen B6 immediately, because the inclusion of H6, I think, allows White some additional options.
Right.
And it would appear to me that even people at the very top level, people who are not really bothered by the idea of working at chess, have at some point said to themselves, I will no longer memorize all those horrible 30-move lines I need to make a draw in the classical poison pawn, because at some point, you know, the old main lines of Queen B6, Queen D2, Rook B1, and then E5. This became insanely popular at one point, and theory progressed so far here. And the only top-level game I can remember starting from this position, there was a game played in the European Club Cup last November between, I think, Rajabov was white against Anish Giri. And so they played this, and it was, they blitzed out about 25 moves and then got into some endgame, which Anish held quite comfortably. But apart from that one game, it appears to have been completely replaced by this H6, Queen B6, A3 line, which honestly, Black generally is fine these days everywhere because the margins are so small. And when I mean, once again, if you're ready and willing to analyze things deeply with the help of strong computers, you can hold almost anything. But as a White player, I'd be so happy if I didn't have to memorize all those things, and I could instead play these positions, which look extremely lively and extremely interesting.
Yeah, and after A3, the point is that.
Well, Queen B2, Knight A4 catches the Queen.
No,
that's the most obvious one.
Just hold on a second.
Sure. You can also play A3.
Why aren't they going A3 here?
No, they are, but once again, for me the larger point is that after Knight C6 in this position, there is no Bishop F2.
There's no Bishop F2.
There's no Bishop F2, and this is why I'm so curious as to why it is so important. And I'm sure that people who are in the know, so to speak, they understand why it's so important to include H6, because obviously after Queen D2 here, I mean after Queen B6, you can still go Queen D2 and the poison pawn will appear. But the inclusion of H6 is apparently so beneficial to Black, according to theoreticians of our age, that everybody seems to be doing that. Anyway,
well, he played A3.
He played A3, Knight B7, but people are playing Bishop F2 here. Yeah, I think those two games we were referencing earlier, they both started with Bishop F2, Queen C7,
Queen F3,
Queen F3, B5, long castles, castles long Bishop B7, G4, G5, H4,
and madness.
And madness ensues.
And then
G4, Bishop E2. This is the Caruana Nakamura game. Before A4, Knight E5, and you can look it up. It's a fantastic game, and there's a whole article dedicated mostly to that one game. No, actually, we shouldn't have included Bishop B7. The bishop should not be on B7. The bishop should be on E7. Because later you need to play E5. Yeah, we made a slight mistake there, but. The two games played in the London Classic in this line, both were very exciting, and in particular the Caruana Nakamura game was a very interesting illustration of how you can make horrible mistakes just when you don't go deep enough in a position, because it was quite obvious they were both aiming at the same position, but Fabiana's analysis was ever so slightly deeper. And that changes the evaluation from a somewhat equal endgame to a completely one position, a queen down. So, and at the top level, those mistakes don't happen very often. A brief search on our website will show you a very, very detailed report on that game. So, feel free to do that at some point.
Okay, interestingly though, here
Yeah,
where he
Wei
plays
does
bishop
something
e2,
else. Bishop e2 and
and
Jan blitzes out e5. And I'm completely on my own here. I don't know what's happening anymore. I assume you have to take and go knight b3 because I
really?
honestly don't see much else. I mean, if you go knight f5, it will get chased away. Maybe knight f5, g6, and bishop f2 could be another option, with or without fe5, d5. I'm not sure if we need to include this because maybe, yeah, queen c7, knight e3. But I think in this position I might actually be able to take on f4. Knight d5, I take, you take with the knight, I go queen d8, and I'm aiming to play knight e5, bishop g7, and castle. But although, no, knight e5 will lose to bishop b6, so maybe this is a bit optimistic, like bishop d4 might force me to go rook g8.
Oh, but then it's,
Yeah, this is not something I'm particularly excited about doing.
Yeah, knight e5, bishop
Still,
e6.
still, obviously, there's queen h4 check. I mean, we actually need to. If we want to go very deep
draw?
here, we could maybe claim this as a forced draw of some kind. But there are still 4 games I believe we haven't even showed the opening of. So
let's do that then. So, Adiban Aronian, we didn't really go over this in the predictions. Obviously, Adiban won the challenges last year. Nice guy, very talented player in my opinion. And today he played a London system against Levon.
Yeah, another thing that is now sort of universal, and plenty of people tried this at some point. And I think maybe it's a testament of how much respect he has for Levon's openings in the 1d4. Because Adiban, as is, I mean, reasonably well known, is maybe one of the more exciting attacking players on the circuit. And Levon's openings, in particular, once he goes knight f6 and d5, are very solid. So he is trying to mix it up very early. I'm not sure. Knight b2, bishop e7. Bishop e7 is not the most common move in this position. They normally play bishop d6. And,
but Magnus had a number of games that he won in this, didn't he, with White in the World Blitz and World Rapid. And I remember one game, I think, even by Levon, where he went bishop e7, I think h3, and then he went bishop d6. Did you see this game?
I haven't, but it makes perfect sense because you're stopping bishop g3.
Right. But it reminded me of that system in the Slav, because this is a Slav reverse, where Magnus went bishop e2, h6, bishop d3.
Yeah, it's very similar, actually, yeah.
And actually, I think something here, and then he moved his bishop 3 times in a row.
Yeah. But somewhat curiously, I guess after bishop e7, the feeling is, and the reasoning for knight e5 is knight h5 now is a threat.
Right.
So by playing knight e5, you play against the threat of knight h5, and Levon immediately replied knight e7. So once again, by the speed of their play, and we are lagging somewhat behind because we spent about 8 minutes of the round talking about random things. But the speed of Lev's play would suggest that he finally decided to spend some time seriously on looking at move orders against the London, and this is what he thinks is the most optimal way to solve his issues. And Adiban, as I think, is sort of it's a done thing in these structures. He is allowing Black to take on e5. Because then he will have queen g4 and pressure against the black king side. And there are some very famous historic games from that structure. There's a famous Spassky Petrosian game in which black later even gave up. It went something like, obviously not from this position, but it went something like this. And then black played queen c7 and tried castling queenside. White played something like a4 and b4 with a knight on f3, and let's put some moves on the board just for the structure. And then black just played c4, seemingly giving up this fantastic square on d4 for the white knight. But it turns out that like bishop c2, castles long, a4, a6. And in this structure, it turned out that white now has no way of opening the queen side, because a5 will be met by b5 and b5 will be met by a5. And I think by that point, black already played g5 and h5, and that should have been included at some point. And it turned out that the black's play on the king side is just a lot faster and a lot more efficient than whatever white can create in the center and on the king side, on the queen side. I'm sorry. So yeah, the structure is not well known, and there are, as mentioned, some very interesting games.
Even in this position, this isn't completely unrealistic, is it, to go bishop g3, h5 here?
Not at all. Yeah, you can. And I think maybe this is actually what happened. H4, GH4, and bishop F4. I think this was...
This is the game, is it?
This, not in this position, but this I think is maybe the structure they had eventually. I'm having weird flashbacks. I may be wrong about this one detail, but I have a feeling maybe this is what the structure looked like on the king side. We'll see. We'll see what
Levon's thinking about that,
what
isn't he?
Lev will do.
Okay, let's go.
This is the game which we did not even discuss
How dare
for
we?
1 second, and this is a
He's
game
the leader.
between the two leaders.
The two leaders. Well,
This is Pavel Elyanov, who is on 50% right now, having won.
No.
Also,
100%.
I have these weird verbal
That's all
tics during. It's not the first day I've been doing this.
That's all right.
I've been calling various squares incorrectly, and also
Happens.
I'm sorry.
It's-
Pavel is on 2 out of 2, and Harry gave mate to his compatriot yesterday, who kind of self-destructed in the run-up to the first time control. Harry is on +1 and shares second place with Magnus. So this is a very important game in the context of the tournament. And also they are playing a line which I have some experience with, weirdly.
So a symmetrical English, but then D5.
D5 is a very, very reasonable move here. And here Pavel played E3.
We saw E4 a lot in London.
E4 is an
B4.
important move, and there's this line which you are currently showing on the board, which has been very, very popular. 93 back.
And this is a draw if white wants.
If white wants, and this actually is what Nigel did against David at some point, which was very surprising. But there were enough fighting games later in that match to compensate for it. But E3 is also a very serious move these days. A lot of people have been doing this. And I had this position on the board against Yevgeny Tomashevsky in Novosibirsk during the Russian Super Final. And basically, I'm at a stage in my career when doing things I've been doing for the entirety of that career is becoming progressively boring. So I thought to myself, you normally take on C3 and go G6 and you're quite happy about life, frankly. But I've done this before, and why not try something else? And I did exactly what Harry is doing today. I played, I think I started with E6, because knight 6, bishop b5 might be awkward. Bishop c4, knight c6. And the thing here is that white can postpone playing d4 for another move, so that black never has the option of taking and playing bishop b4 and pinning that knight. So castles bishop b7, we're still following my game. And here you play d4, and I think Pavel will play d4 in this position. And compared to the normal panovs, if black just takes on d4, I think black is slightly worse off, because you don't normally get this with white. You get this with either with a bishop on d3, which I think is slightly worse for white, or you get it with black having played bishop b4, and maybe white had to waste a tempo on queen c2 or bishop d2 or something. So this position, like castles rook e1, I think is supposed to be, white is supposed to be happy about this. And what I did was, after 8 d4, I thought for about 10 minutes, and I thought, I'm a martial player, why not just castle? Bishop d5, e d5, dc5, bishop e6. And Yevgeny decided not to try and hang on to the c5 pawn, played b3, and was actually slightly better. I didn't enjoy this position as much as I hoped I would. But I'm wondering if this game is going to progress in the same direction, or whether Harry will just take on d4 and play a normal-looking panel.
Is there any other thing that white can consider? Of course, d4. Is there anything? I don't see.
No, I don't think you're saving any more tempi. I think you need to start playing d4 here. You could play something weird like queen e2 and rook d1 with opponent still on d2, but you're really inviting something like knight b6 to become a theme of conversation. Or
that's quite interesting, the queen e2.
But it's not obvious that you want the queen on e2 and the rook on d1, to be honest. If black takes on d4 at some point, it's not really that obvious that this is the setup you would prefer. And also, as I mentioned, you need to start thinking about knight b6 maybe. Bishop b5 is... No, bishop b3, bishop b3 maybe as well. I don't know. Yeah, maybe you can do this as well. e5 though. This is an option black doesn't normally have in these structures. Might just lead to mass simplifications, because I have a feeling you will play d4 anyway, and you will most likely win that pawn back. But it will be at the cost at the cost of
feels
mass
like he should just go d4.
I think he's rechecking his options, but d4 is by far the most natural move in this position. And there's also a soar upward game, which is very, very unusual in that Richard is playing mainline theory.
Wow.
I feel betrayed.
Yeah, He
Sort
starts
of,
off
yeah.
with b6 and it transposes
No,
to...
but it normally does transpose. He had the option here of going for the double fianchetto, which is something
Right.
black is doing these
Yeah.
days, and he decided not to. Yeah, it feels like he is not exactly himself today.
He's played a mainline Queen's Indian. This is completely mainline. Bishop f6, all being
No, this
seen.
is sort of old mainline, but it's a
Right.
very, very well established move order, which leads to a position I wouldn't call it, your typical rapport position, to be honest, because this is, for instance, maybe not this precise position. The game progressed somewhat further, but these moves are very, very natural for both sides. And Wesley played King G2. There was a very important game in the Chess Olympiad, which finished in Baku in 2016, between Evgeny Tomashevsky as white and Ruslan Ponomarev as black. In the match, which played a huge, huge role in determining how the Olympiad ended, because the Ukrainians ended up winning that match despite losing with white on board 4. Russia lost 2 games with, no, maybe on board 3. But Russia lost 2 games with white in this match. Grishuk lost to Volakitin, and Tomashevsky lost to Ponomarev, despite being very seriously better. And what happened in that game was, eventually I think in these positions black plays bishop c8, because there's really not a lot of other use you can find for your b7 bishop. And then Tomashevsky improved his position, sort of secured his position on the king side, and even had enough time to transfer, and bishop c8 has actually already been played by Rupert here. And then he actually had enough time, and the position is stable enough, and that really shouldn't be a surprise if you look at it, to transfer his king from g2 all the way to b1.
I recall this.
Yeah, and then he started some play on the king side, trying to push his pawns forward, and then made an inaccuracy, and Ponomarev won a pawn on the king side, was able to hold on to it, and convert it into a full point. And that was an incredibly important game in the context of the tournament, because had Russia won that match, everything would have been very, very seriously different.
Interesting. And okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. Now there is, I think we looked at all the, we have looked at all the games, but there is one move that is just screamed out to me here, Peter. Now you can understand why. A man of my culture, Queen h5 with a small threat.
Yeah.
And so the big question is, now clearly, why can't black just play g6?
Well, he can, but I think Adiban is not castling kingside in this game.
So he's just going to drop this.
I'm not sure it's even queen h6. You might bring it back, but then you will play h4, because queen h6, bishop f6.
Right.
I mean, it makes it actually maybe slightly harder to play h4 later, because you will run into bishop g7 and queens might get traded off, which will make your plan of giving mate slightly harder.
So his idea is just to go queen e2 or queen f3.
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, queen h6 is still a playable move, but yeah.
Let's say
I think queen e2 and
feels natural, doesn't it? And
you've actually developed your queen. You've prepared for the queen side castling if ever need arises. And Lev already played f5. I was about to mention that g6 is a lot less natural to me in this position than f5 is. Okay. Because now you've blocked off the bishop on d3. Currently g4 probably loses material, although I'm less sure about this now. Can we play g4 actually? No. Because knight f6, I think I can play queen h3. Okay. And if you take on e5, I want to take with a pawn.
Ah, and your knight's trapped.
But actually, yeah, f3 doesn't work though, because bishop h4, knight f2 wins material. Right. Maybe you can even take with the knight. But also, once we got there, I realized that after d takes e5, I think just knight e4 is very comfortable for black as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that feels wrong anyway to go g4.
Yeah, you probably don't go all in on your g4 plan yet. You can go knight df3. The queen doesn't really get trapped. Yeah, queen h3. I want to maybe take on c6, put the second one on e5, and then I will be slightly happy about the g4 plan. Or maybe even g4 straight away. I can also always include rook g1. It might not be a stupid move, because I think g4 is very likely to be, it might actually happen in this game. So yeah, we have a very, very interesting potential game in progress here.
Should we check in with Mr. Carlson?
Sure.
Not much has gone on, but we have got Queen c2, c6, and Bishop f4. So very
And yeah, people have
classical.
noticed. People have noticed. So I will address the elephant in the room. I've done something incredibly weird with my hair.
Oh.
I apologize for how it looks, and
I think it looks absolutely beautiful.
you keep,
I really do.
You keep
I
on
don't know what
saying
they're
that.
talking
Yeah,
about.
you
What's
keep on
wrong with
saying
it?
that. Everything, absolutely everything is wrong with it currently.
Oh, the side part. It's a bit 1930s, I think, is what they're saying. But that's fine, you know. You're a classical kind of guy. That's fine. Talking about classical things, Bishop f4 is quite a classical idea, exchanging black's good bishop, theoretically, and leaving him with a bad one on c8. So takes, and now...
Yeah, we had this structure yesterday in the Ivan Velielyanov game, or a similar structure anyway. But there, black actually took on f4 with a knight, which went from f6 to d5 to f4. So black had a pair of bishops, but on the other hand, he had to somewhat compromise his structure by taking on c4 for all of that to happen.
And now, well, Magnus decided to...
b6, knight e5, and he's already snapped that knight off, which is an interesting choice. I'm not sure if I've seen this in this particular structure before. Generally,
why not just bishop?
I think generally people try to tolerate it for a while and sort of play around it, or maybe even go for the c5 break. That would be my default setting here, but Magnus has different ideas.
So
and actually, both captures seem interesting. Let's look at f takes first.
F takes is definitely the first one you...
Yeah, because if ever you achieve a position in which you can play both f4 and e4 later,
right, yeah.
your center will look glorious.
Why can't you?
I'm not sure. I mean, black has... After 97, I would actually seriously consider just taking and playing e4 straight away.
Yeah, suddenly...
And asking you if you want to sacrifice the h7 pawn here, for instance, by doing this. It's not utterly ridiculous. You also have bishop a6 in this position. You have it at any point. You can also react to e4 immediately by playing bishop a6. But let's say I go rook e1. No, but this looks very loose from white. Queen g5 check, rook c8. The h7 pawn might not be felt very keenly. But Andreikin already has taken with the f pawn, so we are headed towards something like that. I don't expect knight h5. Knight h5 would be interesting.
Feels wrong, doesn't
but
it?
it might not. Yeah, e3 f6 though. But yeah, doesn't feel quite right somehow. Doesn't feel quite right somehow. Queen e2, g6, take on f6, and knight c3. I'm not sure if you should be taking with the knight or the queen. It's an open question. And Magnus played knight g4, which was actually... I was wondering if that was the idea.
See, knight g4.
Followed by knight h6, knight f5, trying to bring it... if it gets to h4, and that's another theme we were sort of discussing with Jan yesterday, but in the position we had yesterday in the game of Van Velielyanov, it really... White had to stand absolutely still for black to get the knight over to h4. And here it's 3 moves away, and also h3 probably will be half forced at some point. You need to address that knight. So you probably start by chasing it away, and then it goes to h6, and black wants knight f5, and then maybe even f6 to open more squares for his pieces. And he might develop a very serious initiative on the king side if white is not fast enough. Like if you make some neutral moves here, knight c3, I don't know. Let's say knight c2. Knight d2 actually might be a better idea. You're absolutely right there. But still, knight f5, knight f3, f6. You take, I take. Rook takes is not out of the question, but yeah, with knight on f3, white's future doesn't look as horrible because the knight actually doesn't get to h4, at least not without trading it off.
Also, there are quick e4 breaks in some positions. This could develop into...
yeah, I'm very happy about all this because it's not going to be a standard symmetrical Catalan with not much happening. It has every opportunity of becoming very, very sharp.
They have absolutely raced through the game in Wojtaszek versus Giri. Let's quickly go through it. We had a e3 Slav and the old I say old, it's not that old, is it?
Not that old, but this is one of the absolute central lines of the Slav these days. Not something I ever played with either color, but we all are aware of the existence of this. Let's put it like this.
Queen b3.
Queen c7, yeah, and white aims to postpone the capture on g6 for as long as possible to make sure you don't have to worry about some rook h2 shenanigans.
Right.
So, and black obliges by just castling, and dc4 followed by knight d7 is also very natural here, because black generally plays for central breaks, either c5 or e5.
And indeed he played e5.
Yeah, and once again we are 40-ish minutes into the round, and generally if you reach such a randomized position at around move 19 in 40 minutes, either both of them or one of them definitely is probably still very much inside his home prep.
So
d5, yeah, that looks very, very natural in response to e5, to which Anish replied by immediately breaking the structure in the center, and he won the d pawn for the b pawn, which
I assume b4 was just going to be
94.
knight e4.
Yeah, 94 looks very,
Right.
very decent here, and he might be
Might be winning actually. Wasn't
no, not winning. Actually, can we look for something else for white to do? Because here I will take on e4 with the knight, with the f knight, and play a5, and maybe this is not so horrible. Is there something stronger? I don't see it, but we have to check. Maybe knight a4. Knight a4 might be a half decent idea, because I think I force you to take, and probably take with a knight on d5, and then I can play queen takes c6 and claim I'm much better in this endgame. Because of the pair of bishops, and in particular because of the c4 square you've given to my light squared bishop. Yeah, which is why b4 has not been played. C takes b5, knight takes b5, queen b6. If you give black some tempi here, black will just be better, because his pawn center is very nice and white has a weakened structure on the king side. But Radek immediately tries to simplify into an endgame by playing b4 and queen c6. And Anish blitzes out queen rook b8.
Blitzing it out, Anish.
Yeah, blitzing out rook b8 in reply. Yeah, it does feel like, at the very least, Anish knows exactly what he's doing, and he's checked this and has convinced himself this is perfectly fine. This is one of those positions where if white manages to stabilize and kind of keep the black counterplay in check, he will be better because he has the pair of bishops. And for instance, like, my first idea here would be to take on b6, just to sort of make sure I don't blunder anything, and play something like a3. And I want to play knight c7 next move. And then I will end up with my couple of bishops against the bishop and knight. a5, because of the bishop on d2, which is a very useful piece.
This just looks great for white.
Yeah, the thematic break black generally wants on the queen side is not that easy to achieve, because I will just take on a5 whenever.
What I like is how these pawns are restricting
Yeah,
these knights,
and
and,
the
this
knights-
guy as
yeah.
well also.
And the knights don't really have any particular good squares right now.
Why isn't this just great for white?
Maybe bishop d8. I'm now wondering if black plays bishop d8, but like I have the c3. I have the c3 square in reserve. So no, I'm not sure bishop d8 is such a great move. I convinced myself knight c7 is a threat, but maybe it's not. But you do need to make a move of some kind, so it's not that easy to suggest one. My sort of immediate assessment here would be I would much rather be white here. I would feel that I have a little bit of something to work with. But once again, you do have to go by these tells you get from timings and things of that nature. And the feeling you get from what Anish is doing is that he is perfectly comfortable with this, and he is convinced that black holds. You could also actually start with a3 in the current position. I'm not sure why I was so hasty.
Yeah, I was thinking about that also. Just
Yeah.
going
I can do it here to not improve your rook from b8 to b6, give you fewer options as black.
Looks tremendously comfortable for white.
Yeah, looks very attractive at first glance, but
Maybe Anish has got a little plan up his sleeve. Interestingly, Wei hasn't moved, and I've been told in the chat.
Wei actually does these weird tanks. In one of my World Cup games against him in Baku, I played somehow via the c4, c5, four knights English. We transposed into what generally is probably more commonly achieved by Queen's Gambit decline, some symmetrical type of position, which then became an Isolani, very similar to what we were discussing in the Ilyanov Hare Krishna game. And I made the move, which isn't a novelty of any kind. Just we reached some theoretical position. He just thought for about 42 minutes.
Right.
On move 10. And made a very normal move he could have made in 5 minutes flat.
Yeah.
And the game was still drawn. It doesn't really bother him very much, but he is known to. And look, Pavel, after some thought, actually did play Queen E2, which is and Rook D1.
There you go.
Well played, sir.
No, I think we'll come back to that. But
Yeah, sure.
I was your knight b6 and e5. I think will be played, by the way. And
Knight b6 has already been played, and now the
Right.
question is whether White wants to go bishop b3 or bishop b5. Bishop b5 might be more critical, but we'll get to that.
yeah, but basically in the Wei Yi game, he has spent over 30 minutes here, and if it's a position and he's just played knight f5.
No, but
as we talked.
it's a committal decision. So
Yeah.
if somehow e5 was a bit of a surprise for him, you can understand why you would take a decent chunk of time here on this decision. Also, I don't know why we started with g6. You can just take on f4 here and play g6 later, and the knight will not go to e3. Might be a.
So if you take on f4 immediately, okay.
Yeah, it's sort of. I mean, it's an idea at least.
Ideas are always. Yeah, it doesn't completely scream out to me what.
Yeah, I don't see how this loses necessarily. Well, I can just play queen g2, I guess. Although then you really have
But
to consider
then-
queen takes. No, but queen takes b2, you can't really go pawn grabbing to this extent. I think you'll get punished somehow. My plan was queen d2 g6, and this will need to be refuted somehow. Because if this doesn't lose, it will just give black a very, very decent position.
I mean, we got to do something. I mean,
No, you can still play bishop f2, and I will still have to go to c7, but in this position you will have to go back to d4, which is a huge
feels
change.
wrong, yeah.
Yeah, knight e5, queen f4, bishop g7.
But this feels
Yeah,
like
this feels like you black got a very,
a
very
really good
comfortable,
version, no?
very, very comfortable edition of these types of positions.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Weird. So knight f5.
Yeah, and once again, we'll see how well Jan knows what's going on here, because he was blitzing up to this point. I think he was very confident in bishop e2, e5, but generally, if bishop e2, e5 is still in your preparation, and you have to assume it was, knight f5 cannot possibly be a surprise to you. You absolutely have to look at that. So
Bizarre. It doesn't feel like
he'll probably recheck for a while, but he should have some kind of an answer at his fingertips here.
Right. In the Elyanov game, so Peter and I both thought that he would play d4 after some thought, but he did go for queen e2, castles, and rook d1.
Yeah, the somewhat slower plan, but yeah, it has its merits, because it also makes black's life a bit trickier in a sense that you have to constantly contend with white's idea of playing d4, and white still hasn't given you a definite structure to aim against. And I'm also wondering if, let's say, we make some completely... Knight b6 is what he played.
Yeah.
What I mean is, if we make some sort of a ridiculous move, maybe even not that ridiculous, let's try playing b6 here. Can I play d4, c takes d4, knight takes d5? No, I had a specific idea in
Okay.
mind. Knight d5, e d5, and knight takes d4, or maybe bishop b5. But even this, for instance, is this any good? Although I think maybe the version with the 4 bishops is not that great. But bishop b5, in particular with a pawn on b6, might be an idea here. Bishop b7, I'll take on c6, I'll take on d4, and then bishop d2, bishop c3. It's not a lot, but it's very pleasant for white. You get a very, very stable position where you get to, play around, and knight wants to go to f5.
Some knight jumps always.
Yeah.
Interesting. But this didn't happen because
He did play knight b6, and now the clear fork in the road is bishop b3 has obvious strategic advantages, because I think it's where the bishop belongs, but it allows e5. Or you play bishop b5, which is a lot weirder as a square. And actually one possible reaction to it might be knight a5, d4, c4. And that bishop might have to get traded off, because my next move is a6 followed by knight takes a4. And this is maybe why Pavel is contemplating, because you get a very nice central structure here. You can play e4, a6, bishop a4. Yes, black does take, but you take, you return to c3. And this becomes very, very tempo dependent position, because
and then d5 or something?
well, I probably need to play before. Actually, I don't want to allow d5.
Right.
I think I play before straight away here.
Right.
And ask you where you want this knight to go, because if knight a4, I maybe can continue chasing it, queen e8 or bishop d7 or something. It does go to c5, but I can take it and maybe try playing against the c5 pawn. The position becomes very, very concrete. Or you can play bishop b3 in the position they have on the board right now. But then after e5, you really need to find some kind of reply, because if black just continues unmolested, so to speak, bishop f5 or bishop g4, queen d7, rook a8,
Yes.
he'll be very happy.
Very happy, yeah.
He'll be
I
very
agree.
happy.
I wonder what Pavel's thinking about. Okay, in the meantime, let's quickly switch back to... We haven't seen Kalyaki and Van Veli. And we had a long tank by Luke, actually, even though in this position there aren't many moves available apart from 95. Knight g4 looks...
No, you play
very
knight
odd.
g5 here. I think maybe there is some theory connected with knight h5. I may have seen some Gawain Jones
knight
games in
h5,
knight h5.
right.
Knight h5 connected with the idea of...
Castles, bishop g4.
No, castles you will take on d4. You need not...
Oh, sorry.
You kind of
Knight
have to-
h5, bishop e3, bishop
And
g4.
they go bishop g4, or maybe even the immediate f6, and they go for this plan of immediately undermining the white
Right.
center. But the knight on h5 is, of course, a bit weird, so there is a trade-off there.
Right.
You do get an extra tempo, because knight d5 doesn't threaten the d4 pawn immediately, and also it allows white to do what Sergei has immediately done, and that is supporting the d4 pawn with a pawn. And now, well, if you give white some time, and he gets to play queen e2, bishop e4, castles, the other one will goes to g5, white will, or e3, frankly, white will have a very, very nice position. So black needs to challenge it somehow. And once again, you kind of want to play f6, but this is now
This
completely
is,
impossible because of, tactics.
Unpleasant pin.
Yeah, tactics.
I don't like what Luke has done. I don't like it. I don't think this was the kind of try, because now white's position, it just flows so
Yeah, it's very
Bishop
easy to
E4,
play, and
castles, h3, you get the pair of bishops sometimes.
And black's biggest issue in this position is that there's this knight on c6, which is actually getting in the way of a c5 break, which is, if black could play c7, c5 here, his position would suddenly look so much better. But because there's this knight there, it's incredibly difficult to achieve, because you would need to waste like 3 tempi to do that, because the knight would then have to return to some good squares. And because you're going to play c5, and f6 is also becoming progressively difficult with the queen on d5 getting in the way there. It's not that easy to challenge the white center. And for as long as this pawn is on e5, restricting the bishop on g7, white always has a very pleasant game. Yep.
Agreed. Wesley, Sir Richard Rapport. We last saw bishop c8, which you said you've seen before, this idea, and rook h1, so not allowing black to...
No, he just felt that this will be better to bring the rook to the h file immediately. He played knight h2 here.
Interesting.
So he is doing, I think, a version of what Tomaszewski was doing to a very large degree, but faster, because Tomaszewski felt he needed to secure the king position before going for something direct on the king side. And black generally plays h5, g6, and bishop g7 here. And if you do it here, I think you just get mated.
Well,
h5,
g6
no, g6
first.
maybe, but I wanted just to show
Okay,
h5.
so h5.
Queen e2,
Yeah.
g6, g4. I think this is just mate, very possibly. H g4, knight g4, bishop g7, h5. You might just get completely rolled over there.
This
I mean, game still continues. You can play f5 here, and maybe the King's Indian players will just laugh at me and say, "This is not even an attack. Why are you so panicky?" But
I'm supposed to be a King's Indian player, but I'm not laughing. But actually, when I look at f5, that
well,
could
you
be a
the problem is you have to go back to h2, and then black gets some time to maybe reestablish something.
Yeah, I don't think this is...
But at the very least, this is something black will need to very seriously assess. And I am very serious about, they generally do play g6 and h5. It's very much how you set up your position here. g6, h5, king g7, rook h8 is the setup. But yeah, if you start with g6, white probably plays h5 followed by rook ch1.
Yeah, this could be mate.
Yeah, and this you really don't like with black because compared to the King's Indian, you don't have the light square bishop, and white is already some way ahead here. And you do have the f5 counterplay, but without the light square bishop and with the both rooks already on the h file, it feels like it will be way too slow. Yeah, interesting approach by Wesley, and he's also playing very fast, so maybe he has some set opinions on this. And Jan played g6, so we looked at this.
But we must have missed something with the f then, because we looked at this and we said this is bishop f2, queen c7, or queen c7.
There is actually queen c6, but once again, I don't think Jan is into pawn grabbing all that much. Like knight e3, knight e4. It might not be losing by force, for all we know, but it does look incredibly dangerous. Like takes, bishop f3. Next move, knight d5. Very, very difficult to convince me this is not horrible.
This could be losing by force.
Yeah, it could very easily just completely collapse.
I don't see him playing queen c6.
No, we expect bishop f2 to be blitzed out here. I don't think you include fe5, e5 ever, because you don't want to allow bishop c5 as a move. So, and here queen goes to either c6, c6 or c7. There are no other moves. You cannot allow knight takes d6.
I think.
And then you go knight e3. And here black already has options. This is, I think, maybe the first serious turning point. Because maybe you can make an argument for not taking on f4 immediately.
Maybe.
But I'm kind of struggling to name moves because, I mean, allowing f5, you will regret very, very possibly not taking on f4 while it was still possible. And yeah. The line we were discussing is actually looking more and more critical with every moment.
So
like EF 95 we take, probably. I think. Although maybe an argument can be made for keeping the knight on d5. I mean, white has two knights and both of them want to be on d5, which is an argument for not making the trade for him.
But
yeah, you can play bishop d4, but once again, there's an additional option of bishop g7, which wasn't there. Maybe this is the trick, so to speak.
So if I take...
I want to take with a knight, and I really, really badly want not to lose to e5
yeah,
or something.
I really want it to work, but it feels...
Well, I don't think it does. I can't find any way for it to work. But if I get bishop g7 in here, if I get all of my moves in, let's say queen d2, I go queen, bishop g7.
This feels great.
No, but I might be losing the d6 pawn, which probably should worry me here a little bit. Like queen f4, castles long. The d6 pawn is in trouble. I have knight e8, but knight e8 is a horrible move to make in these structures. It needs to be on e5.
D6 pawn?
Well, a little bit.
Why don't we just play like a dragon? You know, go here, rook d6, queen a5.
Yeah, and the queen gets captured. This is the issue.
Oh.
Yeah, put it on the board for demonstration.
Yeah, that is a bit disguised. Bishop.
Yeah, well, it doesn't get
Queen
captured,
G5,
but it gets traded.
Yeah,
and if it gets traded, your counterplay will be a lot weaker. Or you can play knight h5, and I will take on h5 and play bishop d4, and once again you're running out of attacking pieces there.
Yeah, we don't want to...
This is suddenly quite horrible. I think queen g5 is a better move, but even there, white is just a pawn up. But we are getting obviously very, very seriously carried away here.
Why not? It's Christmas.
Yeah, we had that discussion with Jan on the way back, actually. How long do you think, like, I understand Christmas starts very early in the Western world, but like late November there's already Christmas markets and things. But
earlier than that.
For how long do you think into January the Christmas spirit continues?
According to Western culture? Or?
Yeah, the way you view it, for instance, yeah.
I don't know, it ended a long time ago in England, in my opinion. But I know in Russia, obviously, the 7th.
No, there's also the old New Year, which just, the celebrations for people so inclined, they continue until the 14th, basically. There is still there will be fireworks and people, being somewhat unruly in the streets on the night from the 13th to the 14th, because that's the old New Year for
Gotcha.
the old calendar.
In the
And I assume we still have a tree up at home. I haven't really. I mean, if they dismantle the tree while I'm here, I'll be very upset.
Will you?
I think the agreement was the tree gets put away when I get back from Jib.
Okay.
If they've done this on the sly, I will be horribly upset.
Horrible. Well, I don't think there's going to be any Christmas presents in this game because this looks like it's simplified. All the knights have been traded off, which is reasonably sad.
Yeah, all these
Bishop
developments are making me unhappy because it's dried up.
It's really
You
dried
can
up.
still. I sort of understand where Levon is coming from because he feels that he is playing Adiban, who I think dislikes the idea of anything drying up, and against players like that, it sometimes is a great idea just to constantly, play this very correct, very accurate chess and tell them, I know you're bored, do something about it. Because in a position like this, someone who is bored might be tempted into some things which are ill-advised.
This can go wrong for white quite quickly, though, these positions, right? No?
No, I mean, if you don't want to do anything, it's very easy not to do anything at all here. Just take on d6, go queen
Okay.
h4, queen g3 or something. You're perfectly fine.
Right. Interestingly, Pavel did go bishop b5, so
Not shocking.
Not
I think
shocking.
not allowing e5 is important.
right.
But yeah, now the interesting question is whether Harry actually is planning to go knight a5. Knight a5 is a bit of a weird move. You don't generally make moves like this, but it's connected with a very concrete idea. White could also maybe try to play around it. Like there is a very strange sequence of moves you could try, like
B3
bishop
here?
d3 here.
I wanted to go b3.
b3, maybe I
first.
can play c4, or maybe no, c4 you will take with the bishop, and then
Right.
you'll have enough support. Yeah, b3 is very much it's a lot better than what I was about to suggest. Yeah, because you even force black to waste the tempo on a6, and only then you play bishop d3,
Right.
bishop b2, and yeah.
Suddenly you've got a few.
You will eventually play
and
yeah,
these guys
Horowitz bishops. Yeah,
The Horowitz, right?
yeah, the Horowitz bishops. No, this is quite nice, and I think this may be the reason why knight a5 is not all that attractive. Well spotted, Lawrence.
So if he plays something more standard like bishop d7, is the idea just to go d4?
Yeah,
takes
I
and knight
think-
d4.
No, that I think is too much simplification. I think you almost always have to go for isolanis here. But knight b4 is very comfortable here, though. Just knight b4, trade the light squared bishops off, and this is generally the kind of a trade black welcomes a great deal in structures like these. You do get some tempi with knight e5, but black should be fine. Queen e8 followed maybe by f6 and queen f7 is a plan they occasionally employ there. What you don't want to happen is for white to get all his moves in, like knight e5, queen goes somewhere, you play a3, rook d3, rook h3.
Yeah.
But I think black should be in time to stop
Yeah.
that somehow.
Curious. Okay. In the Wojciech-Giri game, in fact, it did happen as you thought, Peter. He took on b6 first, so there was a reason for that, and played a3. And Giri's gone into the tank here. Now, I have to say, even though Anish is one of the best prepared players in the world, if we remind ourselves of a certain game in London where he played the London system himself with white and was on the precipice of defeat very, very early on, he got absolutely battered out of the opening.
No, it does.
It does happen
to even
Even
the
look
best.
at Hikaru,
Yeah,
in the game against Fabiano where he didn't go deep enough. It's one of those positions where if the computer just thinks this is very, very equal, but you don't look at it too much, you could be wrong. And I'm sure, playing this with black, I would be really, really not happy at all.
No, it's a position where, and Anish I'm sure realizes that, it's a position where you can very easily drift into serious trouble if you're not precise and you're not fast enough here with your counterplay. And you will need counterplay. Because endgames with bishops against non-bishops they go bad really fast.
Mm.
If you're not what?
I have to. There was a great.
Go.
No, this is.
Go for it.
I'm gonna go. Zoli Dinas says, "Who's cutting Svidler's hair?" Grishchuk was a little jab that didn't make me laugh. Well done, Zoli Dinas. At least he's got hair. You know, I'd kill to have Peter's.
On the
full
other
hair.
hand, I just got someone on Twitter saying that I look like I've just come off the set of Mad Men, which
That's a compliment.
yeah, people I think are trying to make me feel better about this.
I think-
I appreciate the effort, but I don't believe you. I've watched the entire Mad Men. I don't look anything like that, sadly.
Keep the chat coming, guys. We are keeping an eye on it. And I noticed that everybody is premium, so I believe this is a premium.
You're late to this
Development.
stunning new development.
Okay.
Yeah, our coverage of Vike is live only for premiums only on the website. Yeah.
Wonderful. I think that's a very interesting development. Svidler on increments says Svidler is brilliant.
I think he means that my hair is shiny. I'm pretty sure.
His name is Svidler on increments, so he's.
I'm pretty sure he is referring to the fact that the hair is very shiny today. Anyway,
Okay.
What are we looking at?
Let's go back to Magnus's game
Sure,
because
that always is a good bet.
So we last saw it at knight g4.
And Andreikin is actually trying to save even on the h3 move, which is an interesting idea and maybe a worthy idea, to be honest. Why would you force the knight towards the square as it will go to anyway? So knight d2, Magnus played bishop a6, which is also very natural. cd5. You're kind of tempted to take on e2 here,
Yeah,
but I don't
but
think
you
it
know-
works. First of all, d6 probably wins.
d6 probably just won.
But also just rook e1,
Rook
queen
e1.
h4, you take on e2 and it's only one check, sadly, for black.
Yeah.
It's just not working. So cd5, sanity prevailed, knight f3, you can play rook c8, the queen will go to d2, and it's also a very decent square for the queen here. I think white managed to stabilize very well here. Black is still fine. I mean, you play rook c8, queen d2, queen e7, then you slowly start bringing your knight towards the f5 square. Although bishop, maybe another reason why he didn't
Does
play
he want to
h3.
play this move
Yeah.
here in king h1? Is this too?
No. This looks absolutely correct. It's a lot better than the positions with the pawn on h3 and the bishop on g2, which is doing nothing.
Right.
You opened up the g file for yourself. You want to go rook g1, rook g3, rook a g1. There's also rook takes g7.
Rook g7 and queen h6.
If black blunders it, but black's not going to blunder it. And also very notably, once the knight actually reaches f3, playing f6 becomes a lot less attractive of a proposition, because there's an e5 square available to the knight as well.
I like this. I like what Dmitri's done. I think he's.
No, I think he played that sequence very, very sensibly, and
Harry did play bishop d7.
yeah.
So
And we should address, because I told you specifically,
Yes.
sort of whoa. Richard
played
is,
h5. He just didn't believe he was getting mated. So
Richard is calling the fire on himself here. What's the term?
Not quite sure.
Like when people call artillery fire onto their position. And there's
Right. He's inviting the inviting the heavy armory or something like that. Yeah,
No.
because h5.
That was horrible. That was
The heavy artillery.
chat. Help us out.
I don't know. I'm not good with my war sort of maxims. So
Yeah, but he is saying, yeah, queen e2 g4. I know you can do this, but I'm not worried in the slightest. I have enough counterplay there. Might be right.
because this did feel enough for
Yeah.
black, I have to say. It did feel
Yeah,
enough.
I could maybe throw in rook g1 first. I was wondering.
Where do you want to play
Because
that?
I will previous move. Rook g1, f5, knight h2 to have like king h1 and immediately attack your pawn on g6. It's not horrible from a strategic viewpoint, but black might still have more than enough after, let's say, if fe4 and rook f4 of some kind, rook a f8, I don't know. Gets very sharp.
Very, very sharp. This could get very exciting. Indeed. Sergey has just brought a couple of bishops out, which makes sense.
Black can finally play f6. And if he can, he really should, would be my
Right.
expert assessment here.
Right.
This is a move you need to make in this structure. But on the other hand, white, for instance, has the option, should he want to do that, to play something like, I'm not sure where I want to castle, which side. There's also f5, but f5 white will just play bishop c2. I'm pretty sure that nobody's taking on f6 if black plays f5. Let's say I castle queenside here. Fe g5.
Mm-hmm.
The knight has to go to some really awkward squares because knight a5 might even be losing to b4. Although there's queen a4 there, you need to continue calculating, but might be very strong for white. But even let's say if after knight a5 I just play h3. Once again queen a4 is bothering me a little bit. This might give black enough counterplay here.
Okay, so let's have a...
Although here, I mean, I can take on e4 and take on h7. Yeah, this is what I was referring to. I keep on calling the squares by the wrong names, which is not something I'm...
This one, is that one?
Yeah, rook h7. Maybe queen takes g4, but...
Even here.
Knight c4, rook g7 wins. All of those moves lose to rook takes g7 bishop. Let's show that.
So that, yes, so
that's a nice geometrical motif.
Yeah, and that is winning.
Yeah, but rook h7, maybe you take on g4 and you pretend everything is fine. Because the bishop on g7 does a half-decent job for now of covering your king. But rook h1, and you really need to continue calculating here. Might be good for black, might be also very good for white. There's also queen c4 instead of queen g4, which may have been an even stronger option.
So in this position here,
yeah, rook h7, queen c4. That probably is just very, very strong. Because the queen is hanging, the rook is hanging, and if we take, the bishop will be hanging. So I think white just loses material here.
It feels a bit, yeah, so f6. So Sergei needs... why not just castle short?
Yeah, you can do the same, yeah.
And go like this, and then we don't run into all of this.
I was hoping for something direct on the king side, but this, obviously, queen a4 is going to be a much smaller issue here.
Yeah.
With the king not on c1. Knight b8, I guess, is maybe even forced here. And then I wanted to play something like, do I want to play c4 here? I wanted to go h3 and knight g5 in some order. But h3 bishop f5, I might lose the g5 pawn. I might not be in time to make all of my moves.
If here?
You take, and you take on d5.
Ah. Yeah. We can't. Let's play c4 first, shall we?
Yeah, e6 or c6, one of those two moves. Maybe e6. I'm not quite sure which one is better. I'm leaning towards e6, but I'm not sure why. Rook a d1. Well, it does get compensation, but the question is whether he is better or not.
It got very interesting. I think he has to play this, doesn't he, Lukey?
Yeah.
Otherwise, white's just castling, and it's just too. And he played f6.
And he did play f6, yeah. And yeah, not unexpected, because the center absolutely needed to be challenged here. You cannot really play much longer without doing something about this pawn chain. Pavel played d4.
Pavel is.
Yeah, the thing you mentioned, it has to be addressed. CD4, ed4. I was happy until I noticed knight b4. If you take with a knight, the issue with this is that I take on d4, and I can even play take on b7, b5 here actually. And this is just very, very dry and probably completely equal. Yeah, queen e8 is even a move if I want to really insist on equalizing when I'm not even worse. It's one of those cases where queen e8 probably is an immediate. It equalizes on the spot, but black is not worse, so I don't know why I'm trying to equalize on the spot. Queen 7 might be more ambitious. No, I think this is the issue with what Pavel is doing. If you take with the knight, everything comes off, it's a draw. But if you take with the pawn, you might actually be slightly worse after knight b4. I mean, structurally, you are slightly worse here, because the bishops are coming
off. It's not
off.
a good IQP, is it, for white, really?
No,
You've spent too many tempi.
Yeah, you are not ahead on tempi, and also, very, very importantly, you are losing your light square bishop. I mean, not losing, but you're trading it, which makes the eventual blockading knight on d5 a lot stronger.
Well, well, well. And by the way, Sergei did play castles long, so
Yeah.
he's obviously got something up his sleeve. So
Yeah.
fe5.
Let's continue with this. f5, d5, knight a5. I think knight a5 here is very, very critical because knight b8, especially with the king on c1 and the pawn on d5 protected, here it's a lot stronger.
So let's have a think.
Yeah, before queen a4 is sort of barely hanging on as far as I can tell. Let's put this on the board and consider. Black wants to play queen a3 check,
Right.
which is going to be an annoyance, at the very least. And there are moves like bishop g5 here, which re-establish the threat to the knight on a5 and also threaten the e7 pawn. This is the first move that looks good here. But black can do various things here. Like I'm looking at rook f4. Which will probably appeal to your sense of beauty, but might not work.
What if I... Let's actually try and make the cogs... Let me be real Neanderthal. Let me be my true self.
Sure. Take on e7.
Yeah, I wanted to throw in...
You're driving me towards better squares, actually. I'm not sure if it's good.
I'm
King
just...
b1?
Yeah.
You want to go rook b6,
Yeah,
but you don't actually create
I'm
any
not
threats,
threatening
which is a
anything, am I?
problem. If I somehow manage to simplify, I'll just win.
Let's not do that. So if I go rook... rook a6, no, this doesn't...
Once again, I don't really understand what
I'm
the
not doing
threat
anything,
is.
yeah. I feel like I'm just throwing pieces up the board without actually...
Mm.
So bishop g5, so we need a move.
Yeah, the issue with my rook f4 move is that
Yeah.
you take on f4, and after ef you take on a5. And sadly...
Oh, that's a lot of pieces.
But maybe bishop takes c3 can... But I feel like white will stabilize here, like rook d3 and the king runs towards the other side of the board.
Yeah.
There's too much of a shield with the light square so firmly under white's control.
I don't believe this, right.
Yeah, although, you know, in this particular position, I go queen a3 check, king g1, queen a4 check, but you do have queen c2, queen e4, queen c3. Yeah, that'll be sufficient.
Enough, yeah.
That'll be sufficient.
So, the e5, knight a5. Now, we don't have to go b... I mean, is there an argument for playing a move like this? Is that so... Is that, or is
but
that...
it gives black a very, very important tempo in a position where it feels like,
Right.
you know... No, you don't have to play b4, but the thing about this move is that if it works, it wins, which is why you're
Right.
immediately drawn to it. If it works, you just pick up a piece and the game is over.
Right.
So this is why we were trying to calculate it. But yeah, b3 makes some sense. Once again, maybe e6, but with the rook already on d1, it feels a lot less potent and gives white options, like you can play h3, even ignore it. Yeah, it will be very interesting to see what transpires. Let's see if Luke absolutely has to take on e5 straight away. Maybe he has some other moves here. There is bishop f5, which I sort of like.
I quite like it as well.
Yeah, trying to trade some pieces off before taking on e5 to make your life easier in the forthcoming complications.
I really like that move, actually.
Yeah, but it also allows some additional things like
Can I take d5? Is that so outrageous? I mean, it is outrageous. But
d5, knight e5, knight d4, queen g4. That probably ruins your plans a little bit.
Probably does. States.
Because I'm stopping you from actually achieving your...
You're stopping me from everything, actually.
From achieving your knight e6 dream.
I like my pawn on h3. That might work. Okay, so that doesn't work. I actually...
there is queen c4 check here. So I don't know if it achieves very much, because I think black can just allow e6. I don't think e6 is such a great move here. So king h8 and... yeah, let's see it. Let's look at e6. Might be okay, because rook d6 I have d5. It's not that easy to attack that pawn right now. Rook d5 maybe. Oh, weird position, and but bishop f5 is definitely something black could consider at least. It might not be a great move, but you want to at least consider whether it's playable or not here.
And actually, Pavel has gone into your line where you thought black was at least equal, and I tend to agree with you.
But the thing is, knight takes d4 is just so mind-numbingly, boring that you go for this.
Prefer to be slightly worse.
Yeah, you just go for this because I mean Pavel is a proper chess player. He wants to have a game. He doesn't really care about. And Jan has done something weird.
Jan has done something really weird.
But I think it's actually not that weird because I think the point is knight e3, queen takes. Oh, knight takes e4 might be playable. Knight takes e4 might be playable because we attack the f2 bishop, and there's not going to be.
What's this? Sorry, what am I looking at?
I'm looking at knight e3 here because I don't really see what else do you want to play. I mean, there's. Hang on, you can play b4. We probably should start by looking at b4.
Yeah, b4 is definitely the first.
b4, gf5, and b4 has been played by Wei already. gf5, bc5. I
Queen
guess
A5
you
is
take, although there's also queen a5, there's also queen c6 maybe, which has a semblance of a point. gf blitzed out by Jan. White, once again, probably if he wants to, could postpone b takes e5 for a tempo, but it's not quite obvious. It's not quite obvious what you do if you don't take the knight, because
including f5, knight e5.
Yeah, f5, even d5. I don't think it improves your position because it connects the bishop on f8 with.
Right. He's going to take on c5. He's going to do this. But does Jan have a strong move? So queen f5, queen d2.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we need that. I mean, my biggest question is if I just go complete caveman. I mean, not caveman, but I mean, it's actually not cavemanish at all. If I just go full materialist and just take on c5 here, don't look for any Zwischenzugs. Take on e4. Queen c6, I suppose. Well, here I might play queen a5 check. Here it does make sense.
And this is nothing, I assume. Doesn't feel like anything.
And people in chat have very, very beautifully refuted the line we were showing, and that actually is very deserving of a mention because that is a very beautiful line. Thanks, Elion. In the Karakin game, in the position we were discussing, h3, queen a4, hg, queen c4, queen e4. Yeah. Once again, I'm misnaming the squares. I should somehow stop. In this position, I have of course seen rook g7, but in this position you have bishop h6 check,
followed by
and this is apparently very, very strong because
you have to.
You give a check first, but then you actually break through, and I guess after king f7 you go
rook h7.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm going insane there. Rook h7 with mate, and if rook f6 you just pick up your. This also might be mate, actually. But also, I mean, queen takes d8 is winning, but this might be even stronger because here I think we pick up this rook with checks. Beautiful. Because if it goes forward, we catch the king. I thought I was winning. Yeah, I am winning the queen.
You are winning the queen.
I am winning the queen.
It's via another method. Yeah. That's pretty though, huh?
That really is very, very beautiful, Elion, and we appreciate you pointing all of this out because it's not only is it very, very nice, it's also potentially very important. Because that means that f5, g5, knight a5, white can actually consider playing h3.
Anish, after a long tank, went bishop d8.
Yeah, he played the move. He played the move I mentioned, and one of the apart from stopping knight c7, there's also, let's say I make a stupid and pointless waiting move. One possible explanation is that I can now consider playing this, and the bishop immediately, or at least hopes to recapture on a5, and then black would be fine. Because that's, I think, a very welcome change of structure here, and also potentially trade a pair of bishops. Although you do need to consider if this is very strong here, it might be. This is an important detail that needs to be evaluated properly. But yeah, and the other thing about bishop d8 is that it was very difficult to actually name a sensible move black could make. This is what he eventually settled on. But if that plan with a5, ba5, rook somewhere doesn't quite work, then white has a great deal of time to create something. Your starting point probably is rook c2, rook fc1. That feels very, very natural.
Can I suggest something completely useless?
And the difference would be if I do the same.
Well, now my b pawn. I mean, if you go a5
Yeah,
here,
I still kind of want to go a5.
you want to go a5
Yeah.
here, and if I go here,
Rook
here,
b8, yeah.
and no, this is just.
There are no jumps. There's always this move a6,
Yeah,
but after
trying
black
to-
just takes it, there are no good jumps.
There are
for
no
the
good
knight.
jumps here at all, right?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Well, there is knight d4, knight c6,
Yeah,
but it's
I
kind
was-
of it
I
doesn't
was-
really achieve anything.
Yeah, I can just take.
Yeah, you can take knight c6 and rook goes anyway. Even rook b2 is a move actually.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't quite. So.
No, as mentioned, the first since
Right.
white is in control of the only open file on the board, the first thing that comes
Knight
to mind.
c3, right?
No, rook c2, rook fc1, I'd go. Knight c3 is also a move you very much consider because it stops the a5 thing,
Right.
because you play knight a4 and then b5, and you have a very nice passed pawn.
Knight c3.
But also you have blocked in your one open file for the time being. Although
Yeah, that's only temporarily, right? I'm going knight a4.
yeah,
almost
you are
against
playing
everything.
knight a4 against more. Yeah, that is a very good point.
And rook c2, rook fc1.
Sure, but also we can start.
We can
with
start
the-
with that, right?
No, and if you play rook c2, I think the evaluation very much depends on whether this works or not. And in this position, I could maybe try and fiddle with my move orders, like maybe rook b7, so that bishop d6 is with not hitting anything. Like
But now you're running.
I want in this position to have a tempo and not to have to protect my rook on b8.
But can't I go knight d6 here?
I was hoping.
Rook c8. Oh no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Does it work? No, wait.
That actually is a very good point, Lawrence. Yeah, might work. Might work.
Because suddenly, if you allow a6, it's all
No,
over,
no,
right?
yeah.
It is-
If I have to take and then I have to allow a
No, no,
6
this
or
is-
something like, you do get a bit active with black. But once again, if it doesn't like translate into some immediate material gains for black, if black doesn't win something on the a file back, he will just lose.
Yeah. This feels ropey. So rook c2 or knight c3 are almost.
Yeah, those are the two first moves you probably want to consider. There is your a4 move, which is not horrible by any means, but
No, but I mean a5 was clear that I was imagining some jumps, but there aren't any jumps. I think he'll go knight c3 or rook c2.
Yeah.
I quite like knight c3. It feels quite flexible, that move.
sure. And
Oh, Magnus.
things are happening in that game.
He played.
And we've been neglecting the cartoons.
We'll put the cartoons.
We'll try putting the
He
cartoons
played
up.
f5, which is actually a very sensible reaction because White's plan of king h1.
Yeah, no, I
rook
think
g1.
he needed to, but still, I think in most cases I take on f6 here. I think it will be. I don't really want to have the bishop on h3 completely closed down. I think my g file will not be. I mean, with the c file open in particular, I don't think suddenly doubling on the g file with the pawn on f5 will have as much of an effect. So I'm taking on f6 here. Black probably takes with a rook, I expect.
The rook and the queen.
And then goes knight f7 when I put my knight on e5, I guess.
Feels. I don't know. Difficult one to assess this.
Yeah, not that easy. Not that easy. Rook
Because
takes f3. Yeah, rook f3 is currently a threat, so this needs to be.
There is this jump as well.
Oh, yeah. No, rook
But
g6. Rook
Bishop
g6.
e6, king f8.
Or even king h8.
h8.
I mean, variation continues. We can play f4.
Yeah,
h4.
f4, h4. Yeah. I mean, so I was just looking at this, guys. Let's say f4.
Yeah, this is a
actually
very weird position.
Weird and kind of looks good for White somehow. Especially now, I can't play rook c8 real quick as well, which is...
Yeah, there is queen f6 though. To which I think you will have to reply king h1, but that's probably okay with you? Should be.
Should be okay. Yeah, this is odd.
Yeah, very. It could actually get very concrete and very very weird. Of course, if black doesn't want to allow any of this, he can take on f6 with the queen. But I felt that if you take with the queen, you're not creating a threat of rook takes f3. So white may be in time with some rook g, king h1, rook g1 plans. Though knight f5 seems perfectly adequate here. And bishop takes e2 is also very strong.
Oops.
Yeah, that probably should not be.
Yeah, that's.
Well, yeah, I mean, you start with rook c8.
Yeah, I was going to say because that one loses.
Yeah.
So
but even there, bishop takes e6 is will collect a lot. So maybe not bishop e2. That actually doesn't work. But knight f5, looks fine. Knight e5. There's queen h4. There's always going to be counterplay here. So.
Yeah, this pin is actually very annoying. White would like to consolidate with e3 in a lot of lines.
Yeah, white needs. You get the feeling that maybe white needs a lot more tempi than he actually has here. That's.
What say you to a small break? We're about an hour and a half into the action.
I'm never really against a small break. We'll just mention. Let's do a brief roundup.
Let's do a brief roundup. So this one it can get very exciting, potentially a lot of action. This one also. Lots of options for Radek and
if Anish wanted to make a forced draw of some kind, I don't think he succeeded, which bodes well for Radek.
This one, you're liking Jan's chances here, aren't you? You have a feeling, don't you?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's a huge mess, but I do know that we are extremely happy this is what's on the board because this will give us plenty to talk about. I think Lev completely equalized, especially now that the bishop is on b5. Lev is just fine. Might even be slightly better potentially.
Same with Harry also, kicking it.
Yeah, as mentioned, f6, queen f7, rook f8, bishop f8, and then rook c8. I quite like this for black.
Yeah, I really like
this for black.
Harry's position. You always want a light squared bishop, ladies and gentlemen, in these IQP positions. This bishop is so important here.
Yeah, it has to be on d3 attacking the black king side.
Without this bishop, it's like you're kind of lacking a bit of...
I guess f6, maybe he wants to go knight c4, and that tactic will allow him some favorable trades and equality.
What?
f6, knight c4.
And if I... So takes, queen f7, you just want to go queen takes d5.
Queen takes d5 works, yeah. So maybe this is the reason why f6 hasn't been played yet, because otherwise f6 is just such a natural move to make.
Right.
But moving on, we're doing a roundup.
Yes.
This
one has yet to explode, but could
Wesley
explode.
also agreed with us on the subject of not rushing with the queen e2 g4 attack, because he has plenty of time. But he played g4 now, and the difference is he will have the option of taking with the pawn compared to the other positions. He will have the option of taking with the pawn and then perhaps playing g5 or rook cf1 or h5, making black's f7, f5 plan a lot harder to actually put into practice. So this one is heating up, and we also have the potential fireworks in the Karakin Van Velde game if Luki decides to go knight a5 after d5, which we think he kind of should, at least for our sake.
So, barring the Adiban game, which is it's kind of dried up, especially if there's a bishop exchange there. All the other games are very much.
Yeah, we're having a very.
It was a good day.
Congratulations to you, Lawrence. Knight
c3.
He
played knight c3.
Knight c3 in the Wojciech Giri game. So you're on excellent form today.
Yeah.
And we'll go on a bit of a break, and you might have a special guest in the break today. So
you may very well do.
Yeah, you're not getting a puzzle in the break, as has been our tradition in the first 2 days. Instead of that, you will get very puzzled, we think.
All right, we'll be right back. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, nerds? I'm not quite sure what I'm doing here, to be perfectly honest with you. These Chess24 geniuses, they told me, oh, we made a premium show, but we realize it's even crappier than our normal shows, so we need you, Radio Jan, to spice things up, give the people what they want. So I don't know what you guys want. I don't know what to tell you. This tournament is not interesting, this Tata Steel Masters, because, little spoiler alert, Magnus Carlsen is gonna win the event. And what's even worse, I thought it was boring last year, but last year at least there was Fabiano Caruana playing in the tournament, giving him a bit of a run for his money. Who's competition this year? Where is everybody? Carlsen is all alone. Kramnik is saying, nah, I'm good, I'd rather go on holiday. Vishianen is saying, nah, I'm good, I'll stay in India, I'm a family man. And then these other young dudes, what are they doing? Caruana is saying, Caruana, not only Caruana, Nakamura, MVL, where are you guys? You rather play Gibraltar, hang out with apes breaking into your hotel room in an open tournament than play Tata Steel Masters? I don't know what's going on there, but that leaves us with a field that is about as interesting as rewatching Angela's Ashes. Who is even playing? I don't know. Wesley So. Certainly we'll never call him Wesley Show, because now people know that, yeah, he can win tournaments if you push him too hard. So people will just give him the Anish Giri treatment, make a draw, move on with life. Good luck winning a tournament like that, Wesley. So Sergei Kayakin only cares if it's a World Cup or a World Championship match. He scored what, like -1 last year? He's not gonna do anything. Then we have like a bunch of these solid guys you're always happy to see, like Elyanov, Wojtaszek, Hare Krishna. They're like the character actors of chess. But let's face it, you don't go to the movies to see, I don't even know any names, Michael Shannon. Do you go and watch Michael Shannon movie, Jeffrey Wright movie? I certainly don't. So that's about it. Who is there? Wei Yi? What has Wei Yi been up to? Same rating like 2 years ago when he was considered prodigy, playing the most dull openings under the sun, playing the Petrov when you're 17 years old. Congratulations, Wei Yi. That's the way to set the chess world on fire. Richard Rappaport, is that his name? Richard Rappaport. This dude doesn't respect fundamental laws of chess. He's mildly entertaining, and I enjoy his Bond villain haircuts. But dude, you gotta fight for the center. You gotta develop pieces. You can't do complete nonsense. Good players will crush you when you do that. So I don't know what to look even forward to in this tournament. Magnus Carlsen's gonna run away with it. The one dude that I respect in this field, non-Carlsen division, is my man Jan Nepomniachtchi. Nepomniachtchi, that's the correct pronunciation, not Nyashchi, as you Western morons like to say. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he won the Town Memorial. He can maybe make this a tournament. But unless he wins a couple games, I won't be following, because there's not much to talk about. So enjoy your little premium show. I won't be back because I don't care at all about any of this. I'm out.
3. Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round number 3 coverage of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. It's kind of weird saying this. I've still got to get used to it. I'm Lawrence Trent. It's been a long time since I've done this. I'm Lawrence Trent, and I'm with the one and only Mr. Peter Svidler, and we are
Hello again.
approaching a kind of critical moment in the round where the openings are all but over, and we're approaching some very interesting middle games. And Peter, where would you like to go back first? Because
Let's start with the Magnus game. That always is a very safe bet after every single break, and also his position is quite lively potentially. And Dmitry Andreikin, his opponent, is still thinking about the question of whether to take en passant on f6 or not. And I very much understand why, now that I've had some time to think about these things, because it really does feel as if he's just not fast enough with his play if he takes. But if he doesn't take, his pieces are not really all that great. The bishop on h3, which looked so fantastic, will be a bit of a dead piece here if you don't take. There's also maybe something has just occurred to me. If you, let's say, play e3, e3 is just, no, sorry, king h1. The point was, if you make some kind of a pass, maybe g5, g4 could have been an idea. But after king h1, of course, g5 knight takes. Right. G5 is an immediate. No, it's not. There's knight g4 in the end there. I'm talking to myself, I understand, but. And queen to knight f7. Because it may not be such a stupid idea for black to get this pawn all the way up to g4, because it really limits the squares that are available to white.
Very interesting.
I thought knight g5 was winning, but it's not. Queen g5, rook g1, knight g4.
And just to put it on the board,
yeah.
If you think you're winning that piece back,
there is a drawback. I was about to suggest h5, and then I spotted
right.
knight f2 is a better move than h5 in this position. Yeah, so this could be an additional reason.
That's a kind of cold shower moment, isn't it? Because you play king h1, and if you're not careful, because like I saw king h1 on a hand on heart, didn't even look at g5 because I just saw knight g5, right?
No, that was also my reaction. Yeah, and if you start with queen g2 here, it feels like you're making progress, but actually, knight f7. No, I mean king h1 in that position.
G5, queen
g2. I go knight f7. And once again, you can take on g5 and play rook g1 and f4. Now here probably it is quite strong.
This is...
No,
yeah. Rook g1, f4?
Yeah, rook g5, rook g1, I guess.
And what's going on there?
I think white probably enjoys that because e6 will be constantly hanging.
So takes, rook g1.
Yeah, you have to take. Go rook e8 or something. But white is a pawn up, and he will somehow stabilize. Like bishop g4, I think, is a useful move here. Followed by, I don't know, h3, king h2, and then the queen will become active. Yeah. First I stabilize on the king side, and then the queen starts jumping around, and black's position is not very nice here. But obviously g5 is a very extreme move that you don't have to make. You can also go knight f7 first, rook g1, and make some kind of a quiet series of moves. Queen e7, rook c8 in some order. Double on the c file. With the knight on f7, then the queen on e7, it will be next to impossible for white to achieve very much on the king side at all. And black has very, very obvious counterplay along the c file.
What is this guy doing?
And exactly, and this is the point. This is like black. I think was very prepared to feel extreme. Oh, sorry, no, not black. I keep on doing this. Something is happening to my, let's call it brain.
Your
And king h1 has been played, but yeah.
He played it. So I mean, because this is a real conundrum for Andreikin, because this one did look like it's one of those you could just.
No, I think
get mated.
I think you play bishop h3 with every intention of taking the pawn the moment it crosses the f6 square.
Yeah.
But then you realize that you would very much like in this position after queen takes f6 to play king h1, rook g1, g3 as one move. Like all of these things at once. And then you're probably very happy with your life because rook h1, queen g2, knight e5, you have all these squares for your pieces. Unfortunately here, Rook c8, queen g2, knight f5, or maybe the immediate knight f5. I don't know what was stronger. And it feels like you will not really be in time with your things here. But yeah, after king h1, there are those potential attempts. Maybe it's no, but it's the same position. Yeah, you probably cannot really play g5 because of queen g2, knight g5, and rook g1. That feels a bit risky. But simply putting the knight on f7. Although I said that and then I realized there is the move knight h6 g4 here. A bit of a troll. Saying, you want to go rook g1? You will not go rook g1 today.
He just wants to go knight g4.
But I don't think it's a good idea, because I will eventually somehow, I mean, I play queen d2 here. And then I probably play something like, if I'm really pushed, I can play knight g5 followed by f3 maybe in some positions. Well, queen e7, I guess you can work against that. This is surprisingly not as stupid as I originally thought, because it makes it very, very awkward for white to move, because you want to move the rook away from f1 to play e3 in some positions, for instance, because the pawn on e2 is pinned. And by playing knight g4, I'm telling you, moving the rook away from f1
and you can't move the pawn
will be a
e2.
struggle. I will not give you this opportunity for free. Yeah, I mean, if white needs to spend, like, rook c8, rook g1, rook c2 is kind of resigned. No, this is... I mentioned
so
it.
bad.
I mentioned it as a troll, frankly. I mentioned it as a joke. But the more I think about this, the less I think it's a joke of any kind. I think it's a very serious option here.
Wow. That's really unpleasant.
I mean, you generally,
It's
of course,
so annoying.
you start by just placing the knight on f7 because it appears as if it was going there, so why not just play it? But actually, yeah, this is a very funny option and a very interesting option.
Can't
to
even
be
see a
honest.
move here.
No, it just kind of stalemates white
It's
for a
like,
while. I mean, if you want to go king g2, you can go king g2, but then, I mean,
you can feel sick
you play-
playing king g2.
no, but then you play rook g1 and you realize you cannot put it back on h1, so it
Right,
maybe goes to f1 later. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And then black can very...
Black's got
ve-
3 moves in
Yeah,
the
black can
meantime.
very quietly just go knight h6, f7 after all that and feel quite happy about life.
This is an excellent move.
No, I think this might actually be a very, very serious contender here. For all we know.
Okay, let's move on. Wojciech did play knight c3, and we both thought that he was doing well. And now Giri played, I think, what looks like the best move.
Yeah, he at least started something immediate, and we were making the case for it all the time.
Yeah.
That you absolutely cannot wait for much longer with black here. d4, knight a4, rook d6, bishop c4, very logical, but with the rook on d6, very importantly for black, he has the move knight d5, so some of his pieces are finally finding decent squares.
And he did play knight d5.
Yeah, and yeah, this doesn't look all that horrible for black anymore, because pieces are, I mean, it's coming together a little bit.
Let me be in...
No, that was the first thing I considered. So yeah, it's a very serious. I'm not sure about rook d6. Rook b5 might be.
Rook where?
B5 might be a
rook
serious
b5.
move. But still knight b2 g3
exactly.
because a5 a4
A5,
is very
A4,
strong.
Exactly.
Okay, here I go rook b7 maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is a good move actually. Yeah, bishop b7, knight d3.
Knight d3, right?
No, this is a very serious option. It very much depends on whether black can get...
a d3.
No, let's actually go back to your suggestion. Bishop d5, rook d5, e4, I go along the d file somewhere. Let's... which one do you like better? I think maybe d7.
Okay.
If you go knight b4, knight b2 here, once again, why am I doing this? a5 here, this is what I want to go. b5, a4. I wanted to check this. Because if I allow you to stabilize with the pawns on a4 and b5, I will probably lose.
Yeah, that's slightly annoying, to say the least.
Yeah, that could be an irritant. But even this position, I go knight d3, attack b5 pawn, I try to...
Yeah, knight d3, bishop e7.
But bishop e7, also rook b7, maybe annoying. Yeah, no, this is probably good. Which might mean that after rook d7, white needs to postpone this transfer for a while, make something more useful, some kind of a more useful move. Even knight c5 is not ridiculous. But you get the feeling that black probably should survive this. After knight c5, after knight c5 at least. Yeah, if you
If
could
I had
play,
my guy here already,
yeah,
I'd be very happy.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. If white could play knight a4 g3 here, he'd be doing extremely well. Extremely well, but not a thing.
And in the position on the board...
Another option is just to take on d4. I don't think e4 knight e3 is very attractive.
Yeah, I was looking, I wanted to...
The knight on d4 is just going to be such a monster, like rook b8. Even rook d5, knight d4 might be...
Yeah,
but just rook b8. No, I think you take on a6. You cannot really, I think, allow knight d4. You probably take on a6 and you maybe even do it on the previous move.
Okay.
And I guess the rook takes, yeah, and we play, I don't know, rook c3. Because otherwise, if you go rook e1, you haven't actually created a threat because there will be bishop g5 in the end there.
Right.
So I want to be able to take on e3 next move.
Still...
might be an option for white.
know.
Might be an option.
There are a lot of options here. I think he's going to have a good think, right?
Sure, no, it's very, very much worth his time here too.
Very quickly in the Iranian game is... what happened?
Let's first of all...
Let's rewind.
We should up our cartoon game a little bit.
Oh yes, we really should.
No,
Iranian,
there
here
it
it
is,
is.
yeah.
I like how the cartoonist has aged Adiban by about 20 years. He looks like a 45. He looks really young.
Yeah.
Lasvergarser. And Levon also has aged considerably.
Significantly.
Yeah.
Significantly in that picture, yeah.
Okay, so f4, we saw this position, takes, bishop d7, castles, queen b6, rook f2, and then bishop b5, hoping to exchange bishops, which he did. Adiban doubled.
But
on
he's
f1.
still going for the same plan. Yeah, the bishop is gone, but he's still playing for the g4 break. And Lev went for a tactical operation, which is interesting because, you know,
Wow.
at first glance you can take on f7 here. I mean on g6 here.
Right. So it
And
takes-
I'm wondering whether
now this is a mistake
that would be a mistake. Yeah.
because of checkmate. So we can rule that out. So here,
The two options are queen f1 or the initial queen h takes g6 and then queen f1 maybe. Because I think you...
So let's try this
Yeah,
one
you
first.
do this first, and now
we
rook f7 is probably not that attractive for white because you then lose the e3 pawn with check.
By force, right. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. So...
Either g4 or h3. I'm not sure which one.
Let's go here.
I think I have to play queen f1. Rook f3, rook f3. Or I can maybe just take the b2 pawn with check, then trade queen, trade rooks. Take on f3. But king takes. It's a bit awkward.
Hmm.
King f7, queen f4
Queen
check
F4
or something.
check,
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's going to be awkward.
Hmm. Weird, very, very curious little tactic, this, jeez. Because the problem with queen f1 here is that I come to g3 and I don't see...
Yeah.
And I don't...
There's also an option to take with the king first, and that probably is even gives white even better control.
Ah.
Because the other one stays on a fade.
Right.
No, this doesn't look
Doesn't
playable
work
at all.
no.
No, I think you need to start with HG. Where's that chat?
Mm.
But still, how do you react to queen g4?
Mm.
Because Originally, I thought this has to be some kind of a perpetual if you just sort of stay with the rook.
Yeah, but it's not, is it?
Oh, I don't go. Yeah, I go king f2 first,
Yeah,
and then I go king g3, and I go king h3. Yeah? And checks actually run out. And if checks run out, white will be very, very justified in playing on.
Don't know. It felt like a bit of a strange decision somehow to play like this for Lev. Don't know if it was necessary. Okay, well look, we'll. Keep
No, I
them-
think we should try and solve this puzzle
Should we
because
try and solve it?
Lev went for this, and he couldn't have possibly gone for this without having some kind of an idea. Ah, yeah, that's what you do. In this position, I take twice on f3 without giving the check first, and then I go queen b1. That's a lot stronger because you will not have the option of taking with the king on f3. Let's put this on the board.
That makes some sense. Trying to analyze this. So here, queen b1.
And I guess you play queen f1 and queen f6, and this should be some kind of perpetual.
Right here, queen f6.
Yeah, but black is here. Black should be completely safe as well because you will always have enough checks.
And then you can always come.
You cannot even play queen f5, but then white starts giving checks, and yeah, it feels like it should end in a draw of some kind. But yeah, that at least explains why Lev had gone for this position. And we are
What has happened here?
we are switching around a little bit, but
Yeah, I think we
there's a
have
lot of stuff going on. So first of all let's bring the correct picture up. Yeah, this is the game we were watching very, very closely. And instead of d5, which we were incredibly interested in, Sergei went for something more controlled. Queen c4 check, using the fact that you cannot interpose anything on e6 because d5 collects material. Yeah. So king h8, d5. Oh,
d5.
d5,
sorry.
yeah. And here Luki felt that he is obliged to go for this forced variation, which is now on the board. Knight e5.
So knight e5.
Knight takes, queen takes d1, king h, yeah, takes, king c2, bishop takes e5, and Sergei has taken on g6 here.
So after a little flurry, black got two rooks for the queen via this combination. And
But his pieces are,
all hanging.
yeah, not at all coordinated.
Looks like could be losing for Luke.
Yeah, I think he's in trouble because I struggle to avoid playing hg6 here. I think you have to. But then after queen g4,
Yeah, I mean you're just
d6, the g6 pawn is hanging, and if you play rook d6, queen h4, queen e7 is surprisingly strong because
Yeah.
I think you lose not only the e7 pawn black would happily give up, but you also lose the c7 pawn there.
no, this looks horrific.
Like bishop g7, queen
Also this
c7, rook e6, but sadly for black, white has queen c4 here, I think, keeping things very much under control. And even a7 is falling next move. Yeah, I think
Too many pawns, yeah.
Yeah, I think Luki is in a lot of trouble
Yeah,
here
I think
because
it went wrong for Luki. Not quite sure where, but again, it was just the whole premise of what he was doing might be questionable. So yeah, it feels like Luki's in trouble.
let's see if we're missing anything here, but I don't think we are.
Doesn't feel like it.
There's the immediate rook e1 to maybe try. But you could just get mated after queen g4, rook e3, queen h5. Might just be mate.
Yeah. Oh.
Let's
so rook e1,
illustrate rook
queen
e1.
g4.
Here, yeah, you have to take on e3, queen h5. You have rook f2 check, but after king b3, checks kind of run out. And then white will start giving checks, and that normally is the end of the game.
That's a disaster. Now e3 is hanging as well. Queen h7, queen h6 check. No, that's a calamity. Okay, so interesting. So
Where do we go?
let's go to as
Sure.
I've been saying for a while. We last saw it at f3.
G6, G4, I think, is where we left it
G4.
off. King h7 is very normal. Rook h1, rook g8. I was advocating for king g7 and rook h8, but this is a sort of a similar idea. White would very much like to get the knight from h2 to g3, so my starting point here would be queen e2, followed by knight f1, knight g3.
I like that idea.
Because currently you cannot really play knight f1 because it loses the g4 pawn. And this is very, very close. I mean, the structure is exactly the same, and even the position of the pieces, apart from the fact that the white king is still on the king side and not on the queen side, it is very, very reminiscent of the game I've been bringing up between Tomaszewski and Ponomarev. And the general consensus during that game, and I think it holds true for this position as well, is that white is always
Wesley played
somewhat
queen d1, similar idea.
yeah, similar idea. Yeah, but this will be now a maneuvering struggle for a while because white is unlikely to break through until he makes all the moves he wants to make here. He is always better in these types of positions, but actually winning them is a different matter. And we did miss something in the Karakin-Van Velde game.
Luki went back immediately.
Luki found the move rook d6, which we
that's-
should have found really, with the idea also of bishop d1 check, which could be very annoying. So Sergei has taken on g4. Black will take with
checkmate. Oh no, it's not checkmate.
No,
sorry.
it's not checkmate, but
It's normally checkmate, right? That bishop d1. Okay, here.
and queen e4, I guess, and take on b7.
Still looks bad. Reminds me.
White is still better. Yeah, no doubt about it. If the b7 pawn falls, also I guess the a7 pawn is in grave danger in all these variations. But black at least gets something for it. You can maybe even take on h2 right now to start collecting some material for your future counterplay.
Can you?
I think you can. I don't see a direct refutation.
Yeah.
But simply queen takes b7. It's still going to be a difficult
Suffering,
position for black to play because the white king I think will always be safer than the black king in these types of positions, and that is often the deciding factor. But let's say I go a5 here. Let's say I don't make it easy for white to actually collect my queen side. And I'm hoping to get, let's say, bishop d6, e5, and rook fg8 in. If you imagine me having, yeah, this is the move that was worrying me a great deal because you're forcing me to play e5 with the bishop still on h2, which is obviously very awkward, but I have to. And my next move is rook fg8, and I will pick up the g2 pawn with check.
Yeah, and something like this is not so clear, right?
Well, you still pick white because once again, even though the king was forced out of his shelter on c2, it's still going to be reasonably safe somewhere around a3 or even on b3. It's very difficult to give it any checks. And you always pick white, but at least compared to the positions we were looking at previously, this is not immediately completely hopeless. You can continue fighting in a position like this.
Okay, so a bit of a task ahead for Luki. Harry actually played after
After b3, he played f5,
which is also quite typical.
Yeah, that is what people generally do in these positions as well. And I think he probably disliked f6 knight c4.
Right.
Even in this position,
Knight
knight
c4
c4 is a move you can try. But here I think we probably take on c3. Hang on, queen e6. No, queen e6 is possible. If queen e6 is possible, we cannot really do this.
Why is it possible?
I'll take on c3 with the rook in the end. Just take on c3 here. Seems to work.
Yeah, that does work.
And it's. I did say that Pavel is a fighter and he doesn't really like playing for draws, but I would, if this is a move you can make in this position, I'd be very, very interested with white, because it feels to me like you probably want to simplify a little bit. The position they have on the board right now, bishop d2, rook e1, is a very natural setup. But actually, putting any pressure on the e6 pawn is very difficult in these positions. And You still are running very serious strategic risks here with white. I feel.
I like black's position.
Let's
I
say-
like Harry's position.
Yeah. Let's say I trade a pair of knights on c3. I put the second one on d5. I take on e5. I go rook c6, and I start playing around. You will have one very nice piece on e5, but it's not going to be.
You want to take on c3?
I'm not sure if I want to take immediately or not, but it's very logical on, we have two knights on b6 and d5 and one good square for them. In situations like that, you generally want to trade one of those two pieces away and put the other one in its spot.
Okay. Let's quickly go back to the Wei Yi game because this was extremely. So after b4 gf5, we thought he would.
Yeah, we thought he needed to take, but he decided
just
that
castled.
castles is a logical move here because you want to take on c5 and not even have to worry about queen a5.
Right.
We were not at all sure queen a5 was such a
Right.
great move there, but by doing this, Wei Yi just rules it out altogether, which is I think very sensible. Knight fe4, knight e4, fe4 in reply, also all very logical. bc,
this is
dc,
false.
fe5, bishop e6, also incredibly logical.
Yeah.
You don't want to allow bishop c4.
Right.
And you need to support the f7 pawn, which is currently probably your one big potential weaknesses. And this is the position we have on the board. Black is currently, I believe, one pawn up.
And stabilized, actually.
And yeah, the position looks reasonably stable. One rook goes to d8, the other one goes to g8, putting any pressure on the f7 pawn seems very, very difficult. I quite like black here.
Yeah, me
I
too.
quite like black. I don't see any immediate attacking options for white. I think white is about a tempo behind here. Bishop g4 is the only move that at least creates some things you can call. I mean, there's a threatening idea behind it. We want to take on e6 and on b7. But leaving aside the fact that black probably has a lot stronger options, even something as simple as b7, b5 here might be quite playable. I just want to take on e6 with the queen. But then maybe queen e2. I think bishop g4 has to be Wei Yi's first port of call, so to speak, here. And he does play bishop g4. He's just playing bishop g4.
He's got.
It did feel like the only move that,
I'm trying to reach that bishop, but
No, it doesn't go. It doesn't go a lot further than the half of the
Okay.
h file.
Okay.
That's the extent of your reach there. It does feel logical because the bishop on e6 plays a very important role in black stabilizing here, and trying to trade it is an obvious idea.
So you want to go b5, huh?
I'm not sure. One nice little variation I wanted to show is if we go bishop c4 here, which is a horrible move on many levels, it allows rook b6. Which sadly doesn't win on the spot because there is queen c7. But it's a nice move to make, so I wanted to mention it. And now maybe e6 is very strong. You never allow this. I just wanted to show this
Right.
for sort of
Right.
geometrical purposes,
Right.
because it's a. But bishop c4 will not
No,
really cross Jan's mind for more than a second.
So if he goes rook d8, is
Queen
queen
e2,
e2.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you are sort of driving this queen towards the good squares, because if you play b5 here, I will take on e6 and I will take on e4.
And then
This is actually an unclear position still. I play bishop g7 here as black, and I say that... no, bishop g7, maybe bishop e7. Bishop e7 followed by rook g8. And
do I want to play that? No, it's probably not worth.
I'm not sure, maybe rook d1 is a half decent idea, but then maybe I can castle even. And I want to take on d1, put the second one on d8, and
Yeah, the black
Continue.
king can't really be
Yeah,
challenged by
even
what?
even if black does something as relatively herbivorous as this, he still is okay. And I think it's possible to at least try to hang on to the extra material in the position they have on the board right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think black should be okay in all lines. Now, something I was kind of saw from afar has happened in the
Yeah.
Wojciech Giri game. Radek did take on d5.
No, we thought it was a
And E4.
major option for him here. Yeah.
And knight b2. Right.
And Anish says.
Anish didn't do your a5.
Yeah, a5, but maybe he just disliked even the simple knight g3, a before bishop takes before may have been may have been annoying him a great deal here, because the e5 pawn is still hanging. If you play f6, rook c6 is very awkward to meet. Yeah, maybe he just didn't like this even and decided that stopping knight d3 is a lot a bigger priority right now. He can still play a5 next move. But by doing this, he also frees up the d4 square for his pieces. Like knight d4 becomes a move, white needs to consider bishop b6, d4.
And if this does check.
You still need to continue the variation, because here I can take on d3 with the rook.
And if this.
Yeah, knight c4, I suppose.
Don't know.
It's a strange position, because you would like to put something on d4, but there are no jumps. So whatever you place on c4 will actually allow me to take on d3. So I can spend another tempo on something. Rook fc1, or maybe even a4 might be half an idea.
Actually, I was just looking at
a4, creating a very serious threat of a5, bishop d4, rook takes d3. And if I drive your bishop away to c7, that is a huge achievement for me as white here.
All these kind of jumps.
Yeah. No, the best pawn on d3 looks very promising, but it actually isn't the solution to all of black's problems. And I was looking at something. Can we have rook c3, bishop b6 check,
Yes.
king g2, bishop d4, rook d3, rook c8. Can we get the proper portraits up? It's been bugging me.
Please remind me, because I am forgetting on
I also do this all the time.
consistent basis about this. So Wojciech has been really. He's not going to be the most happy with his caricature.
I think someone. I mean, the artist has become somewhat tired with chess players, and
right. Although Anish is quite
on
Anish, point.
Anish is one of the more.
Right.
One of the more
neutral
pictures we have. But
have you seen your picture?
there are various versions.
Are you happy with them?
Some, generally yes.
Okay.
They are not as offensive as this is, frankly. I don't think Radek will be entirely happy with this portrayal.
They're going in the chat saying, we're talking about chess, being professional and all that kind of stuff. A lot of people are happy with that. A lot of people are saying, where are the jokes? You got to give me some time, guys. I mean, this is my first time back on the mic in about, I don't even know when. Well, I did some work at the London Chess Classic, but on the internet for a while. So I've got to get my jokes game back. And, with Peter next to me, I can't make bad
No, but
jokes.
also, I think in general on this stream, madness doesn't start until the first time control is gone.
Right.
It's way too early for us to start talking about complete nonsense. We do have plenty of chess material to cover. Sadly, our knight g4 move did not materialize.
I'm very sad that Magnus didn't play knight g4.
I really thought it was a good idea. Not only because I spotted it myself, and it gave me a sense of ownership, so to speak, but also because I firmly believed it was a very playable move. But Magnus went with a more standard approach. He went king h8 here, rook g1, knight f7, going for the more stable defensive construction. And then he will start playing on the c file. He needs to start doing something to distract white from the king side here. Although, I mean, even creating threats on the king side is not at all easy.
So if I go queen d2,
rook c8, rook g3, I can play maybe even queen c7, but certainly rook c7. And I'm wondering, I think for as long as the queen stays on the d8 h4 diagonal, not allowing knight h4, black actually is, I think, reasonably safe just reacting to the doubling of the rooks on the g file by playing g6. Like if we illustrate that, let's say you go rook g3,
Yeah.
And I just play queen e7, rook ag1, g6. And I say, yes, I've given you a hook, so to speak, but you will never be in time with something like bishop f1, h4, h5.
Yeah.
But I just said that, but I'm not sure it's true. It might actually be, in this particular setup, it might be fast enough.
And he played rook g3.
Yeah, rook g3 is a very natural move. What else do you do?
Rook g3 or queen d2, I suppose, but maybe
Yeah.
they're interchangeable. I was just worried, can he go g5 here, or...
Yeah, that's interesting that he's allowing that. Because starting by queen d2 probably would completely rule it out.
Right, that's... And queen d2 is a useful move anyway.
Maybe he wants to take on f5.
I was thinking that, actually.
ef and a move of some description. There's two options. Queen takes
Just
f5 or the immediate e6 actually is not that
Yeah.
stupid either. e6 followed by knight takes g5 here. But knight e4 might be quite decent here for black.
Doesn't feel that like works, I have to say. Doesn't feel like bishop f5. Unless you take immediately.
Yeah, that could be...
But even this one...
yeah, well, bishop e2, yeah. No, go for it. I think it's...
Why not? I mean...
No, well, the e6 might be awkward here because I'm threatening queen e5 check followed by queen takes e2. This, I mean, you can start with bishop f3, but then I take with the rook, and I still have this very awkward check from e5 followed by e7. This might be trouble for black. This might be a lot of trouble for black, actually.
Oh my goodness.
Well, we are being a bit laissez-faire about things after queen takes f5. We probably should be paying a bit closer
Well, Magnus
attention.
is definitely looking at g5 because he'll notice that queen d2 wasn't played, so he has that extra option, but...
Also, hang on a second. g5, rook a, g1? Maybe that's a convincing enough reason not to do it.
And this, you're just gonna...
I wanna take twice.
Just take...
I think knight h6 maybe is the only move you can make to stop rook g7 and mate. But knight g5, queen e7 might be okay. Rook h4 there. It is very scary. Rook h, no, this is excellent for white, I think.
This is too much, huh?
I think this is excellent, and I don't know. Queen a4 looks interesting, but then bishop takes e2. But even if I play slowly here, queen d2 followed by, I don't know, f3 or something. Yeah, not that clear. But
I don't know.
yeah, I don't
Three
know.
pieces.
It does give white a lot of additional options
Yes.
which don't exist in the position currently.
No, sure. Huh. Adiban didn't take on g6, but just played queen g5, which might be the bailout, the absolute bailout, because after takes.
No, it feels
takes,
yeah, it feels like this should be.
takes.
You have to make all of these moves. Well, you can start giving queen d8 check straight away here, and you probably. But you can also take on f5. There's no reason not to. Black will take with the queen. And now the big question is queen takes f5 a move? I've actually been thinking about this because.
Because you can go dc5.
Yeah, if gf5, I can take on c5, and maybe I can actually hold on to it. And then we have a pawn endgame where you're a pawn
up,
down.
right?
You're a pawn down, yeah. And
So
that
here,
could be
and the
trouble.
point is here,
And I think this probably is the reason why Lev just took with the e pawn instead of all that. He didn't even take on f5 with the second rook.
Sorry, is Wei Yi mating Yan Vamnishi?
Very possibly.
I think it's gone a bit Pete's tongue in the past few moves. We saw b5. There was something about that I didn't quite like.
Bishop h4
is a
completely
great.
missed.
That's
yeah.
a great move, by the way.
Yeah.
That is just controlling some key squares and opening up some key lines. Rook g8. I'll take that, thanks. You can't go f takes because queen h5.
No, I think,
And,
Jan also was slightly a bit, but he played queen g4 here. I think he had seen rook f6, and now the question is, can white actually keep the queens on? Because if the queens are coming off, then black will once again feel reasonably safe about things. But, yeah, and it feels like you have to trade because queen d2, e3 is very strong. Queen f1, maybe.
Yeah, Queen F1.
If you want to keep the queens on, I think it's
I
Queen
want to keep
F1.
them on. Let's try this.
Yeah.
Queen F1. Let's just take the.
Yeah,
bait, sure.
that's the first thing you need to check. And Rook
Okay.
A6.
Rook A6 or Rook B5 or.
Rook B5 is a bit slow because you don't really threaten checks. Rook A6, you really do threaten a lot of checks there.
Yeah, Rook A.
He played Queen G2. What are we missing?
What?
Ah, E3 Queen G5, of course.
And also, ladies and gentlemen, if Rook D8, even that isn't.
Rook E6 check will probably end in some kind of mate, I guess.
Yeah, that's really.
Let's show this.
Rook
Rook
D8,
E6,
Rook
you
E6
have to take
beautiful,
with the
the
F pawn, Queen G8,
King
King
F7.
F7. I don't actually see mate, but
No.
it feels like this should be winning for white somehow. Rook F1, I
Let's
guess.
give a check on F1.
King G. 7.
But I mean, now that there's no mate threat, I've got to move here as well. So this feels.
Yeah, this feels like this should be excellent for white. But actually, if the king reaches h7, it's not going to be an easy task. Like king h8, bishop g7. There are very few pieces left on the board, so it's not going to be easy to land the final blow, so to speak.
Yeah.
Queen d2. What about bishop e7? We're not even discussing queen takes h4.
Yeah,
because the feeling is queen d5.
Queen h4, queen d5 is just mate.
Let's put this on the board once and not return to it ever again.
This.
I mean,
This is just
allowing this feels like absolute
and
madness.
a little checky in here as well.
Therefore, we're looking at alternatives.
Queen d2. Okay.
Bishop e7 is a very, very serious move here. But I guess he just wants to go rook f4. But then black will not get mated, and black might be able to stabilize. Rook f4, we go queen e6. Yes, we lose the e4 pawn back, but we do stabilize, and we get our rooks out. King e7, rook e4, rook d8. This is not horrible for black at all. So let's put bishop e7 back on the board and start thinking. Is there anything stronger? Because all kinds of moves needs to be considered here. Even rook takes f7 under certain circumstances becomes a move you might want to consider. Probably doesn't work, but I just want to throw it out there.
Whoa.
That it's a candidate.
Rook
I think
f7.
I think rook f7 bishop h4 just
H4,
wins, because black controls everything. I thought maybe we can play e6, but both rook d8 and queen takes e6 seem to be perfectly adequate. Yeah, I don't believe that.
Yeah. No, I like bishop e7 meter. I think that's the move Jan's going to play. He's definitely not going to take on h4.
No, it's...
I like bishop e7.
And you really don't want to go for that line that we were discussing earlier. Rook d8, rook e6, you kind of stop there and you feel that you'd be very happy with any alternative. You just need to find something else to do. Yeah, I'm struggling to refute this.
I don't think it's refutable, that's why. I just...
I mean, you can try the same thing. h3. But the thing about h3, black can take on h3 if he really wants. Because queen h4, queen d5 maybe is still playable even with the inclusion of h3 and bishop e7. But yeah, h3, queen h3 is bothering me.
Feels... I felt like he was being mated, and then I missed queen g4, of course. So let me retract what I said and say again, he's not being mated. And
people are saying e6 is very strong in this.
Do you know what? I promise you I was looking at, but I tell you the line I was looking at. What do I do against... I'm sorry. Of course, you saw I was just looking at this. And
no, even this is winning for white, but... Just to continue taking, but queen d7 is
made but queen d7 is made into for a start.
So f6, queen rook f4, I assume, or are we missing something drastic once again? I don't think we are. I think it's still rook f4 here. But again, we go rook queen g7 here. But yeah, that is an improved version
Yeah,
because
this is.
the king feels a lot less safe here, like rook e4, rook g6, I guess, because you don't want to give up on h6.
But now you're quite happy with
Yeah,
white
that
here,
feels
right?
that feels very dodgy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen e6.
He played bishop e7.
Bishop e7
so
has been
I
played.
expect Wei Yi to play e6 as well because there's not really anything else in the position here.
And also, this is a very, very Wei type of position.
Yeah.
He is excellent at this. He really is an excellent player of
Initiative and that kind of stuff.
And
oh my god.
something really weird happened in the rapport game.
Queen d1 we just saw, bishop g7, knight f1, bishop h6, king f2.
Yeah, bishop
That's
c1
such
is
a rapport move, isn't
it's
it?
such a nasty thing to miss, huh? Because b3, bishop b2, the bishop actually gets to d4. That is such a nasty thing to miss.
What a beauty. Take a bow, Richard Rapport. That is a beauty. So here.
But I can take on g4 twice.
Ah.
Or even hg, fg, knight takes e4 is even stronger.
Oh my god, that's just mate, isn't it? Here, and then this is just...
Yeah, Wesley felt he was in complete control. But I think like if he starts with knight g3 here, and then goes via f1, none of this happens.
Right.
None of this happens. But here suddenly he probably felt obliged to go knight g3, bishop b2, knight b5, and then the bishop it returned to c1.
That's just wonderful.
That's Richard at his very best. Yeah, g takes h5. Material balance has been restored for the time
But
being.
this has gone wrong for white somehow. I mean, even hg.
No, I think you go bishop f4, hg, rook g6, and you double on the g file, and you say, "I am the side attacking here. Make no mistake. I am the side attacking along the g file here." Yeah, this is a very drastic turnaround. Yeah, people are very, very good at anagrams.
The horrid carp trap. That's probably what this bishop c1 should be renamed, because
that is
it's pretty to do it once, but to just slide back in there as well, the pleasure you'd get from that move.
I think it will be very, very difficult not to like the hand gesture on playing bishop b2 c1.
Screw it in, mate.
Yeah, it will be very difficult to restrict yourself from
smiling whilst doing it. Wow, bishop c1 is really a Ricky Rapport move. And now you're right. So if gh5, bishop f4 looks very logical.
Bishop f4 is very logical, and I mean, what do? You can go maybe h6 and h5, but to at least. But bishop takes g3, followed by king takes h6. But then queen d2 check and h5. It might not be so stupid.
But maybe
actually.
we just leave this.
Huh?
What if we
just
f6
or something?
Exactly.
Or actually f5.
Well, even f5 is
rook a8 and f5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
who's better and why?
No, I think we.
Black's better now.
I think black is definitely better, and he's choosing options because also
this guy is really.
Yeah, it's not doing very much.
No.
It's not doing very much. It's just there not to allow bishop d4 check, which would have been an even bigger insult. Let's stick with this for a while. I feel we've been jumping around too much. I think we should be. Bishop f4 has been played. Can we find anything at all playable for white? I think black probably does not want to take on g3 and h5 just yet, although maybe this is incorrect. But black will find improving moves to play, like rook a8 is a useful move, preparing f5 in some positions. I don't think you can pass for very long here. So your non-passing options in this position are
hg6.
h6 is not a pass. There's also knight e2. But I think after knight e2, black just takes on h5 and says thank you.
Yeah.
You probably take on f4, go knight d4, and hope to at least land the second one on f5. But rook g6, knight f5, rook hg8, h8. And yeah, Wesley played knight c3, returning the errant knight towards some normal squares. Even something like f5 is not entirely out of the question here, but I think maybe that's a bit too extreme.
So you want to go HG, Rook G6, Knight F5,
Knight f5, Rook
G8.
a8, but I think after knight e2, Rook g2, check, King f1, I will sadly have to conclude that I've given one check, and that's the extent of my activity. Regrettably, don't really see how to continue from here. There are moves on the queen side, like I can play b5. It might not even be so stupid. I'm actually not sure this is horrible for black, but I'm also not sure if this is the best way you can proceed.
Mm-hmm.
Might be reasonably playable, actually. But I don't think black necessarily needs to give up the f-pawn and also land the white knight on f5 the way it does here. What other options are there? I mean, you obviously can play slowly. The thing is, I would maybe like to play Rook G7, Rook A8, G8, if not for the fact that, as mentioned, H6 I think is a reasonably interesting idea, even without the Rook on G7.
Yeah.
And with the Rook on G7, you're really tempting fate there.
Yeah.
You're kind of really asking for white to play H6, H5. You can take on H5, Knight H5, Rook G6. But then after Knight E2, or maybe even Knight F4, and then Knight E2, you will have to prove that your attack is fast enough. Because if white takes on F4 and stabilizes, he will not be doing all that poorly.
Right.
What would you do?
I'd get a cup of coffee first.
That's a good start.
And I'd just try and collect myself after my opponent has played Bishop C1, Bishop B2, and back to F4.
It's black to move here. So.
What would I do with black? I would also get a coffee and tell myself how smart I was while I was getting that coffee, that I was able to pull off such a brilliant. And then my instinct says what you said previously with F5 is the first thing I would look at is try and make F5 work. Because
there's also an option to go Rook AF8 to do the same thing as in the previous note, so to speak, but aiming to sacrifice an exchange on F5 once white takes with a knight. But once again, Knight C2 is an important move to consider because white will get to trade quite a bit of material there.
Can I suggest another move here?
Sure.
No, let's not. No. I really wanted to go B5 as well, but...
Yeah, but I think maybe it's a bit too early.
It's a bit early.
It's a move you definitely can consider to make it a lot harder for white to stabilize because Knight C2 will become, regardless of what you take with, Knight C2 will become a harder move to make on the next move. No, B5 is an option, yeah. But I thought maybe it's a bit too early.
It's a bit aggro, isn't it? I also...
Let's look at Rook AF8. I like Rook AF8. Because the point is, if white goes Knight E2 here, I can actually play C. I can actually play B5. No, G, I think you probably lose to some kind of F5 connected things. Maybe even G5 for the time being, and then F5. No, it has to be this side. And I was going to say that I can definitely play B5 here.
Right.
And you don't have to convince me very hard to play B5 here. Trying to open a second front, so to speak. Maybe Queen C2 and pretend that I'm fine with you playing B4, A4 and B3, but I'm not really fine with you playing B.
Having this guy.
Yeah, no, this is a very pleasant position for black.
I like Rook AF8.
Well, let's can we briefly have a window open to have a look at what's happening with the clocks in this game?
Let's do that, shall we? We will have a quick...
Because I think it's that time of the round where the clock question becomes fairly relevant.
Richard Rapport apparently is much better. Rook AF8 is the first.
No, but still plenty of time for both of them.
Oh, yeah,
Richard is doing fine on the clock, but something like 26 minutes, which is what Wesley has for the remaining 12 games, is games. What is happening with me? I think I need to
moves. You wanted to say moves.
Yeah, 26 for 12 moves is fine.
Let's quickly see if anybody's in drastic time trouble. Wei Yi has only got...
He chose not to play e6, which is somewhat surprising.
Although apparently he played the best move, but so what do we know?
So we are headed towards a position we were discussing earlier. Rook f4, queen e6. He probably takes on e7, and
Yeah.
I think I take with the king, and I hope that rook f6 is not made.
This is a
Queen
good
e3 is interesting. Yeah, queen e3 is a very decent idea. It's awkward for black,
Yeah.
but I also don't want to take with the
No,
queen
no,
on
of
e7.
course.
So yeah.
A bit awkward. Okay. A bit awkward. Yes. Yeah, very interesting.
I feel we're not sticking with one game
Let's stick.
enough, but
Where do you want to? You tell us where to stick, and we will stick. Is Pavel launching? And it feels like it's a.
yeah, I'm not sure what this is. Let's try and figure out what this is. We haven't looked at this precise position yet. Black chose not to simplify. I think we last looked at this somewhere around here. Pavel played rook g3, which is a perfectly normal move here. The rook needs to do something active now that it's on the third rank. Queen e7, and he played bishop h6. And the question here will be, what happens if black plays king h8? Why is this suddenly such a great idea that you would want to play bishop h6? Because at first glance it would appear simply to lose a tempo, but it must have some kind of tactical justification, which I'm frankly not really spotting.
I don't see any tactical justification at all.
But maybe he just it really is somewhat weird.
And he wants to go to c1.
If he goes back, queen h5 becomes a better idea on the next move, because knight g6 will be a threat, and also rook h3 will be maybe an unpleasant threat. But still, it's not an obvious
repetition, maybe.
Well, it's a choice Harry will have on the next move, but I don't think
that would be.
Harry is also a fanter.
A fanta?
Yeah, what is?
He's more of a sprite kind of guy, if you ask. A fighter.
Yeah. I need a.
You need a
MRI.
You need a fanta yourself.
I need an MRI machine. I think the word salad symptoms are increasing with every day. I have no idea what's happening with me.
Word salad. That's made me reasonably hungry. Actually, I'm just. Okay.
It really is.
Oh wow. Okay, we'll.
Huh?
Is that winning?
I think Jan blundered a piece.
Yeah, we have to go here.
Yes.
Enough of the. This.
I think Jan blundered a piece.
Yeah.
I'm a bit sad about that. I like Jan. I don't like him blundering pieces.
Yeah.
Well, he can give an exchange and not a
What
piece.
did he do? So rook f4, queen d7 is probably a mistake.
He decided not to play queen e6, which really looked like it's something you should be doing. And in this position, he missed e6 check quite clearly, because he thought he will get the position after rook f7, rook e8.
And he'll just put the king.
King goes to e6 next move, and black maybe is even better, because he has a very nice pawn majority on the queen side. But now
e6 is very unpleasant.
But the only two moves that don't lose on the spot are either immediately king d6, ef7, and rook f8, but that looks horrible. Or you go fe6, rook f7.
King d6, rook d.
Rook d1, king e5. I mean, you want not to lose on the spot.
Bishop
You really
G3,
have to go through some contortions there.
Okay.
Or you go fe6, rook f7, rook g5.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, and this is what he is now going to do.
He's going to do this.
And rook g4, because otherwise rook d1 check just picks up the.
We'll give it. No, we don't give check.
I think you start with bishop
take,
takes g5, and then you go probably rook d1 check, king e8, rook h7, and this feels like this should be lost. I'm not 100% certain, but this really does feel like this should be lost for black. That's
a pity, isn't it?
But also this demonstrates, as if someone needed demonstrating, that Wei Yi is incredibly dangerous in these positions, and he doesn't miss very much in the way of tactics.
Still some fight here, rook g5.
Sure, but it's very difficult to move.
No, we have to take this.
Yeah, yeah.
And we have to give this check. Drive the king back. This is just...
I think driving the king to the 8th
It's
is...
just...
And also, like, rook h7, I think well, it's not a winning threat, rook h8, rook f1, but it's a very unpleasant threat. And if you go rook a7 here, which was my original intention, rook d6 might be a good choice. That was why I was so convinced.
Nice.
This is why I was so convinced black is in a lot of trouble.
No, this is just hopeless.
Because I think I force you to trade rooks, and if the rooks come off, this becomes a reasonably straightforward technical task. It's not going to be particularly difficult.
No, this is just finished. No, I think Wei Yi's going to win. So, his record in these Open Sicilians seems to be getting stronger, and it looks like Jan's critical mistake was this move here, Queen d7.
No, Queen d7, yeah, he just
missed this e6 shot.
Missed this 6
check.
check.
It can happen. Queen e6, and something like this. White still has some initiative here for sure.
No, you're not enjoying yourself as black.
Right.
So you probably have to play rook c8. White goes rook bf1. Life is not a bed of roses here at all for black. But you can continue. You can play rook. Yeah, maybe something like rook g6 and hope that white absolutely has to win this queen. Or queen f2 even. Maybe you can sort of relate, because this really doesn't look particularly nice for black at all. This king on e7 is just not safe.
Harry did play king h8, and bishop c1 was played by Pavel.
This is a bit curious, because this allows black an opportunity to create the hanging pawns.
Right.
You can take on c3 and force white to take with a pawn. And then you can even maybe... No, I don't want to take on e5, because e6 will be hanging. I think maybe this... It's a bit simplistic to say that this is the reason why he drove the king to h8, but if I take on e5 here and follow it up with rook c6, I'm one tempo away from sort of completely stabilizing with knight c4 and queen d7, but both d5 and in particular bishop h6 here are worrying. And I think the fact that the bishop is on c1 is not an improvement in anything in any position. So I think if black decides to play king g8, bishop h6 is still very, very likely to happen.
Yeah.
So that option remains, even though it is currently not a repetition offer, because the bishop started from d2 and landed on c1.
Curious. Wei Yi played rook d1 check first.
But I think, yeah, and rook h7 here, it's leading to pretty much the same position, because the rook really cannot go anywhere.
Move, right. Okay.
It cannot go anywhere from... yeah, it leads to the same types of positions. Maybe even the exact same position.
Maybe it's there's chances for Jan to hold on there. Very quickly, Magnus, we haven't checked in with this, and interesting what has happened. So let's just
once again we are way behind there. Yeah.
Way behind.
Magnus, a bit further up, yeah.
Magnus. Okay, so king h8, rook g1, knight f7, rook g3, rook c8, queen d2. Queen c7.
Yeah, with the king on h8 and knight on f7, Magnus even feels comfortable enough not to have the queen on e7.
But now knight e1 is kind of useful, because it's
sure.
Queen e7 and f4, and that is a hugely useful...
And the game might actually be over.
Uh-huh.
Because what followed was rook c7, rook a3, bishop b5, rook b3, bishop a6, rook a3, bishop b5, rook b3. This is what's on the board right now. Probably not over, but Magnus cannot play bishop a6, because that is a threefold. This is the last time in the game that he has the option of not repeating.
Right. I think he's going to repeat here. I think it's one of those...
Well, you can play bishop c4 and then rook fc8 and continue. I don't think black is risking anything at all. I think the structure is such that he doesn't feel under any kind of pressure. The thing is, bishop c4, white will go rook c3, and then potentially double on the c file, and a lot of material will come off. But here, maybe you can take on a2. Maybe this is the saving grace, so to speak, for black, because otherwise b3 and every single rook comes off. And then yes, it doesn't really feel as if black will be winning this anytime soon.
Okay. Interesting.
In the Wojtasek Giri game, there have been some developments.
We last saw it at D3. Bishop E3 was played. Yes, my cartoon game is really lacking. We're going to have to... Yeah.
And that also is... Yeah, we will get there eventually.
We will get there. I have to...
Yep, there you go. And we were looking at rook c3, but I think maybe that pawn sacrifice, which we got distracted by other things, that pawn sacrifice that I was suggesting after rook c3, namely check, king g2, bishop d4, forcing you to take on d3 while the knight is still on b2, and then playing either rook c8 or maybe even rook c7 to attack the knight straight away. But both look interesting to me. It looked quite attractive, I think, for black, because at the price of this pawn on g3, which you kind of feel is probably very likely gone in most variations, you get very, very active. The rook will land on c2, because if rook c1, I think black takes, and goes rook c7.
Yeah, and rook c2 check.
Yeah, and rook c2 check is coming, and this is just completely unplayable. Instead of all this, Radek played bishop e3, to which Anish replied bishop b6, king f2, and he has just played f5.
Ooh, baby. Okay.
Creating a not inconsiderate threat of f4, rook f8 check. So
yeah. Even f4 in some lines.
No, f4, I would be a lot less worried if I were white here, because I just take, go rook c3, and I feel fine about that. But the other thing is very, very threatening.
Magnus, in the meantime, did play his bishop back to a6. So
I think he feels comfortable enough with his tournament situation to just take a somewhat shorter day today. I think Dmitry has absolutely zero reason not to repeat here. Yeah. So I think this game is over.
Yeah.
Just let's since we are expecting it to conclude in a moment, let's go there for a second. And as mentioned, the first rook a3 move was played on move 23, then on move 25, and right now I think Dmitry Andreikin is in the process of writing down rook a3 on his score sheet and calling for an arbiter. And yeah, we expect this game to be finished momentarily. A comfortable game for Magnus, but I think the one decision.
Yeah, this knight g4 move is
if we were there, and it has been confirmed as a draw. Yeah, if we were there as and had access to press conferences and could ask questions, I would very much like to ask Magnus if he considered this this knight g4 idea, and if he did, why he felt it was not attractive enough. It really looked like a very curious little option. Anyway, this game is drawn, and in the Wojtasek Giri endgame, things are heating up, because f5, knight c4. Now e5 is hanging, and if f takes e4, we take on b6 with the bishop,
right.
And then knight, and this is a very unpleasant fork. Although variation actually continues. How about this? What do you think about this?
I was doing something d2 is right, but also I was looking at rook f7, just giving the rook in the corner.
Yeah, here the point is just to demonstrate. Here the point is I want to take on a3 and go e3 check.
Oh, that's nasty.
And this is just mate on the board, so the king has to go towards those squares. But I have a feeling we might lose every single pawn. We will win the rook back, but we will lose every single pawn here. So this might not be as good as I originally intended, but probably is still a draw. Like e2, I thought maybe knight takes e5 is strong, but here this move might be very good. Followed by e1 queen, like knight c4, e1 queen. And this actually ends.
Right.
This ends with black being up some material.
Right.
So that is one option, and the other option is, as you correctly pointed out, is to go rook f8 here, knight d7, rook f3. But
I didn't know if rook f7 was better to keep the knight on.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, of course you drive it to e8. Yeah, that's me being me being stupid.
Yeah, and then I just wanted to take and go e3. I mean, is this insane or?
Well,
With the knight on a8.
I'm not sure. Here, I think maybe white is in time, but honestly, not 100% certain about that either. I thought I knew how to get these things under control, but the fact is, with the rook on a1, I would feel white is definitely winning.
Yeah.
But the fact is, like, I want to go knight b6, knight c4, but sadly here,
d2. Yeah.
g2 hits this rook.
And then.
No, this I actually do win. And king e2, knight g4, king g1, and this kind of a setup is well known to be fine for white.
Yes. Okay.
But otherwise, if not for rook c8 check, if I had to go along the first anywhere, I think this is just winning
Yeah,
for black.
this is the position I had in my mind, but rook c8 check is...
Yeah, rook c8 check is very strong there.
So we can get... Can we avoid that with the other rook? With rook f8 instead of rook f7?
Rook f8...
No, it's the same. It's the same. It's the
and
same.
also e5 is even
Yeah,
hanging
no, it's
here,
worse
so
to have the knight. No, that
I think it's
that
even
just
worse,
doesn't
yeah.
work. Yeah.
e3...
But these things you have to check, of course, isn't it?
Yeah, no, this is the same, only worse, yeah.
Yeah. No, king e2 is
Same setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess my rook sacrifice currently is the favorite of the two.
Yeah, that's a beautiful...
So we get here and we play g2, and of course white has the option of taking probably the g7 rook. We take on c1, we take on a3, he takes on e4. This might not be such an easy draw because e5 is dropping as well. Might not be a draw at all, let alone an easy draw. Yeah, that's the problem with speculative rook sacrifices. People just don't accept them. People just return material straight away and say, yeah, well, no, thank you, don't really need any of that. And then you lose some technical endgame. Very regrettable. Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
So we are some way away from what's actually on the board. This is the position. One thing we
Let's
do
do
know.
a time check. Shall we?
One thing we do know for sure. Anish is not going to take on e3. Bringing the king closer to the d pawn is not something he is contemplating here. He is looking for some kind of a tactical solution to get out of this.
Yeah, out of the corner of my eye, I've seen this move.
Yeah, this is probably good. Rook g1, rook g3. Yeah, that probably is a good idea.
Yeah, that's strong. So you have to take pretty... I mean, I'm pretty sure you have to take. And if you take...
No, you don't include the second rook. I think you take on e5 here in this position.
Yeah.
But then it probably ends up being a draw after rook a3. We take on f5 first, I think is more precise.
Okay.
EF, GF, rook d2. White is still pushing a little bit. White is a pawn up, but something like rook b3 probably ends up being enough for a draw. Because rook d6, rook a2 check is very awkward.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore it's not that easy to comfortably protect the pawn on b4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something like that could definitely happen.
And we've been proven wrong once again in the Ilyana Hare Krishna game. Let's go to our leaders. It's down there. Yeah. Hari decided that king g8 is perfectly fine and why not repeat, and Pavel just plays rook h3 here and says no. No draws for you today. Is he... No, there's no mate after knight c3, queen h5. So we have now as an option for black a hugely improved version of the same if you take on c3. Because the king is better off on g8 and also the rook is not on g3, so there will be a lot less pressure. And I take on e5 for instance here. And yeah, rook c6, d5 was worrying me, but we can go rook e8 here. Let's go rook e8 here. No, why would you vacate a very good file? Yeah, rook e8, followed by knight c4. You get the feeling this is maybe slightly over optimistic by Pavel.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Maybe he wants to take with a pawn here and create a threat of queen h5. But once again, it kind of feels like
It's not even a threat, is it?
Well, it's sort of a threat.
Knight d5.
Queen h5.
G6.
Well, if you force black to play g6, you at least have maybe achieved something. But even that is unclear. You would
I put a
definitely...
rook on f7 if I
Yeah,
need
because
to.
we control the f6 square with
Yeah.
the knight, so you don't really have any hope of ever landing this.
Yeah.
No, I think Pavel is...
He's punting a bit too much, I think, today. I think
well,
he's...
we'll see. He may be proven correct, but...
I would have bailed, I think. Not because I would be playing somebody 400 points higher rated than me, but I just felt like I'm losing...
Yeah, it doesn't really feel
plot.
it doesn't really feel like he's better, and yet
No.
he continues pushing it. But I mean, he is on 2 out of 2. Maybe he feels very confident about his tournament, and we guessed something correct in this game.
Oh, it's actually gone the way of the dragon, as they say.
Yeah, we guessed correctly what Richard will eventually
Yeah.
settle on. He did play a 5
Yeah,
in this position.
That
right?
is very much him, isn't it?
Yeah, and Wesley, I think correctly figured out that the knight on c3 is needed to support the queen side. You do not want to allow b6, b5. But his problem, I think, is that after rook g2, if you don't play knight e2 here, rook d2 will be a bit of a threat.
A stinker followed by knight d3.
Followed by knight d3, and everything comes in. And
That's just mate, actually.
I
isn't
think
it?
he probably needs to go knight e2 anyway. I
Right.
don't really see any alternatives. Maybe me, but I seriously... And also, if you just look at this position, his pieces are not spoiled for good squares. It's very, very difficult to even name legal moves you can make apart from knight e2 in this position. The other one would be h5, and that's just about it. Pieces just don't have squares. So we should start looking at this. Knight e2, b5. Looks absolutely horrible, I have to say.
This looks gross for West.
Because even if you take on f4,
Yeah.
you just have no real hope of... well, you do have rook h2 here, so you probably actually go for this, because at least it allows you to trade some of the attackers. It's still probably quite good for black, this position.
Yeah,
but
with the knight.
at least some pieces have come off, and you have renewed hope. You can maybe even go queen c2 and hint at some e5 and discover checks. Rook h2 is a very important resource there I originally missed. What else does black have here?
The problem is that bishop doesn't actually can't really move anywhere.
Yeah. Black is in general so dominant all over the board that I even seriously considered queen a4, but I don't think it's fast enough. I seriously considered many things. I considered queen f5, ef, bishop e3, but that's a bit too much. I mean, I gave it some thought.
Yeah.
Sadly, the same thing
Yeah, the
applies.
same
Rook
thing,
h2
right,
just solves every single issue.
It's
But
not, mate.
yeah, I really want to like top it off with some kind of beautiful geometrical something, but I seem to be failing currently. There's also rook takes e2, just to preserve this bishop. But then rook g1 will become a move.
Yeah.
Like rook e2, I think you have to take with the queen, because king takes rook g2, rook a2 might actually be quite decent for black. And that was my idea. Take and start getting the queen to better squares. But rook g1 is a large problem
rook g1's
here.
a problem. Yeah.
You are hoping
You're actually going to get mates.
you are hoping to give a perpetual of some sort, and you
Yeah.
probably aren't giving any perpetuals here. So none of those speculative things actually work. I think I know what Richard is debating. He's probably debating starting with b5. Now I realize.
Yeah, we had this. We had this, right?
We had this earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had this earlier. This is very interesting. It might be very strong
Actually,
as well.
that might be a cream cracker, as we say. A humdinger.
I really like this move.
That's a great move, b5. Again, it's very pleasurable, isn't it, to play this move?
Yeah.
What do you do here, actually? That's just because the idea, ladies and gentlemen, is that if you go cb5, now I go rook g2, and now knight e2 runs into queen
Knight to queen b5 is just an immediate resignation, because none of your pieces will ever move ever again.
Yeah, this is just your pinned and knight d3 is coming.
Something will happen, yeah.
Yeah, this is resigned, so you can't take. So if you
Well,
take.
you can take, but you can't play knight e2, and the same applies here.
Right.
You take, and now after rook g2, you don't have the only move you really wanted and needed to make in this position, namely knight c3 e2. And there's
and
no
again,
way.
Knight c3, rook
Yeah.
d2.
And now this lands, and if it lands, you feel.
Yeah.
Second one is coming in. Knight
No,
d3. Knight d3 is coming in. Yeah,
pain.
I think
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
yeah.
He's gonna do it. He's in the flow. He's gonna do it.
What's the time situation? Let's briefly have a look.
22 minutes versus 20. Yeah, b5.
And this is move 31, so he has
B5
20 minutes to find this.
No, b5 is a stonker, and it's just so him as well. It's just so him.
Yeah, let's keep with this for a while, because I think once he spots b5, it will be very, very difficult for him to restrain himself. So we might. No, it's just such a nice move to play.
But he's played like 4 or 5.
Yeah, and
really.
b5 is on.
No, of course
yeah,
he is.
Richard.
Of course it is. He's not missing. This is maybe game of the.
No, this
game of
is
the round
an
so
obvious early contender for the highlight game, which you are doing, by the way.
Oh, am I? Am I really?
I'm going to pull rank here.
Okay. Lovely.
No,
No,
I really don't see how Wesley is getting out
gorgeous.
of this.
Yeah, this is just gorgeous.
I mean, you go knight e2, I guess, bc4, knight f4, ef,
No.
and you hope to find something here to play. But I don't know, knight e3, queen b5. It's just they're all coming from everywhere, and no, it's very difficult for me to believe that even the machine can hold this. I mean, you play rook h2, I guess, to stop this one from happening.
Queen b5?
But yeah, queen b5, knight d4, queen somewhere b4, followed by knight d3. Black isn't even down material anymore.
Right, yeah.
This is happening with equal material, this king on f1 and all the rest of it. It's happening with...
Yeah, this could be Wesley So's first loss in 45 classical games.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me either.
And it's somewhat fitting that he eventually loses to, the style of chess he hasn't really seen in those 45 games.
Yes.
I mean, he's been playing against people, or sort of competing against him at his natural game, which is, very correct, very theory-heavy, sort of a top-level elite brand of chess. And Richard, who is very much an elite player in terms of skill, stylistically is the diametrically opposite to that.
Right.
And it seems like that style is today prevailing over the orderly things. But it really all started with Wesley missing this bishop c1.
Yeah, I mean, missing that is...
Yeah.
But it's easily missed. Right?
Absolutely.
Just from nowhere, this
Yeah,
bishop lands.
yeah,
on
because black has been defending. Black has been defending this entire game, fighting against the expansion on the king side and all that. And you are, as sort of a culture prescribes, you are driving your king towards safety around c2. And I will mention that I think Yevgeny Tomashevsky in the game I keep on returning to. He secured his king side position, his king position first, and only once the king was on c2 he started doing something on the king side. So perhaps it's an important detail to keep in mind.
Gorgeous.
All right, so yeah,
Gorgeous.
Wesley now will grimly consider his options, which are not many.
No.
Which are frankly
this
not
poor guy on
many.
h3 as well. It's just him.
He took on b5.
Well,
But
that's practically resignation.
Yeah, but this is just No, rook g2 you resign.
Rook g2 is.
Yeah, and the machine. We briefly glanced at the machine. The machine just agrees. No, you cannot do this.
No,
this is very surprising because after 92 you could still maybe soldier on grimly for a while. This is just you get mated here.
This is just mate. And there are no other moves apart
get
from Rook
mated,
G2,
yeah.
so
I don't know.
it's just
Yeah, he played Queen
Rook
B-
G2, Queen B1.
He played Queen B1, but even here Rook D2 is just overwhelmingly
Rook
strong.
D2,
Yeah.
with Knight D3. Wow, what a win for Richard Rappard. If he converts, and it's looking very likely that he will.
Yeah.
In other news, what happened here, Peter? Let's quickly wind back.
Cartoon.
Let's
be
proper.
Yeah.
So we last saw it at. Basically, he went check. So it was this very important check that Jan clearly
Now,
missed.
f6 you need to play, and in this position it probably was more precise to start with the capture, because I think maybe g7 was a better square than h7.
Right.
Like if you look at this position, if you take immediately, you give this check, and you play rook g7. This creates a threat of rook g8 check, bishop f8, and rook takes g5, which is very, very relevant. And in the game, he went for the h7 square, which is actually was something that I was advocating, so I can't really claim I understood it any better than he did in the quiet studio where there's no pressure on me. Here there's b4, a4, c4.
Oh.
And suddenly there are things black could look forward to, Black is suddenly not entirely helpless. He probably still is objectively in a lot of trouble. But at least he is not entirely helpless. White has taken, check, bishop f8, rook f1, king e7. They repeated a couple of times here. And then Wei drove the bishop all the way to h6, because bishop e7, rook d1 check, as previously, loses a piece, and gave a check from d1. And Jan is now considering his options. I think he needs to play king e5, because king c6, rook f6 drops a very large number of pawns. But king e5, rook c7 is maybe even green.
No, but even this one check.
No, this is just resigns. Yeah.
Here.
Rook takes c4. Why are you?
Rook c4. Yeah.
Why are you being fanciful? You don't need to.
I don't need. Even that's
C4,
probably good, but yeah, I mean, you're right. Rook c4 is just so he's going to go king e5 almost certainly.
And then rook c7 is very strong, I think. You can play c3 and hope you will get a6, a5 in, and then at least you have some trumps on the queen side.
Right.
And no, game is still sort of ongoing here.
We call them some Donalds now.
Yeah, I know.
Unfortunately, we won't get into that today.
No.
So it looks as though Jan is still just very quick time check on the rest of the boards. Wojtaszek 14 minutes versus Curie 16 minutes. Veilly only has 40 seconds, but the good news for him is that
This is move 39.
it's moved 30.
This is move 38.
38.
Yeah. But his moves are reasonably
reasonably
natural here. He doesn't really need to worry very much about things.
Adiban has got 17 minutes against Aronian's 19, and that's fairly equal. Elyanov has got 14 against 19, so slightly down. And Sergei Karyakin, who by the way, we haven't seen his position in a
while,
lifetime.
but he is, I think, on the verge of converting this into a full point, because these pawns are they've progressed a long way down the board, and Black really hasn't been able to start anything on the king side. Let's briefly run through this. Bishop h2, as we expected, queen b7. Luki played a6 here, which is a sensible move, keeping the pawn closer to, it's protected by the rook on g6. But White has a very simple plan. He just wants to create something on the queen side here. Bishop f4 check, and Luke felt that king g8, queen d5 check, I guess, was not at all attractive to him, or maybe even just b4, a5, b5, a6, the very simple plan. So he played d5, rook e8, and White just, he even went to b1 and not b3, and then established control over the light squares and started just pushing the pawns up the board. And yeah, this is the current position. b6 is already threatened in a very serious manner.
It looks hopeless, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like you probably need to trade the bishops and hope that the rooks will somehow be able to create something, but it's just not happening. And something weird happened in the rapport game, which we need to talk about.
What?
Yeah, exactly. That confuses me.
You're kidding me. Wait a second. What is this? Hold on. Queen b1. What happened? Queen b1. He went queen f7.
He did not
didn't
play
go
rook d2. He did not play
Rook
rook
d2
d2.
is just a just.
Yeah, I'm also reduced to making bird sounds here.
How can you not play rook d2 here, followed by knight d3 and mate?
Yeah, that confuses the hell out of me. That really does confuse the hell out of me.
He went queen f6.
Let's just put this on the board. Rook
Yeah,
d2,
rook d2,
knight d2,
knight d2,
knight
knight
d3.
d3,
And
yeah.
there are no more moves in this game. Queen takes b5 is a threat.
Because, ladies and gentlemen, the point is this is mate
Yeah.
in one.
No, white is just
And
completely
this-
stalemated.
This
Yeah,
is
queen takes b5 is a threat.
This is mate.
That would have been
so beautiful.
Such a masterpiece. He
Yeah.
might still be okay somehow. Let's have a look at the current position. So he allowed knight e2, and then it's a lot trickier. He played queen g6 here.
Maybe it's
First of all, what's happening after knight e7? Let's look at the important things first. What's happening if white just goes after the material? This is how you don't lose any games for 45 games. People start doing this against you.
I don't understand anything.
Yeah, I thought maybe it's rook f2 check followed by queen g2 check, but I don't see any mate there. It's just checks. And then I kind of got stuck there because I don't understand what the follow-up is.
There is no follow-up. It's a bunch of checks. The king runs to d1 if it needs to, and
Yeah.
has he, for want of a better term, completely bungled it? I mean, this is insane.
Yeah,
This
I
is-
feel so sorry for him because he played such
He
a
played
beautiful
brilliant game.
And he also had, according to the clock on the website, he had 20 minutes.
Yeah, you had to find rook d2.
He played b5 on 20 minutes, blitzed out rook g2, and after queen b1, apart from rook d2, there was also, I briefly glanced at the monitor there, and there was also this idea to play c6 followed by queen a7, which apparently also wins, because you just play knight d3 next move and give mate. But that you can fail to spot. That is not something you immediately
No,
realize.
but rook d2 is
Yeah.
with the idea of the doubling on the seventh.
I mean,
and-
what could possibly have spooked him here? Maybe he thought rook g1 is a good move. But then black takes and includes the queen.
Yeah.
Or queen f7, I mean, either of those moves. And,
and this rook
and also knight d3, I mean, it's just completely winning. You don't really even need to look at this very
No.
carefully. Like queen f1, queen g6 check, king
knight
h1,
d3,
knight d3.
knight f2 is coming.
Yeah, you shake hands.
That's it. That is.
You shake
You
hands.
just shake hands here,
You
right?
shake hands here.
Yeah.
That would have been such a fantastic
What a
masterpiece
game that would have been.
by Richard.
What a shame. I feel really, really sad about that because
Yeah, it's not, and for people who probably by this point will be screaming at us in chat why we are so anti-Wesley.
we're not.
We're not.
I also-
Yeah, this is just, Richard is an artist. Wesley is an extremely strong chess player who plays very, very practical chess and has had arguably maybe the second best or the best 2016 in all of chess. But Richard is, you want the artist to do well, especially when the painting is almost finished. You're one move away.
Ugh, the frustration as
Yeah,
well.
this must be incredibly painful.
This might tilt him off for the whole tournament as well.
Very, very easy.
We'll
yeah.
probably be seeing h4 and g4 on the first
Yeah,
few
I'm not sure.
minutes.
I'm not sure how much he succumbs to tilt, but
No, this for any human being. This is to be on half out of 3 after this. If
instead
Wes-
of very
one-
respectable
yeah,
50%,
and with a beautiful game,
and with this to your
That's
credit,
a tilt.
I don't know if they still have game of the day prizes.
yeah, and Wesley played 97, no fear at all. And Wesley is not gonna, because now it really is a case of, Black doesn't really
Like
have.
you just parry the immediate threats, and also most of the moves you will be making with white from this position will be only moves.
Right.
Like rook f2 you take, queen g2 you go king
King
e1.
E1,
And
yeah.
you're not going to have any difficult decisions left.
Yeah.
You're just picking up material when it gets thrown at you. Yeah, this is going to be
I'd-
extremely frustrating
Wow.
for Richard, because he really did play, starting from that bishop c1 move. He really did play a very, very
Beautiful
nice game.
game, yeah. In other news, very quickly,
Radek did something weird.
Reddick did something weird, apparently.
Well, he could have taken on b6, I think. We were looking at this, and we
Ah.
thought he played rook cd1. Also, maybe in this particular position, choosing a different square for the rook, like rook a1, preventing even any thought of rook takes a3 anywhere, and following it up by a b6, knight takes b6, was very much, I think, a thing to consider, with, I think, a white advantage. But even after rook cd1, a b6, he went rook takes d2, and that's a draw offer, pretty much. And actually, black might even continue for a while after rook d2, ef3, and rook takes a3. Unless he wants to go something like rook a1 here, but that's you're asking for trouble, because after knight d4 you might never actually win this pawn back.
Yeah,
You probably don't want that. So he saw some ghosts, I assume, or we failed to see something after
I'm not
knight takes
sure.
b6. One of those two things is correct.
Oh, Richard, what has he done? Such a shame.
Yeah.
Such a beauty. That was bishop c1.
Yeah, that was a fantastic game to cover as well, because
Yeah.
I mean, he was rarely you see, such a beautiful concept come together. Of course, it came. I mean, it started with a white mistake, but still,
Okay.
we feel for the guy.
Pavel versus Harry, and
Well, we did end up exactly with the structure we were describing, and
but this is hugely unpleasant for white, isn't it? Or is
well,
it?
you hope you create something on the king side that distracts black enough that he has to maybe switch from attacking your queen side to defending the king side. But yeah, this doesn't look good at all. I mean, I'm wondering what Harry plans after queen h5. That would be the only question I have. Because currently already knight takes c3, I think, is a very serious threat.
Also,
Yeah, I'm not sure. I
very
think you
tough.
play queen h5 and you ask the question, because you cannot really switch to defense. Something will fall on the queen
Yeah.
side if you switch to defense.
Yeah.
You have to continue creating threats somehow.
Yeah, I agree.
So what happens after queen h5? First of all, if you play knight f6, there is a move queen takes f5. It might not be all that great, but it exists. Might actually even be quite decent. e5, rook e7, knight e4, have rook bishop e1.
Yeah.
Knight c3, and even rook takes b7, I guess. I mean, bishop takes e3 is a draw, but maybe white can even play for more here by taking on b7, knight e2, king f1, knight d4, I don't know, rook d3 or something. Might be quite unpleasant for black now.
Yeah.
So you probably don't play knight f6, and if you play knight f6, you don't play e5. You also have after queen f5 the option of playing queen takes a3, but it looks dodgy. So you play either g6 or h6. h6 you very seriously need to calculate bishop takes h6.
Exactly.
On the other hand, let's put this on the board for a second. I go h6, bishop h6, rook c3. Bishop g5, rook h3 is a very important detail, which I have to mention. This looks strong for black. This maybe is the reason the queen is not yet on h5, to be honest, because this looks very strong for black. No, it brings us back to that choice Pavel had on round move 22, where he actually repeated twice, and then when he could play bishop h6 and sign the score sheets, he went rook h3.
Yeah,
He repeated. I didn't notice he repeated twice. He actually had the option of just finishing the game.
Yeah, and given his tournament situation and the position, I'm just very surprised.
Yeah, that's that wasn't really an obvious decision to me at all. I'm not a huge specialist on IQP structures with any color, but it seemed to me like white didn't really have any particular reason to believe he was better.
Let's quickly go back to the Wei Yi game. They have made time control, and I will bring the cartoon up. They've also done Wei Yi as... What is that? Is that some official communist
Yeah,
sort of.
I think that's the implication there. I'm not sure what he's doing there.
And Yan is also being. Well, Yan's okay, I suppose, but they're all a bit. Don't know. I'm not sure who's going to be happy out of all of it. Anyway, looking at the position, we've reached move 40, so Wei Yi is going to have a little bit of a think here, probably.
I'm not sure about this King of 2 move. I understand he was probably playing, very much an increment by that point, at least according to what we've seen in terms of timings on the website. And King of 2 seems like a bit of a unnecessary pass here, because if the bishop gets to d2, the position becomes a lot less obvious to evaluate, a lot less easy to evaluate is what I'm trying to say. You probably still play rook c5 check, king f6, rook c4 right now, because you need to start picking some of these things up. But let's say black plays a5, check, and a5. And I'm wondering if this is just unclear. And if you cannot take on e4, then the whole situation could be a lot less clear than we thought it was originally. Because once again, if black gets bishop d2 and e3, why is he even worse with such a feast in the center? And you get the feeling that after c3, some kind of a move which would lock the bishop out of the game, at least for now, was preferable. Maybe even
g4.
g4, but also with the bishop still, with the pawn still on g5, I will just take this here, because b3 I'll take this one as well.
Yeah.
You feel a lot more in control here compared to what they
allowing
on the
this
board
g4
right now.
is it's a bit of a lease of life for Yan.
We're not entirely sure what's happening here, but it feels like he might be getting away with it potentially.
We might need a medic for Richard Rapport as well, because he might just be frozen there in his seat thinking,
what have I done?
What have I done?
Yeah, you're just sitting there thinking, what have I done to my position? Why is this suddenly my position when it wasn't like this at all?
I love not playing chess anymore. It's just it's just moments like he's doing. Okay, mine is on a much lower level, but it's just heartbreaking stuff,
Yeah, he had played rook f2 check, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Let's round up because it feels like, apart from maybe the Ilyanov Hare Krishna game, every single game reached
and we'll
the time
go
control.
for a break.
And we'll go for a bit of a break.
So rook f2, king f2, queen g2, king e1.
Yeah, he''ll probably play rook g3. He's
Rook
already
g3,
played rook
right.
g3. But simply rook takes g3 and rook g1, and it's a full rook, unfortunately, and the knight on c5 is still not really giving any checks. Rook g3, queen h1, rook g1, queen f3, knight takes f4. You would like to play e takes f4, but sadly e5 gives mate on the other side of the board, probably, although no, it doesn't. Maybe he can still confuse his opponents a little bit, but Wesley is not easily confused.
Do you even have to take on f4 here? Because
you don't have to. Well, 93 check is a very serious threat.
That is a slight issue, so let's take that, shall we?
Can I take with the pawn, though? I would really... No, but then e5, knight g3, king g2, queen e3, king c3, and I will take this knight next move. Yeah, that's game over. So you have to take on f4 with your queen on move 40. And then white should just stabilize.
Should
somehow.
have a move.
Yeah, there must be some kind of move.
No, not that. Might be that one.
Queen g1, yeah, probably. Queen e2.
And this is fine for
No,
white.
this is winning. Also queen h4. If you play queen g1, queen h4, now immediately I think is a bit better, but maybe not much better. Yeah, we go towards that side.
Yeah.
No, queen h3 is a bit. Queen h3 is a bit tricky, because you kind of run out of really good squares.
I'm running into checks here as well.
Yeah. No, some precision will still be required, but the machine screams that this is lost, which means that it is. These days you don't really doubt.
Maybe here.
You don't really doubt what the machine is saying. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, there's always rook h1 threats as well. So
exactly, right.
You never have a quiet move to play. Although here you can take on e4, but maybe queen d3 will be winning or something. Although queen d3 you actually have to give up the...
I'm close, although, to bungling everything.
Well, let's go back a bit.
Let's go back, yeah. Okay.
I think rook g3 is the move to make here, and Wesley has 14 minutes to calculate. This probably will be the last important decision he has to make before the time control.
Right.
Maybe not the last in the game, but last before the time control. And 15 minutes is plenty here to make a move. Plenty.
The only good news is I did predict 1-0 in So Rapport and 1-0 in Kayak in Vervelli. So.
Yeah, and let's briefly update that. You feel this has to be winning. The h-pawn is now sort of running, but h4 just... No, c5 you need to calculate that. You need to be sure you're winning here. But you probably are. You play queen e7 check and you play b7. Yeah, you generally are winning in these positions. Once the pawns reach such an advanced stage, you generally do convert reasonably comfortably. Luki has played h4, but after c5, I think he will find that it's incredibly difficult to find any kind of counterplay. And if you move the rook forward, you generally just lose it with checks somehow as well in many cases. And c5 also played, and here after rook f2, queen e7 check, king g6, queen e4 check is probably quite awkward for black, but also maybe even I can do something like b7, rook b2, king c4, or king c3, and then eventually something bad will happen to those
there's
rooks.
There's a check. There's either e8 or e4 is a check.
Already here you probably have to take on b7, take on c5, and subject yourself to that torture, but you're not making a draw there. Yes, so Sergei will win, most likely. Wesley needs to play rook takes g3 here, but it's not really an impossible move to find. In the Adiban Aronian game, which we haven't really visited in a while, it feels like it's still very close to equality or just complete equality. I think you just play queen g5 here, black plays queen g1, and you give this perpetual. That would be, I think, a logical conclusion from here. I don't think white is better, but I also don't think black is currently better. Or you can play maybe even e6 with similar ideas, because black always plays queen d1 and you always start giving a perpetual. I think you always do give it. But queen g5 I think is neater in that respect. It's easier to calculate, easier to control. So that probably is a draw. Wei Yi played king e2 here. But he might... No, I think this might become tricky.
Yeah, he's bungled it.
Yeah, this might become tricky. You get the feeling that at some point he must have been more winning than he is right now.
Yeah.
Although I would not go as far as to say that this is no longer winning. It probably is still closer to a white victory than to a draw, but no longer a foregone conclusion at all. We'll be watching this with interest, and Anish is actually now pushing for a win. This has gone a bit off the rails for Radek, and in this position Anish found an even neater solution. I think he played rook d4, forcing this capture, and now black has these two connected pawns. You need to kill one of them. And knight a5 looks very natural, but then rook c8 is very awkward, I think. That's kind of the point.
Yeah, knight a5, rook
yeah,
c8.
If you decentralize this knight, black gets incredibly active. He is currently a pawn down, but he will play rook c2 check followed by d3 and so on. And Radek played knight e5, rook a3, rook c1, hoping for activity. But now knight g5. And I think he might actually start being very careful here with white. He probably can still hold if he goes rook d1, I guess. But rook a2 check.
Yeah,
this is the issue. He played rook c8 check. Black will play king h7, of course. And I guess maybe rook d8 now. That would be my guess here. And if black takes, he probably loses the d4 pawn, because there's no easy way to protect it. But black can also play rook a2 check after rook d8. And he will have to pick a square. But once again, even king e1 maybe. And rook d8 is on the board. So Radek made the time control, and Anish has one more move to make until move 40. He should have a comfortable draw in most cases here with black, but probably will not end up winning a game in which we feel he probably was in trouble at some point.
Adiban versus Aronian is also a draw.
Yeah, this finished the way we predicted in a perpetual. So we have two draws. Andrejkin Carlsen has been drawn for a while. Adiban Aronian has just been drawn. And we are going to have some decisive results for sure. We feel that Karyakin is very likely to beat Luke Van Veli. So Luke is having a bit of a nightmare in the start of the tournament. He will be on -2 if he loses this. This is not how you want to start.
No.
Because someone who's played some of these tournaments, it becomes very, very inhospitable if you start poorly.
He could easily, finish on -6 or something if it goes badly.
Yeah, it's very, very easy to spiral out of control because, it's a very long, very demanding tournament, and it's also a very, as mentioned, like even the climate actually does enter into it. Because
of course it does.
If you don't feel good about your chess being in Vike, you kind of run out of things to cheer yourself with, and that's not a pleasant spot to find yourself in. So what are we missing? And in that game, White still has all his pawns somehow. After 95, Pavel, after some thought, went with a4, and Harry decided not to take on c3, which I think was an option, but I guess he decided it wasn't enough. He played queen f7, ruling out all the queen h5 ideas, and now rook g3, hinting at bishop h6. I guess you can play king h8. There's really nothing wrong with king h8. And black wants to stabilize. Like if black plays king h8 and you pass somehow, let's make some kind. It's not even easy to make a pass.
No, these positions are just.
What I want to say is, if black gets
black's going to h6, king h7, right?
If you actually manage to play both h6 and king h7, your king side is going to be safe for the remainder. And then you can switch to the pleasant business of collecting something on the other side of the board. I like black's position. I'm not sure how good it is, but it is pretty good. And that, I think, completes the wrap-up. And we will go on a bit of a break, and we'll return to you, dear viewers, with, I guess, the conclusion of the round.
Yeah, so stay tuned. We'll be back. The time control has been reached pretty much in every game. See you very soon.
No, actually, that's not true. We should go back.
Okay.
Having said all that, we are forced to go back.
He just made a move. Okay.
To the game between Wesley So and Richard Rapport. Hang on a second. I will get there eventually.
Yes.
Yeah, he did take with the rook on g3. Queen h1, rook g1, queen takes f3 will be blitzed out by the players because there's really nothing else. Queen h4 is not a move you should consider. And in this position, knight f4 I think maybe is an important move to make, but it's not a difficult move to make because you are full rook up, and your goal here has to be to trade as much of the enemy as possible. So knight f4 is a very natural thing to play. It will be move 40, so perhaps we should wait for Wesley to make it.
Okay.
And there's also been some developments in the Ilyanov Hare Krishna game. So Hare actually cashed in immediately, which I feel I probably should have mentioned as an option.
Yeah, that is a serious option. No, he's just a pawn up.
Let's show the people what happened.
Yeah, he went knight takes c3, bishop takes c3, or rather rook takes c3, same difference.
Yeah.
Here and now the problem is you can't take because of a back rank. So you play h3 to give luft, but now
rook c6.
Rook c6, and it's a pawn.
Yeah, it's just a pawn.
It's just a pawn.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult, lengthy defense for Pavel. Bringing back once again the decision.
From the start of this game, we said he just felt like he's being overambitious, didn't we? Just felt, Harry's played great.
Absolutely no criticism can be leveled against Harry. Harry played a very, very sensible game. Actually, here it's a bit awkward because you can play Queen e5, and you create this threat of Queen b8 check, which somewhat surprisingly is not that easy to parry.
No?
Well, how would you do that? I feel like you may have to play something like Queen c7, and even that rook endgame is not, I feel, immediately entirely drawn, but I don't really see how you preserve your... And rook c6 has been played, and Queen e5 I think will be blitzed out, because if you allow black once again to play h6, king h7, your one window of creating counterplay will be gone.
Ah, they've still got quite a few moves to make as well, actually. Queen e5.
You play Queen e5, and let's check briefly what the time situation is. It's 3 against 10, and Queen e5 has been played by Pavel. And luckily for him, he is down on the clock, but his moves will be very, very natural. You create the threat of Queen b8 check. You play Queen b8 if Harry allows it. If Harry plays Queen c7 here, you take on e6, and you hope you don't lose this rook ending, which...
Still looks dreadful, that rook ending.
It doesn't look pleasant, but maybe is not as horrible as we are now trying to portray it, is what I will say.
No?
Yeah,
let's look at it.
Let's look at it. Yeah.
I mean, let's just take a look. So here, takes. So let's just the first.
You can
move,
also include rook c1 check.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to mention. Let's drive the king away.
And king f7.
And king f7. And if rook d6, king e7.
Yeah, that makes no sense. But rook e5.
Rook e5.
I guess we play g6.
G6. But
no, you can
rook b5, b6, a5.
Yeah, you can still very easily lose something like this. But on the other hand, I think you have enough counterplay. You have enough of those, resources to pester black with on the queen side to hold. And this rook b5 move is actually a reason why I was hesitant to offer rook c1 check as a move. I think maybe on move 36 it's better just to start with king f7.
King f7.
Rook e5, g6, because here you don't have the same option. And actually by giving this check we're driving the king further to f4, which might also not be such a bright idea. But I don't know, I mean king f1, rook c4, rook b5 is always how we're proceeding there. It's not going to be easy to actually attack these pawns because the king is cut off. You can play rook e7, but I can play f4, so that's not an option. Rook d7, but I probably play d5.
Is this a stupid move?
No, but I feel like I should find a way to deal with this sufficiently well somehow. Rook e3, b3 maybe. You probably hesitate to... I mean, if there are any other options. The problem is, it doesn't seem like there are very many options apart from this rook ending. And, but maybe we're making a mistake from the word go. I mean, king f7 is such an obvious move, but maybe this is stronger. Using the one moment where the rook cannot get to b5.
It's also very true. It's kind of an important move, isn't it, rook d7?
Yeah, didn't find it myself, I'll be entirely honest, because we probably should close that window, which
rook d7 is kind of
gives us hints.
Okay, but rook d7 is...
Yeah, but it's important to mention this, because I think after king f7, rook e5, white probably will survive. And here it's a lot less obvious. But maybe we can still make it somehow. I go a5, and if you take, I go rook e7, rook b4, and a6. And this probably is a draw, you feel, especially with the pawn on f5.
Yeah, the king
with the pawn on f5 and the king currently cut off, I will create enough counterplay, I think, on the king side not to lose this. And Harry played queen d7, which I think maybe he thinks that after queen b8, rook c8, queen a7... No, I think maybe...
No, he wants to go king...
Here he doesn't have anything at all, so maybe he wants
to go king f7.
Either king f7 or
queen
c8. But queen c8... yeah, you have queen c5. That's just a draw.
Yeah.
That's just an immediate draw. And if king f7, we...
Maybe he wants to take and go rook a6?
Yeah, that I think is his plan, but I'm trying to...
c5 and rook a4.
Takes here... queen b8, rook a4, rook b1.
I'm capable of losing this position, of course.
No, I think black shouldn't really lose, but
Why?
neither will
I don't
he.
see a move.
Neither will he win.
Why
No, I
should-
think you can just do this and run and run.
It's close. It's getting close.
It's close, but also rook a1 and queen f4 is a mating threat, so you probably don't win this with either side. You just go
Right.
queen e3 check and you call it quits. But yeah, it feels like maybe Pavel got away with it a little bit. I think maybe Harry thought that it's time to cash in here, and he could have continued for a while. He didn't
Yeah,
really need.
he
He didn't really need to start winning
Yeah.
material straight away. Waiting for another move may have been a smart idea. Queen b8 played, by the way, and also we should mention once again the cartoon game was off, but knight takes f4 has been played by Wesley. And here the important line I think we should mention is that if black starts with queen e3 check here, knight e2, knight d3, you have to probably in this position play queen takes d3 because king d1, knight f2 might get a bit awkward, or you might have to repeat. But taking and making some kind of precise move in this position should win.
What about knight g8?
Yeah, that's a decent suggestion actually.
Just to go knight f6 check.
Yeah, that
And h5 is actually
yeah,
waiting
that
right now.
probably just ends the game because knight f6 followed by h5 is a mating threat, which means that you don't have time, for instance, for queen b2, queen takes queen b1, queen takes a2, which you would like to play to at least have the a pawn to distract white. So yeah, and with this move 40 has been reached by Wesley. Richard will now consider his options, which, as we all mentioned, are currently not many, and he will be in a sulk about this. Very justifiably, he will be in a very serious sulk about this because he should not be in this spot. What about ef4? How do we refute ef4? Because I just spotted that after e5, apart from knight d3 check, which loses, there's also this move. I think maybe e5 is just wrong, because here I don't see it anymore. Queen c2, queen e3 check feels like black at least has a perpetual. Probably not more.
Probably. No?
Probably not more, because the knight
Oh, the
is
knight's
pinned.
pinned,
The knight
yeah,
is
of
pinned,
course,
yeah.
yeah.
Otherwise it would be mate. Yeah, okay, so how do we go from here? Maybe just queen c2. It's an important inclusion, I guess. Start bringing your pieces close. But then knight d3, queen e3. Hang on, how do you win from here? What are we missing? Maybe rook f1, king d1.
Yeah, rook f1 looks like a good
Yeah, that looks like a decent move. But once again, you need to check. I mean, it gets a bit nerve-wracking. Like positions like this, you have to go king c2, and you have to be very
And you
convinced.
can't go king c3?
Well, you can, but I think giving black this discovery
Just-
check makes.
Yeah, knight e5 might already be really embarrassing. I can see myself.
Yeah.
Knight e5 is quite embarrassing. Might just be mate as well.
I think you actually landed yourself in a lot of trouble here
Knight
because
c4 is just over.
yeah, you run into forks here. No, it
Queen d2 as well. I mean, it's
some precision is still required. I mean, we are currently.
But he's lucky he's got to move 40. He's gonna,
Yeah, we're back to unplugged, and we're actually struggling to refute it for the time being. It's a bit tricky.
Okay, but it's tricky. It's not.
It's a bit tricky, yeah, because we somehow automatically played knight d3 check after e5 discovered, and knight d3 check loses in 2 moves flat. But knight d4, you probably just play this. Yeah, that's how you do it. You just return the knight and take away
Keep
the
some
all important
squares,
take away the all important checking square on e3, and after queen c3 now you feel like you should be able to maneuver yourself out of this, like king e2, king f3, king f2, knight d3, king, maybe even king takes, but also king g3, I guess.
Queen e5? King g3,
Yeah.
queen e5?
Let's take.
Discovered double check is in the air. Let's go there. Queen f3, king h2.
Yeah, but this knight just stabilizes everything
Yeah,
so well. Yeah, you feel like here I mean, you will win the exchange, but it's nowhere near enough, and that's the extent of it,
Yeah.
I think. So I guess knight f5 is very strong.
Yeah.
And if knight takes e4, just queen c2, and there's suddenly not a single check, and queen takes c7 is a bit
yeah.
of a threat.
Yeah. Yeah, that's extremely strong.
Yeah,
That's
that
extremely
is very good. And the same, I guess, applies maybe even stronger to queen takes f4 or knight f5, and you don't even have the original knight d3 check here.
Yeah, no, queen f4 can't be right.
Yeah,
I think
and once again knight e4, queen c2, and white is the first to start giving mate, and he will succeed here.
Yeah.
Yeah, seems like Richard still has to make this choice, but none of his options really work for him. And in the Ilyanov,
He took on a4.
yeah, he did take on a4. It's not
So-
that scary.
No, he'll go rook b1 and.
No, rook b1 has to be played. This is also move 37, so Pavel has 2 minutes against closer to 5 for Harry. I mean, you play rook b1 because otherwise you are not really enjoying life very much. You can throw in d5, but there's really no reason. And rook b1 has been played. And yeah, Harry now will have to settle on something, because Pavel will be the one giving the first check suddenly, which is not where we were a moment ago. But yeah, as mentioned, Queen. He played b5, but
he wants to play rook a7 or something. Rook takes b5, rook a7, and just cover along the 7th like this.
Yeah, I guess. Rook b5, because rook a1, queen d4 leads to the same
Or rook
positions.
a1, queen d4 maybe.
Yeah, but that's exactly the same position as before. Rook a1, king h2, queen d4, rook b7, king g6, queen e8, king h6, queen e6, g6. And here actually the threats are even stronger. Yeah, I think he will probably do this, because Harry is not really afraid of ghosts in general.
No, he'll go queen e3.
He will quite safely go with the king to h6, because he will not be worried he is blundering something. But queen e3 check is just an immediate draw. And there's nothing there to discuss.
Rook e1.
Yeah, rook b3. King g3, king f3. No,
Yeah,
this
just
is not
immediate
going. This is
draw.
not going to continue for very long. Rook b5 played. Rook b5 played by Pavel, and yeah, I think Harry will double check for about 30 seconds and go for this. Yeah. The variation is so linear that you don't actually have any scope for. You can't really get scared with a variation which is so straightforward. You could even. I mean. The side that has deviations is black. In this position you can play king g5, and if not for queen e7 check, white would actually be in a lot of trouble, but queen e7 check is perfectly sufficient. And black has no squares to escape the continuous checks. King h5, queen f7. So you once again do the same.
Yeah.
We'll wait for all this to materialize, and then finally go on a break.
So 3 draws so far. Wojciech Giri was in fact a draw in the end.
Okay. Let's go there for a second. Whoops! I should stop doing that.
Yeah, this is important. So he was giving checks because there's, apart from missing the deep one, you can sometimes, if you're not careful, land in a bit of a mating net yourself with knight f7. It's not quite a mating net, but you have to be careful.
After rook d8, he went king g2, and Anish just played rook a2 check and offered the draw, deciding not to even press on here.
Yeah, you can't really press on here. d4 is dropping.
Yeah, probably just king f3 actually, because. If you start getting fancy,
no, knight f7 is.
You might run into trouble.
g5, knight g5, king g6, rook
Yeah,
d6.
This is very beautiful. Let's show
actually, is
this.
that false mate?
No, you can play king h6 here, and maybe you will not get mated.
Why?
But
feels like mate to me.
Or maybe you will. Yeah.
Rook d7 is mate.
Yeah, that is still mate. Well, obviously none of this is at all required, and they've progressed somewhat further in the Wayne Pomnishi game. This is now the position in that game. What do you think?
Um, tricky one. Well, I want to go rook a7 here for a start. I mean, that's. But then king e5.
e5, and also there's the immediate b3, which might not be stupid. No, I think this has become seriously tricky. I think you probably play rook c4, but after king e5, you have to play rook d1.
Yeah, this is where he has definitely gone very wrong somewhere.
It doesn't feel like he lost control entirely, but it does feel like he put himself in a situation where things are a lot less obvious. Rook c4. Let's look at this for a second. Rook c4.
Feels.
You feel like you need to play king e5, right?
Yeah, because king d5, rook b4 simply, right?
Yeah.
So here, and you can't allow this.
No. You can never allow the rook to land on the second. You have to play rook d1. And I think with black, you probably have to play bishop d2, although rook b8 is also maybe a move. Pavel decided not to, Harry decided not to calculate any of that and played rook a8. So.
Also a very sensible move, isn't it?
Yeah, should also be an immediate.
Richard did play knight d3 check, so we should see queen takes d3, queen takes d3, knight g8. And I think the point is also, if you protect against that queen f3, I think you can just go h5.
Yeah, h5, rook g6, knight f6 will be incredibly difficult to stop. And also, just to point out, this is a very well-known, whoops, I will get rid of that. That kind of a setup is tremendously useful against the queen. There's just never any checks. You give one check and then you run out of checks again. You go to the other side of the board, then you give one check and the checks run out again. So stopping rook g6 and knight f6 will be a very tall order here. You can play king h8 with the idea of rook g6, queen h5, but even that doesn't work because there's rook h6 check there. Yeah, what you try to do here is to give up all of your pawns and go for stalemates. But somehow
the a5 pawn. I
have a feeling Wesley will not fall for that trick. Yeah, that feels like it's finally settled and it's game over, sadly for Richard. And after rook a8, I mean, there's still one move to go, but I think we are justified in calling this as a forthcoming draw and going on a bit of a break.
All right, let's go on a break then, and we'll finish everything off when we come back. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back very shortly. Hello everybody and welcome back to round number 3 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. I'm Lawrence Trent with the one and only, the mighty Grandmaster Peter Svidler, and it says Radio Jan there, which is not true. This is us. Ignore that. We've just passed the time control for round 3 and we've had
A bit of a lengthy break is what we had.
We've had a lengthy break. We were on for a considerable time.
For a bit, yeah.
We deserved it. Just to recap for people who are just joining, there was a draw in Andreikin Carlsen. There was a draw in Wojtaszek Giri. There was a draw in Adiban versus Aronian.
And there was also a draw. For some reason, the file is not currently getting properly updated. This game, the game between Hare Krishna and Elyanov, has also finished in a draw. Black played Queen d5, I think, here, and after Queen takes d5, the players decided enough is enough, which is perfectly fair. Not a lot else you can do in this position.
Right.
But some games are still going on. The clearest one, I think.
By the way, this one is not going on. We should point out.
Oh, Richard decided.
Richard has actually given up here after a bitterly disappointing.
Yeah, this has to be one of the more heartbreaking games I've seen in recent times, because starting, let's recap this one briefly, because a bit earlier. Knight of one, bishop h6, move 23.
Yeah.
White feels like he is in complete control. There's no real counterplay to even play against. You can do whatever you please. And Wesley decides on a plan which is very standard in these types of positions, getting the king away from the king side towards the safety of the other flank. It generally ends up eventually somewhere around the b1 square, where it stands very, very well. And king f2, Richard plays bishop c1, and suddenly black is actually a great deal better, because you cannot comfortably protect this pawn. If you play b3, the bishop continues to b2, and there is no way to keep everything under control, because knight e2, the only normal square for this knight, runs into hg4, and your center collapses. And from that moment on, Richard played a brilliant game, continuing in the same fashion. If we briefly go through the moves, the bishop actually returns to c1.
Just wonderful.
Yeah, and in this position, Richard quite correctly gave up the f-pawn and allowed white to establish this beautiful knight on f5 for complete control over the g-file, followed by the brilliant move b5. He just played a fantastic game for about 15 moves. He was doing what he wanted with his opponent. C takes b5 is a very strange, frankly, decision here from Wesley. After knight e2, the game still continues, but cb5, rook g2 and queen b1. There is a number of moves that win in this position. Some of them are artificial, but the move rook d2, which is the most effective way to conclude here, is not a difficult move to find. And that was sort of the whole point of playing rook g2 on the previous move. The threat was rook d2, knight g3. The only explanation we could find is that Richard didn't want to allow rook g1, but it doesn't help white at all. You take, and then you include the queen in the attack by queen f7 or queen e8. It doesn't really matter. And that's all she wrote here. White has no defense against a very simple plan of giving mate. And knight d3. And instead of all that, Richard played queen f7, knight e2. This position is now unclear, and one more mistake, which I think was blitzed out for some strange
queen
reason.
g6 is such a strange move to blitz out, isn't it?
He had about 20 minutes here for the remaining 5 moves, and he played queen g6 incredibly quickly. Maybe not in 5 seconds, but he didn't really spend any serious time on it at all. And now knight e7, a move which you really need to consider.
You need to analyze,
You need to consider, and everything just starts falling apart.
He tried to give a few checks and complicate matters. Rook g3, what
but
else?
But it didn't quite work, and some of these decisions required care from white. But on the other hand, there's not a lot to choose from, and
then just the finish, knight g8, beautiful finish, with the idea of setting up a mating net against this king. There's really nothing to be done. If queen f3,
just h5, rook g6,
just h5, rook g6, knight f6, and rook g8 is mate.
Yeah, and this plan is completely unstoppable here.
Yep.
So that is a very interesting and a very heartbreaking game for Richard Rapport, who played brilliantly and then had some kind of a brain fade. As someone who has them on a regular basis, I know that this is not a nice feeling. The game is still going on. Karakin Van Veli, we think, is still going on.
I believe so, though. No, it's actually finished as well, so we're getting a bit of a lag in the moves here. Let's just see how it finished. 46, King B5, Rook F1 was played, but these pawns, B7, King F6, C6, Rook B1 check, King
A6, Rook C1.
C1,
And yes, Sergei decided not to even give the queen against Rook endgame to Luki, because after King B6 followed by King C7, white queens first the B pawn and then the C pawn, ending up with a full queen.
yeah, it's just no way to stop all the pawns.
Yeah.
So
So that game is also finished. Sergei is now on +1. Wesley is now on +1, together with Magnus and Harry. And Ilyanov is still leading the tournament on +2,
yeah.
2.5 out of 3. And the one remaining game in the Masters is a game between Wei Yi and Jan Nepomniachtchi, in which we believe this is the... No, that game also progressed quite a bit further.
Let's go after Rook C4, so we'll just go back a few moves here. So Rook C4 played King to E7.
Yeah, we were looking at King E5, but Jan opted for King E7, Rook D1 and Rook B8. I guess so that Rook takes E4, even when it eventually comes, and it will come, will not be a check. Rook DD4 played by Wei Yi, attacking everything, B3. CB, Rook takes B3, Rook C7. The King went to F6, I guess. And Rook takes E4. This is, I think, the live position. Yeah, so Black actually, I think, now probably has decent drawing chances, because he can go Rook B2 check and pick up the pawn on G2 either immediately, or you can drive the King to C3 if you feel you need to by playing Rook D2 check first. And there's so much material disappearing off the board that you feel that Black probably has decent drawing chances now. Which will be, a major achievement for Jan, because he played himself in a very, very tight corner by missing E6 check early in the game. We covered that, I think, during the live show. Maybe we could briefly visit the results of the challenges while we're waiting.
Sure.
You have to scroll even further down, I think. Yeah. This.
Rounds.
But they are not. No. This is weird.
Yeah.
I know some of the results, but we have some strange technical issues going on.
This is the thing. These are the games from yesterday. So
No, these are from yesterday. That's correct.
Yeah.
So I can probably read out the results, but we cannot.
Well, I mean, we can also just very quickly go here. We had a draw in Lamy Zhong. Benjamin Bock lost with white against Vladimir Dobrov, which is probably a bit of a shock.
that's a bit of an upset for this tournament. Smiryan has beaten Gawain Jones.
Mate. Great.
Yeah, gave mate on the board. Marcus Ragger continues completely dominating over the field. He is now on 3 out of 3 after demolishing Eric Hansen seemingly. Sopiko lost her second game in a row, I think, against Niels Grandelius, and Ariantari lost with white against Lu Shanglei. So plenty of decisive results in this round. So far, there's been 1 draw out of 7.
And the Forest also completely busted against Lei Tengji, the Chinese women's grandmaster, which would be huge upset if
so the challengers
always exciting,
yeah,
isn't it? The
unsurprisingly features a lot more bloodshed than the Masters, and Marcus Ragger is on 3 out of 3, and
crushing.
Ilya Smiryan, who will be 50 I think maybe next year, is in clear second place on 2.5 out of 3, also having a very nice tournament so far. Lots of stuff happening there, and we will continue monitoring it. But we can't really, for there seemed to be some kind of a hiccup with the
Yes.
challengers games today, so we will not be showing you those. They are of course available on the website.
King d3, rook d2 check is on the board, Peter.
Yeah.
So he will take this pawn.
I
No.
guess, yeah, rook takes g2, and I think the plan is to try and play king f5, bishop f4, so that you don't drop the g4 pawn. You don't really care about e6 and a6, frankly, because you want to have your own passer as far down the board as possible as a source of destruction for your opponent. So if for instance white goes rook 7 c6, I want to go king f5 and meet, well, anything with bishop. Well, here maybe bishop g5 because I don't want to get mated. But if the other rook takes, I really wanted to put it on f4. Yeah, and here black probably is just fine. I think the rook takes h2. Yeah, this black should not lose because you can't even take on a6. I'm not sure you would have won if you could take on a6, but here it immediately costs the full rook to stop the g pawn. Yeah, so Jan has been.
He played king f5.
That is a bit confusing, and once again, it feels like he is being a bit too cute here. I don't really understand why he would need to do this. It might still be perfectly. I mean, it might transpose. More than anything else, it might transpose to what we were looking at. I mean, one thing that could be the reason for this move order is that you actually stop rook c6 from happening altogether, because, like, if the rook has to go somewhere from e4, rook c6 will no longer be a threat at all. Maybe this is a very clever decision. So my original reaction was you are sort of potentially being too clever for your own good, but that maybe is not true here.
So the rook has to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Let's say it goes to e1.
Rook takes g2. No, makes perfect sense when you look at it from yeah. Sorry. No, rook h1 doesn't really. Okay. Sorry. Rook. Can I play? No, I cannot play bishop f4 because
bishop
rook f7.
rook f7. Yeah. So
I play king e5 d6 maybe.
But maybe now I go check rook h5.
Yeah, I think some kind of a setup like this is what white should be aiming for. Trying now not to give up
the king a bit.
Yeah, not to give up on h2 altogether. Trying to preserve that pawn. But even here, like bishop, either bishop e3 or bishop g7 check, followed by maybe bishop e5 in some positions here, for instance.
Oh, I can't do that.
You maybe have to, put the king somewhere else, so they have rook d1 check. But here I wanted to go rook c2 check, king b3, rook maybe b2 check. If you want to put it on a3, I'm fine with it. I'll go rook d2 here, I guess. But it feels like this is maybe the best position black had in a while.
Yeah.
Maybe not this precise one, but the one they have on the board. It does feel like
We've had moves.
Yeah, and they are actually progressing. Well, he didn't play rook f1 check, but it might lead to the same.
Rook c4 check.
Might even be slightly more precise.
Might be better, actually, yeah.
Might be slightly more precise because you're driving the king away to...
Because here maybe I can do... No, I can't. Careful.
No, you have to start with rook f1 check.
Yeah, just to illustrate, I did blunder a very simple tactic. So, rook c5, king f6, rook f1 check.
Why not king g6 though? Rook e5, I guess, and you lose all of those pawns. But that, once again, that is something I kind of... This probably loses a bishop to rook f5 and rook e5.
Yes.
So you have to play king g5 maybe there. But that's an important subject to kind of discuss in terms of theory crafting, if I may use that term. Losing e6 and a6, but actually getting to push the g pawn forward. I would say black should welcome it and actually should aim for it. Okay. And Wei did something different, which I actually quite like. He's trying to...
He's trying to swap G for
Yeah,
H.
he really doesn't like this G4 pawn
Yeah.
as a potential passer, and
Yeah.
he's working very hard to force Jan to actually trade it for the H2 pawn. And then he should have very decent winning chances, I guess, because
The E pawn is just
yeah,
not
the E pawn
as-
is too far, and the two rooks will probably be able to massage the black position to start picking up those weaknesses. Very interesting decision. What's the time situation? Let's have a look at the. I mean, I understand this second time control.
The time situation is
18 minutes against a full hour for Jan. Jan, as usual, is playing at lightning speed. He doesn't really.
So what
like,
is the actual time control? Is there a 60 move as well?
Yeah, there will be a third time control if they reach it.
Oh my goodness.
And he snap took on
he
H2.
snap took on H2.
That is a bit surprising, but I think Jan is very consciously trying to play as fast as possible to put additional clock pressure on his opponent. Do you just play e5, king f5, bishop f4, and push this one? It will cost you the a pawn, I'm pretty sure.
So E5.
It hasn't been played yet, but I'm trying to understand why he was so happy about giving up what felt like his most important strength. And yeah, I'm not saying rook takes h2 is a bad decision. I was just slightly surprised at the speed with which it was taken. Maybe bishop e3 instead of e5. I think e5 is a bit unnatural. Maybe you play bishop e3 first. Although, rook king f5. Yeah, this is what I was trying to calculate. King f5, rook goes somewhere, and here I wanted to go e5. Fine. But king d3 is annoying me a great deal. Followed by rook f8 check.
And getting control. It could, yeah, well, you could still feasibly win this position.
Sure. No, he's still very much in the running for this, but yeah, the feeling still remains that somewhere in the run-up to the first time control, his time trouble got the better of him a little bit, and he is now having to work a lot harder than he would need to if he was more precise.
Remember in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, keep your comments coming. I know we haven't visited so much, but we do appreciate them, and I will try and keep an eye on it. Van Forest is, yes, he is actually losing, which is a huge upset if he loses. Everybody's sad about the Ricky Rapport game and agreed.
Yeah, no argument there. Not because we are,
and I will start saying Rickard. I know it's difficult as an Englishman, it being seen as Richard.
Yeah.
But I know it's Rickard. I will start pronouncing that properly. Yeah, very upsetting game for him. And my bad feeling is that is going to really affect
this
his
could easily derail his tournament.
Yeah, and it's those kind of games that do. And please keep that coming. And also managed to cross the 10k followers mark in Twitter today. So if you haven't followed me, or Peter for that matter, you can see our handles or IDs below. So please follow us because we do tweet interesting things. Peter tweets interesting things.
I read
don't.
interesting things that are being tweeted by other people.
You retweet
Yeah,
other people.
no.
Okay. So that's good. And of course follow, well, if you're watching the stream, you're a premium member anyway, but follow Chess24 as well if you're not on Twitter and all the other social media channels. So,
no, that's the only one we have left.
That's the only one.
So we are.
We're in for the.
He played a5.
Wow, a5. Now that doesn't.
He played a5. He, I guess, he feels that he will actually be able to control White's potential attacks against his weaknesses. But how does he, for instance, reply to something like rook e4 here? I'm not threatening rook takes a5 still, but I want to play rook c6 and just pick up this one.
Yeah, and the problem is that even if you control a5, there are a lot of rook takes b4s and that kind of thing that win with the king cut off as far as it is.
No, those positions are very, very tricky. If white wins the e6 pawn
Yeah.
and the pair of rooks come off, those positions you actually, I think, need to know, and I don't.
It's reassuring that you don't. So what we're trying to say is we'll put it on the board.
Yeah, let's
So
put it on the board somehow.
So let me just
Bishop d2 check,
yeah,
king
so here,
c4, bishop b4, rook c6, rook c2 check,
yes.
king b5, takes. Here black but black will eventually, I think, lose the c pawn anyway. Even here, king f5, rook e2.
Let's just put it on the board for what we're trying to say, ladies and gentlemen. Is a position
Yeah, some position like that.
like this.
I think judging whether this is winning or not is not. No, this one I think is actually quite trivially winning.
Right.
If it's cut off along the e file, what is happening is, well, I mean, I put it anywhere, and while the king is still cut off, I bring the king over. No, I'm mad. I thought I can play rook a8, but that actually is a draw. So that's one of the equations you constantly have to run in your head. Is this winning or not? This currently is not winning because the king gets to d7. If the king were cut off along the f file, that would be easily winning. But with the cutoff being the e file, you need to start combining the threat of rook a8 with some other things. And sometimes white actually aims to
brings the king over to but it's quite difficult to.
It is very difficult, and I've seen this endgame horribly misplayed by people who were unlucky enough to get it, and I'm sure the same would have happened to me. I don't use this as criticism. It is a very difficult endgame to play, and I think
it's quite easy for black. That's the beautiful thing.
Even that actually is not entirely true. You can make mistakes. You can go with your king towards the wrong quadrant, so to speak, on the board, and then you're not fast enough to return. This is an intricate endgame, which of course the machine will play perfectly without thinking, but...
Well, it is a table-based ending, 2, 4, 5 pieces only. 6 pieces, I should say.
This obviously we can check with a table-based, and our viewers can also check if they feel so inclined. But the point is, over the board, even if you know the answer, and I honestly, I feel that there should be some kind of a definitive answer based on how far the king is cut off and so on. But even if you know the answer, there is great potential for misplaying this. But I think the way things stand right now, it's a lot more likely that what will happen is that the e-pawn will fall and the pair of rooks will not come off. And with 2 rooks against a rook and a bishop, I feel white wins reasonably comfortably. Because he can combine mating threats with the threats to transpose into some kind of winning endgame. I think black should actively be looking to trade a pair of rooks there, which is not something you normally say. I think in these endgames, your general rule of thumb is once a pair of rooks gets traded, you just resign, because having a rook to create counterplay is an integral part of your attempt to hold this. But I think if once again, if we where was our example? If we look at this, and here black can give checks and probably a pair of rooks will come off eventually. But let's say black makes some kind of a waiting move and white makes some kind of a waiting move. This position I feel has to be completely hopeless, because white can just start aiming for the mates with the 2 rooks, driving the king further and further away from the bishop. And then at some point he can start threatening even rook takes b4, which will be very difficult to deal with. Right. So with all the material still on the board and the e6 pawn gone, I'm quite confident saying it should be reasonably easily winning, even in practical terms. With 1 pair of rooks gone, once again, you would need to ask someone who actually has a clue. That will be you. Right, okay, so
hold on a second. I was going to call John Spielman or somebody like that.
After all that speechifying, where he goes king d3.
That's an odd move. Rook e4 felt like a really nice central.
I think maybe maybe the point is bishop d2, rook c2 wins a bishop. That might be why he is doing this, because maybe he feels that he can win he can actually win the a5 pawn. But I don't think it's true, because I think black can start with rook h3 check, and he will get something very similar anyway.
Right.
But he can get his king all the way to a6 and then start actually playing with the rook against the black pieces. This will be a very difficult defense for Jan, I think. This will not be fun at all.
So basically you can play 6a3 against a Najdorf, you can play 6 bishop g5, 6h3, you can even play 6 knight b3. All seems to be good for white.
Yeah, I think that perhaps...
Tongue-in-cheek.
Perhaps some of these moves have not really been analyzed as deeply as they should be. People are already starting, I think, to grasp what to do against the 6 knight b3, which when it first appeared, when I think it was Bartel, right? When Bartel started playing knight b3 against serious opposition,
Oh, yeah.
I thought...
What did they do against that? What is the solution? Just g6 or something?
I think g6 is pretty decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a game between Grishuk and Kokarev, I think, in the Russian Super Final, in which Kokarev committed one of the weirdest blunders I've seen recently and lost a position in which he wasn't even remotely worse.
Okay.
In the final round of the Super Final. But his approach to 6 knight b3, I think, was exemplary there.
Okay. Interesting. People are saying any foreseen Banterblitz comeback, Lawrence? Yeah, absolutely. Spoke to Jan actually today. He's up for doing some kind of session soon, so keep your eyes peeled for that. I did once do Banter Bullet. That didn't end well. Commentating on 1 minute games. And
yeah, people are saying Magnus should make some Chess24 videos explaining how to play endgames, and the author of that comment is very generously offering Magnus a fee of $10 to start recording. You get the feeling this may not work as a business proposition.
yeah, you might need a few more zeros there, and by
Or maybe just a lot of charm and pizza, and I don't know, whatever. Magnus probably doesn't eat pizza. Who knows?
Probably does eat pizza, doesn't he?
We have.
He does eat pizza. I've eaten pizza with him at his house. He definitely eats pizza.
Oh, not very subtle name drop there.
No, I'm saying I've been there with him.
Can we just briefly return to the game we were trying to cover?
Yeah, let's do
I'm
that.
really confused by what
What's
Jan is
going
doing.
on?
Jan is playing at such lightning speed that I have a feeling he's missing stuff. Because right now, after king f3, I think he is about to actually drop because rook e5, rook g6 check.
Oops.
You're very lucky that you're only losing the e6 pawn with check there.
But we do get that.
Which actually lands us in the endgame we
Exactly
were
the
describing.
same endgame,
yeah,
right?
Bishop d2, and I don't think white has anything smarter than this, and we are actually getting exactly the endgame we were describing. And that I think is his only option, because giving up on a5, you just lose.
No, you can't. You can't do that. So we could be. Here a lot less.
Hang on a second. Although, do you? I mean, from a practical viewpoint, would you ever go for this instead?
No.
Why? Honest question. I'm not that sure. I go king f5, I go bishop f4, and then I start pushing. He played rook e3 so far, but after king f2 will be the choice. This is already on the board. Yeah, and this is the turning point. He can still go rook e5, and he still gets that endgame, which is either a draw or not. Perhaps by this point it makes some sense for us to just check. You know the address for the Nalimov thingy? I do.
We can Google it.
I do. Yeah.
Wow, that's a true pro. That's a true pro.
And I'll continue spouting nonsense, and you can enter the position.
So I'm going to enter, and that's the one with the bishop, right?
Yeah.
And the king cut on
Along the e file. We'll just ask, and we'll get a definitive answer here. I just put it somewhere.
Doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
So yeah, in the position you see on the screen right now, and I can't make any moves because it says it's a draw.
No, it says it's winning.
So winning for black if white loses blunders a piece. So it's a draw.
Oh, it is a draw.
It is a draw. So you can actually, according to our sort of preliminary reports on the Nalimov, you can actually in this position play rook e5 or rook g6. Just take that, go bishop d2, and very happily hold this. I don't know about very happily, but hold this.
So let's just do one more file. It must be. I mean, just to...
No. Along the f file is completely dead because I will just play king b5, rook a8, and you will not be in time to stop me go king d6.
Let's just... I'm just going to put it in.
No, this I come on. For this you really don't need to.
Okay, all right. I trust you.
But, seriously, this really isn't a very difficult proposition to
Right,
evaluate.
no, because you just...
I go king a6 or something, and then I just take. Okay, you control f8, which is a bit weird. But yeah, okay, king a6 is unnecessary. I just play rook f4 here, I guess.
Bishop e1.
Okay, so hang on. So king a6.
I just want to be sure, you know, and for all the guys out there.
Rook f. Even here, because f8 is controlled, I'm. Yeah, this is weird. Okay, king a6 is horrendous. King b6, of course, is the move here. King g6, and I go rook f3. Yeah, and that should be the end of the game.
Bishop d2.
Rook f8. No, that's my point, because here I don't even need any finesse. I just take, and you're not in time. You need to be on d7 at this point,
okay,
and you're
gotcha.
not. And he did play rook e5, so well played.
Well, so he
Well played to young. Either he knows, or he didn't really want to play against the position we were describing, which was the alternative. But White is perfectly within his rights to torture him for about 2 hours and a half here, and end us with him.
Hey, you know, we're not obliged to be tortured. That's not in my. That's not part of the deal. But apparently, it's a draw, ladies and gentlemen. So that's something we've learned. We'll remember, I should say. Let's see what the chat says. Chat says Nepo has a Vancouver position. Is it called? It's not a. Is it another kind of Vancouver? It's a draw. Draw. Yeah, people are confirming that. Wow. So I wonder if he knew.
Someone said it is winning for White with only one rook, but I think if Nalimov says it's not, it probably isn't, unless Black somehow does not get the position that you you put on the board there. You could maybe look at some attempts from White not to allow the bishop to b4 altogether. Like in this position, maybe you can play king e2, bishop b4, and something like rook b5. I assume it's a threat, although I'm actually not that sure that I can take if you play e5, for instance. Can I take? I think it's a draw, right? e2 check.
Still a draw.
Yeah, but my point was I was trying, while the king is so far away, I was
Right.
trying, even with the pawn on e6, to kind of drive that bishop away from good squares. Somehow, I don't know, rook b1, and then somehow maybe attack with the king so that it doesn't land on b4, and then we might win. But yeah, that actually is an interesting point to
Yeah, that's quite
debate. So king e2, bishop b4. It has to be with the king on g6, because if we allow it to get to f6 and e7, we will no longer be threatening to take. Rook b5, e5, I take, for instance, and I go rook e4 here.
But this is...
Well, we kind of asked, but it was a slightly different position. I'm wondering if...
No. It's got
But
to
then
be
I think it gets transferred to d8, and you once again cannot really shift it. But it feels a lot less, I mean, a lot more counterintuitive that Black holds this as well. No, I think it might be tricky at the very start, where White can still create threats like this, which will make it a lot harder for Black to maintain the setup he needs.
They're asking if we can see the rag again. It was a very quick... Unfortunately, I can't load it. I could input it manually because it's so quick, but it will have the Wei versus Nepomniachtchi
Let's check again because maybe we.
Okay,
Yeah, let's check again because we normally get those games and it's very weird that we're not getting them today.
no, we do.
Yeah, maybe click that and scroll further down. Yeah, this is today's games actually.
Ah, okay.
So we got them.
Okay, let's do that.
So we can
Brilliant.
actually show you some of these games, and we haven't actually even gone through them.
Well, we have
ourselves.
time now in
Yeah,
this
yeah.
ending, which so we're going to be able to. So Marcus Ragger against a good friend of ours, Eric Hansen.
And Eric, for some reason, decided not to get involved with the mainline theory here, which is bishop c5. But Marcus plays this with black, so I guess maybe that was part of the reasoning he decided not to give Marcus his own repertoire. But
This is
yeah.
all standard.
Well, sort of. I'm not sure how standard this is actually. I haven't seen this position before. It feels like Eric was going for something very, very sharp and then backfired, like bishop f6 already. I don't quite understand this sequence of moves. It just feels like he suddenly decided to go for something which looks like he's getting mated. There's really very little surprise that he's just getting mated here. Bishop f6.
Bishop c2.
I guess bishop c2. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's just mate. No, that was just a horrible demolition job from.
Oh, that's
From
nasty.
Marcus,
and just to. This one is probably.
Rook e7
just-
simply. Yeah, you don't need to. Once again, you don't need any finesse here. You just brute force your way in.
I was actually thinking rook d3 is.
It might also be. I mean, with rook e7 is perfectly
Rook
serviceable.
e7, rook f6 is
Queen g7,
is
queen
mate.
g7
Yeah.
is mate. Yeah.
Yeah, rook e7 is end of game. So knight g5.
Yeah. No.
That
probably
was, that
probably
was-
any move wins here, but this is fine.
He's had better days at the office as Eric.
Yeah, absolutely. There are some actual mates on the board today. There's also the Smirin
Let's look at that.
Gawain game.
So we had
A
another
lot of
D-
d3-ish rule opposites today. And this is not supposed to be anything at all for white. You take. Yeah, everything is very logical so far. 95 I haven't really seen in these types of positions, but it really, once again, shouldn't really be life-changing. This has to be fine. I'm not sure about... I mean, something like queen e7 followed by bishop e6 just feels like there's very, very little that can go badly wrong for black. But I think Gawain went for something more ambitious, and it may have backfired. But even here, why is he doing so horribly? I think he must have blundered something. This looks perfectly fine, no?
almost better for
Rook
black.
e1, yeah, queen b4, rook d1, rook d8. I think this is probably the beginning of where it goes wrong, because suddenly you have to parry those. That's very cute. Yeah, rook, I don't really like this whole sequence. I would have played h6 ages ago
Yeah,
there.
to stop any knight g5.
Yeah,
chance.
you even before queen b4,
Yeah.
I would have just played h6 here.
Yeah.
I don't. Queen d2 maybe was what he disliked, but I still kind of dislike the idea of allowing knight g5 a lot more. Because here suddenly it does feel like you might get mated, and he did get mated. Queen f3 and king h2, yeah. And this is what
That's missable. Queen, because you go here and you're like, oh, okay, queen f3, rook d1. Whoops.
yeah, and this is just mate. This is just mate,
that's-
sadly, even in more than one fashion, actually.
That's just mate.
So Gawain just, yeah, and here, I mean, queen g6, after rook g8, queen g6 is also mate in about 3 moves, but
Huh?
rook g7, rook g8 is what happened. And
Queen
I'm
g6
not,
here.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing queen takes g8, obviously. Queen takes g8 is a perfectly good move here, but queen g6 was also mate. Yeah, that was from a position of, I think,
Extreme comfort, yeah?
yeah, very serious comfort. This just backfired horribly.
And
And
another
this is yesterday. No,
Oh, no,
this
this
we
is
covered,
yesterday,
yeah.
right. And Sopico lost.
Sopico lost to Niels in probably some kind of a Sicilian. Yeah.
Yeah. And I and Tarry as well with quite not a huge.
Now this is a reasonably topical line, and lots of discussion about this. I can probably say something about this. F4, 97, castles, castle. Yeah, knight takes d4 here, because they sometimes start with castles and sometimes with this. I think this is For instance, the game between Anand and MVL in either sometime last year, I'm not exactly sure where. And I think you are supposed to include Rook D1 first.
Mm-hmm.
Because you need to have Bishop H6, F6 as an option. And
Mm-hmm.
Aryan, I think, went a bit he went for a bit of a straightforward plan here. Maybe he felt he was still doing well. But here, the queen just goes to H6. And this is not just completely horrible for white,
Mm-hmm.
because things just start collapsing. But even without H4, which I think was a bit of a mistake, his position was probably critical.
Overloaded.
Yeah, well, things the queen on H6 cannot really be challenged, and pawns just start dropping left and right. And you get somewhere here, and you never ever hold these positions because the bishop is just so strong.
Good game from Black there.
Yeah,
Le
very
Grand.
very solid game by Le Changlais, but I think Aryan probably became slightly overconfident. And there's also the victory of Vladimir Dobrov a bit further down, and now a bit further up. Bok, Dobrov, yeah, that rook endgame. Yeah, that was something very offbeat in the beginning. Yeah. So far so good, but yeah, here. Yeah, this is a very typical thing to do, but the Black's reaction is very notable.
Ooh,
G5 and
Yeah.
King D7.
why not?
But makes perfect sense because
Yeah.
you more or less force white to take on E8, and then you get this beautiful structure. I would have played E5 by now, though, but maybe E5 G4 is why he didn't.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And how did white lose this?
He's
I'm
two pawns up.
I'm beginning to ask myself. I was extolling the virtues of a beautiful
maybe
structure,
he's-
but the whole
maybe-
structure is gone.
Maybe his knight's just got no score.
No. It gets traded in a second.
Oh,
White Benjamin Bok managed to lose a rook ending with an extra pawn somehow, which is not a sentence you hear uttered very often.
wow, he lost this.
He'll be
very
fuming,
yeah.
because you really don't want to be in a tournament where he is one of the people most certainly in the running for the qualifying spot. You don't want to be losing rook endings where you have an extra pawn. And this is still all suddenly there is counterplay. But still, you probably don't need to get mated in this position. Rook b1 back. And you start beginning, you begin seeing how it could have happened, yeah. Like the second rook goes to h5, and then you get checkmated.
You get mated on h4, right?
I think maybe here, if you notice what was happening early enough, you get the feeling that here probably you don't have to lose yet. Or maybe you already do, because if you play something like rook e1, I thought maybe rook e1, rook f1 would have saved him, but rook e1, rook f2 creates a bit of a threat of f5 mate. It may already be too late here. I'm fairly sure that it's still not too late here. You have to be able to somehow extricate yourself from here. Like maybe rook. Yeah. Can you? Rook b1 followed by rook e8.
Yeah.
That probably should do the trick, right?
Yeah, that's...
Let's ask, because we are tired and it's been a long day. Yeah, rook b1 you are still ahead, and also rook g2, a move I kind of considered but didn't believe was correct, was also a decent idea.
Actually, that's completely winning.
No, I thought rook h8 was a strong move, but then apparently you play rook e1 and black does not create the same sort of threats, because here you have rook e2 and suddenly you control everything. No, the difference is I now realize that in the end there you have rook g4. But yeah, he played b5.
That's a loser.
He played b5, and now after rook h8, no, he was still fine. He was still fine. He could have taken on a6, and after rook h5, he could have gone rook e4. Once again, you just need to interpose something, and after rook f2 here, you will have rook b6.
Right.
And this is where he went wrong, because he played b6,
Oh no.
and now suddenly after rook h5, it's mate in 4. Because you need to move the rook away from e2, and then f5 is a bit of mate.
That's sad, isn't it?
So even up to move 37, he was perfectly in control, and ba5 is just a completely winning position. Yeah, that will sting. That really will sting. I don't know. It will be very difficult for me to get over this. I know myself. If I did this to myself, I would be struggling to get over this. But probably wasn't time travel because this position is move 37.
Yeah,
and
why wouldn't you take on it? Well, I understand why you played b6,
Yeah.
but but taking on a6 also introduces rook b5.
Yeah, no, it's a very logical move, and I don't know.
It
Happens.
happens.
It's weird.
Poor
And
Ben.
anyway, this does conclude our coverage of
Just very quickly, let's go to the Jordan Van Forest game. Just
where?
up
Oh,
here.
yeah. It's still going on, yeah, but black is much better, and it was something very offbeat. I haven't seen this ever, I think, in my life. Not this move. This move I have seen, but this idea I did not know existed. Queen e2, bishop g4, f3, bishop h5. Very logical so far. And actually, white got a perfectly reasonable position. I actually quite like this position for white. Oh, someone finally refuted the Caracan. Thanks, Jordan. I will be using this. But then things at some point started going wrong. Yeah, well, what?
He's completely... Has he?
Yeah, that now probably...
Bishop b4, rook takes b4.
Okay, we're going
no.
back. We're going back.
Yan.
We are going back with breaking news in the game that we were
He's
sort of...
completely bungled it.
So in this position,
he has to go bishop c1 or something and go a3, b4 like that.
bishop... Yeah, we need to ask because it's very
I don't know
difficult.
if he...
Apparently bishop c1 is the only move that makes the draw.
Yeah, you're right. It's tricky until you've got that...
Yeah, you need to get that thing established. And he played bishop c3, and now after rook c4 he has to resign because bishop b4 just gets snapped off.
B4, yeah.
Just gets snapped off, and you don't have any squares. Any other square allows rook c5, rook takes a5. Is that the end of the story, though? It probably is in this position because the king doesn't get to a8.
Oh, you're right.
Because it's once again it's the endgame that we were describing. Let's say bishop e5, rook c5, king e6, rook a5, king d6, but the king will not get there. The king just will not get there, and then the a pawn just wins. Because it's tricky if the king is already on a8. This position is winning, but once again, I have these like snippets of ideas in my head on how you win it. I do know that you need to make a lot of preparation before you can play a4, a5. This much I can tell you. But showing you the precise plan from start to finish would be very difficult for me. I have seen it, and I've seen it in books. I've seen it even explained in some detail, but age plays tricks with you, and I wouldn't be able to show you precisely how you do that. But it ends up you eventually drive the king away from a8, and only then you can start pushing, basically. And it's not trivial; it's possible to misplay. But I think here black just doesn't get there because bishop on e5 is also a poor piece because it gives white additional tempi here. But let's say you go bishop h2 and I simply go king d3, king c4, and then I push the pawn up to a6, and then I go rook b7, rook h7.
Yeah.
He doesn't even get there anymore.
Yeah, no, it's just completely hopeless.
He doesn't even get there anymore, and that should probably conclude festivities for today because. Yeah, if you can't cross the b file, you cannot really pose any problems for white to convert.
Yeah. Bad day at the office, it seems, for Jan, who kind of got back into it.
Yeah, he got very close, and but from the get-go there, we were saying that it's an endgame which the machine has no trouble with whatsoever, but it is still very possible to misplay this for humans.
No, absolutely.
And also, he's done this before. It's not as if this particular game is tilting him to such an extent that he's doing it today and for the first time in his life. But I think maybe he was playing a bit too fast, considering how much time he had left. There was really no call for playing. Our screen says he spent a minute and 7 seconds on bishop c3 in a position where table base is still confirmed he can hold. And yeah, you should not be doing that.
No.
You should not be doing that. You should not be. I mean, it's a full half a point difference here between bishop c1 and bishop c3. Apparently, I mean, it's very difficult to play bishop c1, but if you just spend 1 second thinking about the position you're about to get after bishop c3, and you realize you've run out of squares, you then consider alternatives, and you settle on bishop c3. No matter how ugly it looks, you play bishop c3 because bishop c1 because everything else loses. Yeah, you kind of need to slow down at some point. Yeah, and he will not be happy about this. He will not be happy about this at all. And that means that Wei Yi will be on +1.
Yep.
And Jan will go down to -1. So the standings we can more or less imagine now. Pavel Ilyanov is on 2.5 out of 3, still leading the tournament. He will now be half a point ahead, a group of 5 people, no less. Magnus and Wesley, the most notable of them, and also Hare Krishna, Karyakin, and Wei Yi. Yeah.
50% will be Anish Giri, Levon Aronian, Dmitry Andreikin, and Nepomniachtchi, Redik Wojciechek, and Adiban will be all on -1, and then Richard Report. So sad.
That is, of course, the story.
That's the
remains the story of the day, the game between Wesley So and Richard Rapport, which was supposed to be the game which broke the streak, and instead emphatically extended the streak.
Yeah. What is do you know the longest streak? Karpov must have it, right?
I think, somewhat surprisingly, I'm not sure if it's the record, but I do know that somewhere towards the late 70s, Mikhail Tal had about an 80 game streak. Not a person you would necessarily imagine having a streak of no losses, considering his early style, but I think towards the late 70s he switched. I mean, he could still play brilliant attacking chess if people let him, but he also became quite pragmatic and quite practical in his approach, and very, very solid. But I think maybe the record is even longer. I know for a fact that...
ask in the chat, I'm curious.
Yeah, I know for a fact that Kramnik had 50 plus game streaks. And
what's your longest streak?
Never. It's not going to be very long. Never really counted. I could maybe go through the database, but I don't know, and it's not going to be...
Mine is 2.
Nah, come on. No, I mean, mine will be... I think maybe
30, 40,
I can find some kind of a close to 30 game streak somewhere during the good years, but yeah, not going to be anywhere near records here.
They're saying it's a rest day on
Wednesday. Tomorrow is round 4, and then there will be a rest day on the 18th. Yeah,
right,
this is correct. And people in people are saying that Kramnik has the record at around 85, and that his is more impressive than Tal's, because Tal was playing a more randomized cross section of opponents, whereas Vlad by this point was playing almost entirely in elite tournaments. Sounds very plausible to me. Yeah. And people are saying Wang Yue also had a really, really long streak at one point, but also against mixed opposition. Yeah, our chat knows things.
Our chat is very well informed. It's better than watching Donald Trump tweets and replies from his...
I don't know why you insist on bringing this up. This was a feel-good stream for a while. Why are you doing this?
I don't know. So, what else? So, let's talk about you for a bit, as we're now in a position where we don't really need to analyse it until the moves are played. Basically, the position is winning for Wei Yi. Let's talk about Peter Svidler. You are playing in Gibraltar?
I am playing in Gibraltar, yeah. So I will be leaving you and Jan in charge of the store here, so to speak.
I might turn up for a few days, just to say hello. But it's quite a strong tournament this year, isn't it?
It is tremendously strong, and obviously, I mean, the most notable storyline about that is that 3 people you would normally expect to be playing in Vike are actually playing Gibraltar, and namely Fabiano, who we will not be asking you for any background information on that decision.
Never heard of the guy, so
Yeah, Fabiano is playing
Check.
Jib, and so do MVL and Hikaru.
right.
Yeah, it's tremendously strong, and it's getting stronger every year. And every year you think, how do you go up from here? And they do.
I think this year is very special. It's the 15th anniversary of the tournament, so pretty sure about that. Yeah, it's the 15th anniversary, so we've got, you're right, let's see, we've got Fabiano, MVL, Hikaru, Vasily.
Vasily's playing, Mickey's playing. I'm seated number 6.
You're number 6. Veselin.
And
is
that's
also-
only because Veselin had such a horror of a tournament
Well,
in
he's-
London, or I would have been number 7. Yeah.
He's actually dropped a solid sort of 60, 70 points since last year. At one point-
From the peak, certainly, yeah.
Yeah, he was
From
at
the peak, certainly.
28-10.
But I mean, with him, you still have no doubts about his true worth, so to speak. We know what kind of a player he is.
Then you've got Yu Yang Yi, obviously very well known. Nikita Vichikov, who you know very well. Boris Gelfand, who you know very well. Arkady Naidic, who you know very well. Maxim Matlakov, who you know very well.
Both of my dudes, or I mean, at least who they used to be my dudes, and they are their own dudes these days. I think both of them are playing.
Cheva Kovalenko, are you friends with Kovalenko?
Not
Do you know?
necessarily. I mean, he destroyed me in Italian Rapids some time back. I don't know if it makes us friends. Maybe not.
Vadim Zvagnisev.
People struggle with that name, don't they?
Yeah, Zvagintsev.
Yeah, that's better. That's a lot closer to what it should be.
Yeah, I
Nigel is playing as he always
is.
is. Sam Shankland, Laurent Fressinet. I mean, the 2600 list ends at, I think, number 33 currently.
yeah, it's,
It's a tremendously strong tournament. It will be very interesting to play in it.
And what about the Grand Prix series? Are you able to comment on that, or?
Thank you, sir.
I don't know. I mean, you can
Well,
just
I'm-
decline to comment, and then we just move on. I don't know
Yeah,
what's
I'm playing in it, but I mean, you said the Grand Prix, right?
the FIDE Grand Prix.
Yeah. That's why I said I'm sort of in the list of people who qualified automatically. I'm like
Right.
number 3 out of
Okay.
24 people. So
Okay. No. The reason I didn't ask whether you qualified or not. I asked simply because there are certain people, at least one person, who has publicly said they're not playing due
sure,
to.
but I mean, he probably feels he doesn't need the cycle as much as I do. I mean, I feel I don't have the luxury of refusing to play the Grand Prix because perhaps the conditions in purely financial terms are maybe slightly worse this year than they were, and I didn't even do any research on that because frankly for me it's immaterial. I need to play if I want to qualify for the
So you
for
still
the
have
next candidates.
the gumption and the desire.
I like the candidates. I mean, I'm probably resigned by this point to playing reasonably well in the candidates and not qualifying. Although things can happen. But I really like the tournament and I like preparing to it. I think it does good things to my chess when I have something like that to prepare for. So no, I was never going to say no to Grand Prix.
So we've got the first one is in Sharjah in the UAE.
Yeah, as usual with FIDE, it's the first one starts exactly in a month, and unless some important emails landed in my inbox while we were doing this today, I still don't know which 3 of the 4 I'm playing.
Okay.
Which is obviously not ideal, and I would actually like some information on that so that I could start planning. But
You have I assume the Moscow one is definitely one.
no,
on
when
your
you
list.
sign the contract, they ask you to list at least
Right.
the 3 you would like to play, and I did make my choice known.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's the question of sort of from whom do they start fulfilling?
they give preference to?
Yeah. Who gets first pick?
Mm-hmm.
And if it's according to how people qualified, I think it goes. Me and Sergey as finalists of the Baku World Cup, we are very high on the list of people automatically qualified for it. But if it goes by rating, I will be somewhere mid-pack, and I could very easily not get the 3 I asked for. We'll see. It will not be. I mean, all 4 venues seem perfectly nice. So it's not going to be a huge blow if I don't get exactly the list I wanted. But
And you're in the Korchnoi Memorial?
I am in the Korchnoi Memorial. It will be a very interesting field. And I realize that we're looking at a website which only lists 2,700 players because the eighth player as well is known by now, but it's not on the list there.
Are you able to say it on it?
Yeah, sure. The final place in the Korchnoi Chess Challenge, apart from the 7 people who were invited, who are Hikaru, Vishy, MVL, Kramnik Gelfand, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and myself, they also traditionally, because they're sponsored in large part by Alex Kvortsov, the Zurich tournaments are sort of spiritually connected to the Nutcracker tournament they hold in Moscow.
Right.
So the winner of the Nutcracker was promised a spot in Zurich, and that's Grigory Aparin.
Oh,
So
the
he
young
will be
Aparin,
So he will be playing the Zurich Chess Challenge. He is the 8th player there.
I've played tons of 1 minute chess against Aparin. He's always playing 1 minute chess, and wipes the floor with me.
He is a very, very serious player. I think he has the potential.
What's his rating now? He's very young. He's only like 17, isn't he? Or
Yeah, he's not old at all. I'm not entirely sure. I don't really
26, 50
follow.
maybe?
I don't really follow people's ratings that closely,
Right.
but he is already, I think, knocking on the door of 2,700.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and
He's a serious.
he's only going to get better, quite clearly.
What about Norway chess, or is that?
I might
again,
be
no
in. I
comment?
might be in the booth eventually. I mean, I don't know.
You might be in the booth.
Commentary. We did commentary last year with Jan.
Oh, I
we
see.
might do it again, and we do get some moves. So let's get back. I mean,
We
this is
did
the-
get some moves.
Yeah,
Okay,
this is
so-
the death throes. Obviously, there's nothing going. I mean, nothing is going to happen here. And frankly, I think the game will progress exactly how we showed. Jan will get the king to c6 and the bishop to b6, and that will be as far as he gets to the promised land of the a8 square. There's just nothing
There's
you
just
can
nothing
do
to
here.
do, is
Yeah,
there?
there's just nothing you can do. He will never be allowed to play king b8 or king b7. The
So
rook.
just
rook
to
b5.
illustrate this,
Yeah, king d3, king c4. That's one thing you don't want. Although that actually also wins. You could have in the position you set up on move. Yeah, here instead of king d3, you can actually start with a5, a6, king c6, a6, bishop b6. Just go rook b1, because once again the king will just never cross over, and then you bring the king closer, and you don't actually even need to. You probably do need to bring the king closer. He played bishop c7, but once again.
Wei
He
Yi's
was maybe trying to tempt Wei Yi to play something like rook a8 and try to win by force, but just not required. King d6, and here king d3, king c4 is fine. a5, a6 is also perfectly fine. It's very, very difficult to go wrong here with white. Not pushing the a pawn at all.
he just went king d3. So
Yeah.
he's just going to go here, 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 and go a5.
Yeah, a5,
and then
a6, and rook
A6,
b1,
and then rook b1.
rook b1, and
Even
probably even rook h5. But why would you do that? By this point, probably even rook h5 is fine. But it really is a poor technique, I think, to do this, because you want to play rook b7 in this position. Why would you subject yourself to any kind of calculations at all? Yeah, a5, a6. Yeah, we showed this.
just nothing to be done. Any king c7?
King g5.
Yeah.
No,
Just nothing to be
it's
done.
just completely and utterly dead now.
Yeah. Beautiful. So
And you have the highlight show to look forward to.
yeah, so I assume I'm doing that. I will cover the game of my choice, but I think it's pretty clear
Yeah.
which game needs to be looked at. I will keep it sharp and snappy for you guys. So, but certainly a real shame. That's a real shame for chess fans, regardless of whether you like Wesley So or Ricard Rapport, as I'm going to start calling Ricard Rapport. He played a beautiful game after.
Yeah. Well, ruining a game like that really does feel horrible, and I say that from a position of a wealth of experience. It really isn't a very, very nice feeling.
Where does that put him? He's only rated 2707. He's kind of been. He was rated 2734 back in September of 2015, which is.
Not high. I thought he was 2750 at the top.
No, it says best 2734.
You're looking at. You're talking about Wei Yi. I thought you were talking about Rapport.
No, I'm talking about Wei Yi, which is kind of surprising that he was rated 30 points more 2 years ago for such a youngster.
He started playing against a lot tighter sorts of fields, I think. He started getting deserved invites to very top tournaments where people were less obliging. I think he sort of shot up by beating up on unsuspected people.
Right.
Or unsuspecting, as the case may be. I should mind my words. And then he started getting invited, as I mentioned, absolutely correctly, to Vike and to the rest of them. And yeah, the game is over.
Has ended. Yeah.
The game is over, and yeah, Jan will not be a happy bunny there because really 10 moves before he resigned, he could still make a move just by paying more attention.
Yeah,
to what's happening on the board, and that never should be a reason why you lose.
That's something he's going to have to work on. Okay, so that's pretty much us done for today. It's been fun.
It has been fun. Yeah, we probably weren't as sharp on the cartoon game. It keeps on saying radio Jan.
Let's take that off.
Yeah, that's
better, isn't
it?
That's
yeah.
Better. Our cartoon game my cartoon game, I should say, has to improve. But certainly tomorrow you'll be back here with Jan, I believe.
Yeah, we're back in the saddle with Jan for the next 4 rounds. I will do rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7, and then I'll go to Jib, and you'll take it. You'll take the business end of the tournament, where I still feel that there's everything left to play for.
It's a grueling tournament.
It is a long and grueling tournament, and I think it kind of bodes poorly for the rest of the field that Magnus won a nice convincing game early on and has been completely untroubled in his 2 black games. Because I think he generally in these tournaments, he starts by kind of warming up a bit, and then I think we've seen him go on like 5-game winning streaks in these fields. So the fact that he already won a nice confidence boosting 6-3 Najdorf against a very strong opponent in round 2 is not a welcome sign for the rest of the field. But there's still a lot of play left, and we'll see what transpires.
All right, guys, thanks for hanging out with us. It was a pleasure. I'm going to do a highlight show shortly, so make sure you watch that. For me and for Peter, for the moment, it's good night. And remember to check in with Peter at 1:30 Central European Time tomorrow. He'll be back with Jan. Thanks very much, and see you later.
Cheers.